Hello everybody and welcome to Silverstone. Now there may be some reports of thunderstorms in the air. No sign of that yet, but one thing I can guarantee is plenty of thunder and action out on track. You know why? Because we've got so much coming up for you. Yes, we've got Caterhams, we've got British F4 and the British Endurance Championship all live today. It is going to be an absolute corker here, hopefully under the sun as well. I'm delighted to say as well that Sam has been catching up with some of the Caterham drivers ahead of race one. Sam, over to you.
I'm here with Freddie Chiddicks. Freddie's just finished qualifying and he qualified on pole, which is fantastic, and so tell us about that.
Yeah, so I came into qualifying, had no expectations really because I didn't do any testing yesterday, so to go and put it on pole, really happy with that. I think Silverstone, we all know, is the track where grid position matters the least. I can start on pole and be 10th by the end of the first lap, but yeah, hopefully got some good races coming up, so we're looking forward to it. And
are tyre pressures the most important part of the setup for this track?
To be honest, I don't worry about them too much. I kind of just always have them in the rough range and then leave it at that. I know lots of people put loads of thought and effort into them, but I've never really bothered too much.
Well, clearly your method works, and you know, with no testing, first time driving this car, consider you did road sports last year, so the first time driving 270s on this track is pretty impressive to put it on pole, especially with Charlie Lower right behind you, I'm sure.
Yeah, really happy with it. I mean, I know the track quite well. We've raced here a couple of times, but haven't driven it in this spec, so a bit of a guess those first couple of laps out. But luckily, we've got a long enough session to get used to it and get some good times in.
And it's good for the championship because currently you're second, aren't you? But you're very close behind Charlie. Very close. I think it's like 1 point.
Yeah, it's 1 point between us. And I think the rest of the year is going to go as close as this first half has been. So, yeah, really good.
Excellent. Well, I'm sure you'll put on a good race for us later on this afternoon. Right, I'm here with Ed Cozzi from the Road Sport Championship. As we didn't go to Zandvoort, I'd like to discuss Zandvoort. How was it for you?
Zandvoort was interesting, as usual. No, it was a good weekend. Firstly, what a track. It is. Well, it doesn't show, like, you can do as much work on the sim as you like, but it doesn't show you how undulated and how the elevation change is so significant. Really physical track, great fun. That bank corner is nuts. It is brilliant fun. So yeah, it was good fun. Pace was there all weekend. Went into the first race Saturday. Qualied P11, which wasn't that good. Is what it is. Fought forward, got to 5th place going down the straight, and then Ryan decided to mount me. Which actually flipped his car, which was pretty scary actually, but he was all right, thank goodness. Put us both in the gravel. Ended my race with the DNF. I seem to be the chosen crash test dummy of the group, which is fun, but yeah, it was what it was. So got the car back out for the next day. Glad to see that he was all right. Started P18, which you know, it's not, you don't ever want to be that far back. No. But we fought forward and finished P4, so I managed, if I had one more lap, I think I'd have done P2, but yeah, didn't have the time. But there was Lionel, myself and Nick, and we were 0.003 seconds between us as we were going over the line.
Well, so seeing the photo, that was it was a photo finish, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. I even went up to the clerk afterwards. I was like, are you sure? Because I was desperate for that third, because it would have been a super drive. But yeah, it was good. The drive was sensible, it was calculated. Seems like everyone's taking a bit more. We're learning. Yeah. We've learned now, and now there's kind of racecraft is coming in. So yeah, it's good. I've got a bit of work today, so.
But you are still learning in the road sports,
yeah, sure.
Aren't you? You know, straight out of the academy into your second year of racing, so there's still lots to learn.
Yeah, loads to learn. Every day's a school day. But yeah, every time you get in the car, it's obviously the seat time is so important, and it's incredible just being on track and actually now trusting who's next to you, and you can be so close wheel to wheel with each other and just know that person's actually got the skill set now to hold it. Whereas academy, it's hit and hope. So yeah, there's a lot more I think sensibility this year, but yeah, still learning, and it's incredibly fun. Tyres are great. I mean, I'm destroying them, but it's good.
And we're here at Silverstone. How was qualifying this morning? So you got the first race this afternoon at 1:10. So qualifying was first thing this morning for you.
Qualifying couldn't get a tow from anyone. Put a 33.3, I think it was, on the board, which is relatively quick. I think it was, you know, up there definitely for this weekend. And obviously with a tow, that would have given me an extra second or two, depending on where I was at. And I just couldn't find it, which was really upsetting. But it's racing, right? So as Zandvoort taught, I can fight forward, I can get up there. So I've just got to put the big boy pants on and send it.
That's it. You've proved to yourself at Zandvoort that you can go from almost last to the front. So
Yep.
you can do it here as well. The middle of the pack you are, so you can do it.
Yeah, just let's hope no one else decides to mount me today.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers are always crossed, Sam.
Brilliant. Thank you very much
Thanks
for
so
talking to us, Ed.
Cheers, Sam. Thanks.
I'm here with James Cook from the 270R Championship. James, how's your weekend going so far here at Silverstone?
So far, really, really good. Just finished qualifying P3, so really, really good starting position for the race this afternoon. Very, very tough session. Lots of slipstreaming and trying to get your car in the right place to get a good lap in. So yeah, so far so good.
And how's the Rook and Cook show going this year with David Rook? You normally last year we were having quite a lot of battles with each other, weren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit quiet at the start of this year, but we're slowly kind of finding each other again. So we're not far away from each other on the grid this week. So hopefully we're going to have a bit more.
Let's talk about Zandvoort. Unfortunately, you weren't there.
Yeah, I'd had an incident at Croft, which meant my car needed some repairs done to it. So with the tight turnaround and the shipping for Zandvoort, I had to miss that round. But we're back here this weekend, hoping to go fast.
And back up at the top of the leaderboard for the qualifying, so that's great. So hopefully we'll see you on the podium.
That's always the plan. Yeah, taking a trophy home at the end of the weekend is always the aim. Getting some points for the championship. Because obviously having a non-finish and then missing a weekend, I need the points now for a championship. So yeah, fingers crossed.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much, James. Wish you all the best for this afternoon's race.
Thank you very much.
At Silverstone we had
Well, good afternoon, race fans, and welcome to the home of British Motorsport here at Silverstone on BARC TV, the first of 2 days on the full Grand Prix circuit here at Silverstone. A very busy weekend with the British Automobile Racing Club. It's great to have the Rocket F4 British Championship certified by FAA with us for 3 races. You normally see them supporting the British Touring Car Championship. They have their first race this afternoon, but first up we will have the Vertex Watches Caterham Road Sport Championship. It's a total of 3 Caterham Championships here this weekend. We also have the Mission Motorsport Caterham 270Rs and also the Motul Caterham 7 310Rs, the quickest cars you will see this weekend. In the middle of all that we have a 2-hour race for the British Endurance Championship. The first race is lining up on track now, the Vertex Caterham Road Sport Championship. Dave Goddard here as always taking you through the action, and alongside me is a man who knows far more about Caterham racing than I do. It's Chris Hutchinson. Chris, good afternoon.
A very good afternoon to Silverstone, and I can see the heat haze coming off the track at the moment, so brilliant conditions out here, ready for some Caterham action throughout. I'm starting with the road sports today, and they've been out already qualifying this morning. So how do they get on, Dave?
Well, looking at the grid, it is the championship leader Ben Timmons who has set pole position as the cars move off for their green flag lap. The number 8 Ben Timmons on pole. Only 4 points covering the top 4 in the championship, though it's third place man Tom McEwen who will line up alongside him in the number 89. Second row, Toby Ballard, number 72, and the number 88 of Ryan Wilby. Row 3, Nick Bryans in number 28, number 70 Simon Sabian. Fourth row, 14 Rob Kennelly and 77 of Harvey Lawrence. He currently sits 5th in the championship. On the 5th row, completing the top 10, 99 Dan Hope and the 93 of Craig Boyle. Moving on to the 6th row, we have number 10 Alistair Davidson and number 3 Edward Conti. Then down in 13th on the grid is the man who's second in the championship, the marvellously named Lionel Tolmach in car number 22, alongside the 20 of James Empson. Lionel had a win at Alton Park earlier in the season. 44 Rob Lowe and number 5 Tony Jenner fill row 8. The 9th row Solomon Rogers, number 65 and 66 of Oliver Kibblewhite. And the 10th row 87 Henry Littlejohn starts alongside the 15 of Lyndon Arnold. Moving on back, we've got Darren Butler at number 68 and 21 Richard Harris on row 11. The 12th row is 33 Zach Lower and 55 Guy Crossman. Row 13, it's Rob Gregor, number 40 and 49 of Graham Finlayson. Row 14, number 60 Mark Soden starts alongside number 31 Andrew Bailey. And on row 15, Charlie Hazelwood, number 63, 23 of Gary Cross, and number 18, Ian Bettis will start at the back of the grid. They're heading around on their green flag lap at the moment. Just a quick chance to tell us a little bit more about the cars we'll see in this race, Chris. I believe this is the second rung on the Caterham ladder, if you like.
Indeed, yes, this is the second run. So these were the graduates from the Caterham Academy Championship. The Academy's not with us this weekend, but these are the drivers that would have been in the Academy last year. It's a fully road legal car, 125 horsepower, 1.6 Ford Sigma engine under their right foot. Their upgrades compared to the Academy are they have the Avon ZZS tyre, which gives them probably about 2 to 3 seconds around a large track like here at Silverstone. And yeah, they've still got their windscreen, so they're sort of less race focused than the other two championships we've got here. We've got the 270 and 310s with us this weekend. We're also missing the Caterham 7 Championship UK. They're going to be next out at Portimao, so they're building up to that. But these road sports give us a great action. They're still learning their craft, and we've got I think about 31 cars on this grid, so it's fantastic to see them all out there, and a colourful field they make indeed.
This will be a 20-minute race for the Caterham 7 Road Sport Championship, sponsored by Vertex Watches. It is that very bright purple car of Ben Timmins, the championship leader, by just a couple of points over Lionel Tolmach, who is on pole position. The bright yellow and green machine of Tom McEwen will start alongside him. Moving up towards the grid then, just through Luffield. We're using the old national pit straights this weekend. The cars will be coming into line very shortly following their green flag lap. Great to see these drivers get the chance to race on the full Grand Prix circuits here at Silverstone circuits.
Can anyone stop that man Ben Timmins? He's won 5 of the opening 6 events that we've had. He's really on a charge. Like we said, Lionel Tolmach has won the only other race. Tom McEwen has been on around the podium for all the other ones, and he's lines up second today. But Tom McEwen finds himself down in 6th place in the championship after Zandvoort, where he had a DNF. Unfortunately, Ben Timmins missed a gear, and it meant McEwen bashed into the back of him. It popped his radiator, and that was the end of one of his races at Zandvoort. So he's a bit further down in the championship than we might expect, but once we take into account drop scores, which this championship has 2 drop scores, by the end of the season that will be all evened out. But it is Ben Timmins who comes in here on an absolute run of form. You can see him there in that purple machine alongside the green machine of Tom McEwen there.
A lot of heat haze there on the grid. It's very warm and humid here at Silverstone today. We hope that any rain stays away. It's a bit overcast at the moment, but then again at Silverstone you can have different types of weather in 3 different areas of the track given its length. 20 minutes of racing for the Vertex Caterham Road Sport Championship coming up then, once everybody is in position on this big 31 car grid. We await the marshals to wave the green flag from the back, and then the power will come on and everybody will be heading down to the right-hander at Copse Corner. The revs are up and away they go. The first race of the weekend gets underway here at Silverstone. It's a mad Copse Corner. Who is going to get the advantage? We've got contact there. 99 of Daniel Hope has tangled with somebody on the outside. Couldn't quite see there who the other car was. They're off on the outside.
Yeah, you can see his rear suspension broken on Hope there, so his car will be on the inside there. It might mean a full restart, but also let's keep an eye out for any safety car boards. But yeah, at least one of those cars not going anywhere. The other one was a sort of greeny car. I wonder if that's Craig Boyle is in a greeny car. Let's keep an eye out for him.
They were on the same row of the grid, so I'd imagine it is Craig that's involved there. It's Tom McEwen who leads the way though into our first lap from our pole sitter Ben Timmins as they head out to the Beckett's complex through Chapel and up towards the Hanger Straights. The yellow number 33, we can see there, that's Zach Lower. They head side by side down the Hanger Straight up towards the daunting Stowe corner. That looks like it's the number 72 who are trying to make a move on the inside. That's Toby Ballard, and he's going to take the lead as they slipstream their way down towards Stowe for the first time. It gets absolutely frantic in there. They're not the most aerodynamic of cars in motorsport, so slipstreaming is key.
You're going to see lots of that today with these road sport cars with their windscreen as well, coming down Hanger Straight with a bit of a headwind as well, means that they are pushing a lot of wind aside, and you can see Toby Ballard got past at least 2 cars there, and we're going to see more of that as we see. Craig Boyd just a little bit wide out there. Ballard, I think he might have dropped back a little bit again, but it is Timmins McEwen as they come up towards us at the Hamilton Straight.
Yes, out of Club Corner down the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straight towards Abbey. It is now our pole sitter Ben Timmins who has gone to the front, chased by Toby Ballard. McEwen is in 3rd place. The rest of them start to sort themselves out behind. Almost too quick for the eye through there up towards the right-hander at Village. Tom McEwen tries to make a move on the inside, but he's not close enough. He'll try and get second away from Toby Ballard. 2 and 3 abreast all the way further down the pack. Just about managed to sort themselves out. There's that 33 car of Zach Lower back in the midfield. field. Getting very busy in there. There's Craig Boyle, the 93 I got a glimpse of, so he has kept going after that at contact off the line with Daniel Hope. They head onto the Wellington Straight then, under the bridge and towards the left-hander at Brooklands Corner. Toby Ballard trying to make a move on the inside, but he's got somebody tucked in behind him there. Is that Ryan Wilby, who started fourth? Hard to pick out the numbers.
I think that's Bryant actually in the blue car there, so it's Nick Bryant who's come up a place on the grid, so it is Ballard who still remains in front at the moment with McEwing in front of them, and it's that man Timmins slowly looking like he's pulling away. They're going through a yellow flag zone as we speak now. Obviously they're covering that race, the lap 1 incident under that yellow flag, so they'll all have to be careful with those overtakes. In fact, I think they're preparing maybe the safety car board, so they're certainly deciding what they're going to be doing, but it is Timmins currently leads over that line for that first lag ahead of McEwing. Ballard, Bryant up that 1 place, Kennelly up 2 places, and Ryan Wilby's the loser there with down 2 spaces.
Yes, let's have a look who we've lost. Yeah, number 70 is Simon Sabin is the other car that hasn't come round on the first lap. It's a 4-5 car train for the lead. Then it's Beckett's for the second time, with the number 8 of Ben Timmins, the championship leader, up front ahead of Tom McEwing. It's Toby Ballard third. This is Nick Bryant, number 28 of the blue car, has come through into fourth position. Number 14 of Rob Kennelly is in fifth, and Ryan Wilby is in sixth position. We've got a spinner. That's the number 44 car of Rob Lowe, has lost it at Chapel, will rejoin a few places down the pack. And look at this, 3 wide for the lead, and Toby Ballard nearly squeezed onto the grass there down the inside as Ben Timmins tried to move across, protect the lead. He has done so. McEwing in second place now. Nick Bryant having a go around the outside, and Ryan Wilby, the orange and white car there on the inside, that's Ryan Wilby trying to make a move at Stone.
Yeah, I think we're going to see more of that as they all head into Vale. You can see how complicated and busy it's getting down as they head into that Vale corner. But it is Timmins who's somehow managing to stay out in front of them, and it's a clump of cars behind, all fighting over that same bit of time. I can see how wide this Silverstone circuit is for a Caterham. You can certainly get about 10 cars wide if you want as they head out, but all these corners absolutely flat out. We rarely dip below motorway speed even through the corners around this 3.6 miles of the Silverstone Grand Prix loop.
Ben Timmins has pulled out a slight lead as they head up towards farm and village. Tom McEwing side by side with Toby Ballard, then tucked in behind them is Bryant. Fifth place behind them, Ryan Wilby. Oh, under fire there from the 93. The number 3's got ahead of them as well. That's Edward Cozzy in the number 3. The 93, the yellow car, is Craig Boyle, so it clearly wasn't him involved in that start line. Instead, it must have been Simon Sabin. So we didn't see him come through on the opening lap, but a great battle here for the lower reaches of the top 10.
Yeah, Simon Sabin in a yellow machine, so that could have easily been that car in the opening lap. Ben Timmins, though, is disappearing up the road. McEwing having to fight for Ballard. Nick Bryant is shoving his car down the inside. Nick Bryant had a great qualifying and into Brooklands this time through. He's got that momentum. It is possible to get around the outside, and Ballard looks like he's fighting back. And there's Boyle a little bit further back having fights with Tolmarsh as well. And Ryan Wilby in his new liveried car this weekend, so it is him in that white and orange. We used to seeing him sort of a grey and blue, but get used to his car out there, and I can see Sol Rogers and others as they flow on through. Harvey Lawrence there a little bit further down. He's comes in here quite high up in the championship. I think he's third place as we go into this weekend, so he is he's a little bit further down than he might want to be.
So Ballard second as they went over the line. 1.5 seconds now the lead for Ben Timmins, who's saying, well, if you're all going to squabble over second place, I'm going to pull out a lead at the front of the field.
Head up then into this Beckett's complex, a fantastic complex for all our drivers. You see them heading away from us, and they start here at sort of about 100 miles an hour. They drop down to about 70 miles an hour as they head through this left-hand segment before getting back on that power, and by the time we rejoin the Hanger Straight, they're already doing about 90 to 100 miles an hour. So it really is absolutely flat out in these Caterhams, these road sports. They're probably going to be doing about 112, 115 by the time they get down to Stoke.
Here they come down the Hanger Straight under the bridge. It's Toby Ballard trying to defend second place from Tom McEwing. It's back up into third now. He's going to make a move to second place as they come into the right-hander. Tucked in behind them is Nick Bryant, the blue car. Then we've got the 88 of Ryan Wilby. No, Wilby's been shuffled back in there, and he's side by side with, I think that's Lionel Tolmack trying to come through after his slightly lowly qualifying position of 13th. He took the win in round 1 this year in a photo finish with Ben Timmins at Alton Park. Timmins unbeaten ever since then. He's looking to remain unbeaten for another race in a row. 6 wins in succession this season, which is an unusual feat in any Caterham Championship. With a line of about 10 cars at the front of the field, they fan out across the straight. McEwing has got through there into second place through Abbey.
Yeah, and it's Cozzy is the man on the move at the moment. That number 6 car there, he started 12th on the grid. Sorry, the number 3 car. He started 12th on the grid and he's made up 6 places. And you can see him there in that 3 going around here into the complex of Village of the Loop. And Nick Bryant is the same, also having a good run, but it is Cozzy that's on the move right now.
Ryan Wilby's dropped back a little. He's side by side with the number 10 of Alistair Davidson. They're fighting over that, I think, about 8th place as they make their way into the Wellington Straight. The 65 of Sol Rogers with the yellow wheels up behind them there as they head down the straight. There's Craig Boyle in the yellow car just lurking at the back of this group, and here's that battle, the second group headed by Tolmash. There's Pine, the number 10, now trying to make a move into Brooklands. He'll go through on the inside, breaks up the place. We'll see what the order is as they cross the line this time. It's a long lap here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. They're coming through to complete their 3rd lap this time. Ben Timmins it is who leads the fastest lap, 2:34.547. That's usurped though by some down the pack, and it's Craig Boyle, 2:33.732, who sets the fastest lap of the race. That's the yellow car. Round the outside, Tom McEwing side by side with Nick Bryant. They're battling for 3rd position. It's Timmins who leads from Ballard, McEwing, Bryant. Edward Cozzy is up into 5th. He's got up another place ahead of number 14 of Rob Kennelly. Boyle's up to 7th, then Tolmash, Wilby and Davidson rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, Cozzy continues his move up through the field. The outstanding lap record at the moment is a 2:32.3 by Freddie Chiddicks. We heard from him before the race, but he still holds that road sport. Will that last this weekend? At the moment they're about 2nd behind that, so they've got a bit of time to find, but plenty of opportunity to do that as they head out onto the hangar straight. Then Timmins' lead has come down this time through, and Ballard is now firmly in that tow. You can see his car catching up as they head down the straight. It is McEwing who's having to be a bit on the defensive, isn't he? With that's Bryant now going down the inside as they head into Stowe with the classic overtake here. It's a little demonstration of that a little bit further back as well.
3 wide there. Ryan Wilby was caught in the middle. He's dropped back behind Tolmash and the number 10 of Alistair Davidson. Sol Rogers, who was a bit sideways through Chapel at the top of the straight, is just behind them. So we've got a group of 7 cars fighting for the lead. It's still Timmins, I think, who leads them through. Yes, ahead of Toby Ballard. They're separated by 0.85 of a second at the start of this lap as they head up towards the Hamilton Straight, past the wing, up towards the right-hand Rattali. Ballard's going to try and make a move on the inside. Looks like he's going to go through.
Yeah, that's a move for the lead there, isn't it? So Timmins has lost that little gap we saw earlier on, but it is now Ballard who heads that, and a great result for him out front, out ahead of Nick Bryant, who's also really showing his nose to now down the inside of Timmins, who defends around the outside. He'll have the inside for the loop as they head around this time through, but they're still side by side, absolutely wheel-to-wheel action here in the Vertex Caterham Motorsport. First race for them this weekend, first of 2 20-minute races.
Good to see Ed Cozzy up there as well, the number 3, the best we've seen him run this year. He's in 4th position, has got ahead of the 89 of Tom McEwing as they head down the Wellington Straight under bridge. Ballard just about has the lead, 3 wide for 2nd place. It's the purple car of Timmins in the middle. Bryant's got round the outside into 2nd as they go into Brooklands. Timmins nearly touches the back of him. Then the next 3 behind them are Kennelly in the silver car, McEwing in green, and Boyle in the yellow car with the orange cage. Between these 7 for the lead, and we're just past half distance, just under 10 minutes of this race to go. As they come up over the line, we'll see what the gap is this time, with Nick Bryant trying to attack for the lead now as they come past our commentary position at Woodcote. Side by side as they come over the line. Ballard from Bryant by just 19 thousandths of a second. Nick Bryant's going to have the inside line for the first corner at Copse, but Ballard keeps his foot in. Here comes Timmins around the outside. They almost bounce off each other. This is going to be close. Look at Timmins. He could go around the outside of both of them in the run up towards the left flick at Maggots. Can he take the lead away? No, he's boxed in on the inside there. Bryant will hold 2nd. Ballard holds the lead. Still having Cozzy to close up as well. I'm struggling to keep up with this already. This is fantastic. Boyle's closed up in 5th now as well. McEwing 6th, and in 7th place, who's that behind them? Rob Kennelly.
Yeah, absolutely. McEwing's dropping back through this little pack at the moment, so he's going to be a bit concerned about that. Like we said on the last few times, Cozzy is the man on the move forward. He finished 4th place in the last race we had at Zandvoort last time out, so he's looking to see whether he can get his first podium here in the road sports as they fan out 4 wide into Stowe then, as it's still Nick Bryant with that with the sort of the momentum through the middle there, Boyle around the outside, then it's the Cozzy car in there with McEwing now having to fight off with Kennelly.
Look at the way Craig Boyle is going, the 93, very impressive. He started 10th on the grid. He could be into a podium position here. No, not quite. He's still behind Ben Timmins. Still Ballard and Bryant. Ballard a little bit sideways there through this long right-hander at the Club Corner complex out onto the Hamilton Straight. He's still got the lead as they head towards our camera. Then it's Nick Bryant moving to the inside at Abbey. There's moves being made further back in the top 10 as well. As Bryant will take the lead for the first time. Timmins up the inside. Then it's the number 93 of Boyle, who's already gained 3 places on this lap, trying to move into the podium. This is more like motorcycle racing with Caterham racing around Silverstone. This is superb.
Yeah, they're racing a little pack races very close there. Boyle to the rear end of McEwen. Remember, their radiators are right at the front of these cars. You can't afford to hit the car of the rear of the car in front. That's the first thing that breaks is your radiator, and that is a race-ending manoeuvre. But it is still Ballard and Bryant who kind of manoeuvred themselves in front of Timmins, and it looks like Bryant going round the outside there of Aintree as they head out onto the as they're coming down into Brooklands this time. But Timmins had that 3 slingshot, and he's slingshot into the inside into Brooklands this time. What a move there. So Ballard and so Nick Bryant's been shuffled down from the lead temporarily down into that 3rd place, and Ballard's showed him he's clearing in the edge of the track there.
That was brilliant from Ben Timmins. He timed that to perfection down the inside into Brooklyn. That's exactly how to overtake an Caterham. You've got to slipstream into the lead at exactly the right moment. That's why you don't want to be leading going into the last couple of corners, because you will get slipstream on the run to the line. Now he's positioning himself to the inside to try and cover that lead into Copse Corner. Ballard's up there alongside him. There's Bryant in 3rd. Ed Cozzy going well up there in 4th in the number 3. It's Rob Kennelly into 5th now, and Boyle's been shuffled back again. He's down to 6th there, just ahead of Tom McEwen. They're clear of Ryan Wilby by a couple of seconds. Then Davidson and Rogers rounding out the top 10. There's a bit of smoke there from one of those cars. Yes, is that some damage or an engine blow up? Is that Nick Bryant?
That looks like quite a lot of engine smoke there rather than rubbing smoke. So that might well be that he has punctured a radiator at some point during that close action. Hopefully not for him. But this front group of 6 are sort of broken away. We're watching a little bit further back down the field. The front group of 6 cars there was a chase group, and they were coming back with Ryan Wilby, but at the moment it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Boyle is now back ahead of McEwen, but McEwen is shoving down the inside, looking to see whether he can also get down the inside of Kennelly there in the grey number 14 car. But it is Timmins who's managed to manoeuvre himself back out. He stopped the decay down through that field and has now moved himself back to the front. But there is that Bryant car. What a shame for him.
Yeah, Nick Bryant was running so well in there, but the car has let him down. He's out of the race. Let's hope he's far enough off the circuit that we don't need a safety car. It's under 6 minutes of this race to go. Of course, safety cars take some time here at Silverstone, the Grand Prix circuit. It's such a long lap. Along the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straight then with, looks like it's Ballard now back out in front ahead of Tom McEwen. Where's he come from? Back up into 2nd place. He must have slipstreamed his way through on the Wellington on the Hanger Straight, I should say.
I think that's exactly what happened there. Again, you can easily make up 3 places, especially in this road sport car where they've got a bit of headwind down there, as well as he dives down the inside. Is he going to be able to move up 5 places in a single lap? I think he's near there, but Ballard is going to hold the inside as they go around the left. It's not going to give him the best run out now onto the Wellington Straight though, so Tom McEwen will have an opportunity to take that lead, but it's Ben Timmins, his as well companion, always together on the piece of track, and they've managed to manoeuvre themselves back and nose to tail again.
This is brilliant stuff, as we always see from the Vertex Watches Caterham Road Sport Championship. Tom McEwen could have a go for the lead here as they go into Brooklands. He's positioned to the inside, but Toby Ballard moves to cover. Ben Timmins up behind them once again. Then it's Cozzy and I think Kennelly battling it out for 4th behind them, with Craig Boyle in their wheel tracks as well. It's between this half dozen for the victory here in our first race of the weekend at Silverstone. Don't forget they have another race coming up tomorrow, the road sports category, supported by Vertex Watches. Over the line they come once again to complete their 6th lap. It was Ballard who led at the line ahead of McEwen. Timmins in 3rd place, then Rob Kennelly in 4th. That's the silver car with the red nose. Cozzy is down to 5th, then it's Boyle. Lionel Tolmark heads the 2nd group now ahead of Wilby, Davidson and Rogers.
So we've got 2 laps of this road sport race to go then, with 4 minutes on the clock, and it's about to be about timing for the drivers out there. You've seen that they can all manoeuvre themselves from the front to the back of this 6-car group of cars just by going down the straight and catching a double toe. So it's going to be about working out where do you want to be at this stage of the race that you can allow you to move forward without opening up your rear defences to people dive bombing you into this Hanger Straight. This is the crucial part of the track today. Tom McEwen looking outside of Ballard, but it is the Timmins with that double toe, he's down the inside. They really are trying to work it out, and that's Cozzy right to the outside of Stowe. That is 4 wide as we enter into this 80 to 90 miles an hour as they head through Stowe Corner. That time Cozzy managed to hold them round the outside of Ballard, and he's going to have the inside as they head into Vale this time. So you can see how much manoeuvring these cars are capable of, and as they head into Vale this time, they've got 3 minutes left, so like I said, this is their penultimate lap.
4 wide, that was briefly 6 wide into Stowe Corner. I've never seen that from any category before. This is fantastic stuff. So who's come out with the lead? Looks like it is still Ballard who is there with the lead. Tricky to pick them out there as they come through Club. Ben Timmins trying to make a move for the lead as they come down towards Abbey on the inside. Tucked in behind them on the outside line, that's Cozzy in the number 3 with the yellow number plate cover on the nose. Side by side for the lead as they head through them. McEwing's been shuffled back towards the rear of this group again in the green car. Who's going to come out with the lead? You can see making a move to the inside there is McEwing. He's going to try and go up the inside of Rob Kennelly for it. No, that's Boyle. That's Boyle, I apologise, in the 93, the other light green car on the tail of Cozzy now up into 4th place. Oh, he's lost it. Right, Craig Boyle, I caught a glimpse there. I thought he'd lost it coming through. Yeah, he spun coming through the loop, so we're down to 5 for the lead now.
He just touched that curb and the car was already a full tilt on angle, and unfortunately that curb just didn't offer the grip that he needed to hold his car in a straight line. But it is Timmins then as they come down Wellington Straight once more. Ballard fighting with Cozzy. Is Cozzy going to be up into that 2nd place? He is, so he's looking for his first podium road sports, and it's looking good for now. But you've seen how many times these all change positions as we head on through. Bit of a gap now back to McEwing there and Kennelly. That battle for the 4th and 5th currently, and then an even more of a sort of gap before we get this little chase pack who have now been shuffled back.
Find out where Craig Boyle comes through after that quick spin. There he is, so he's back just outside the top 10, I think, as they head over the line to start the final lap of this incredible Vertex Caterham Road Sports Championship race. Timmins leads from Cozzy, Ballard, McEwing and Kennelly. As they come through over the line, yeah, Boyle is down to 10th place as a result of that spin. He's still got the fastest lap of the race, though. Meanwhile, a penalty for one of the cars further back in the order. That's the 33, Zach Lower's got a track limits penalty of 5 seconds. And there we see Craig Boyle. I think he just touched the back of Cozzy and was spun around by a bit of unintentional contact from Kennelly.
Yeah, just a bit of a chain reaction there through the pack as they're running so close. That just a little nudge there, and I say it didn't help that he was pushing hard on that curb on the inside and just turned them around. But we are down the Hanger Straight then, one of the main overtaking spots for the last lap of this race. And it is Cozzy who's going to look to the outside of Timmins there, and it's Ballard who's going to look to the outside of both of them as they come 3 wide into Stowe this time.
This is fantastic. 3 wide into Stowe Corner. Ballard's gone around the outside of both of them. Can he get round the brakes? Yes, he can get the car stopped just about. No, he's drifted wide on the exit. They'll come back at it. They're still going to be 3 wide, I think, on the run up the Vale and into the Club Corner complex. Who's going to come out of this with the lead? Ballard's held the left-hand side of the road. He locks up on the run into Club, somehow gets the car stopped, and he's got the lead by going around the outside of 2 cars at Stowe. That's an incredible manoeuvre by Toby Ballard, looking for his first win in the Vertex Caterham Road Sports category. Ben Timmins, the championship leader, looking for win number 6 this season. It's between these 3, I would say now, at the front of the field, or is it? Because fighting back is Tom McEwing. Here comes Timmins on the inside into Abbey, and then up towards the left flick at Farm, and then into the slower right-hander at Village. It's Ballard who are side by side now with Timmins up the inside into Village Corner. He knows it's pretty much now or never, and into the left-hander at the loop, and then through Aintree onto the Wellington Straight. McEwing runs a bit wide in 4th place behind them. I think it's going to be between these 3. They're heading towards the Wellington Straight for the final time. This is going to be certainly not for the faint of heart into Brooklands Corner.
McEwing just about hanging on in there. He went wide, I think, to try and get a slingshot, but it's not worked out. This top 3 do look like they might well have this, depending on that, and it is Cozzy down the inside and really tight to the inside. There might have even been a bit of wheel-to-wheel contact. Can Cozzy get late enough on the brakes so they go into Brooklands this time, keep the back end under control? Timmins around his outside, not giving many room, but it is Cozzy who's coming out into Luffield for the last time.
I thought that was going to end in disaster there. I thought they were going to bang wheels and spin out going into Brooklands, but it is Edward Cozzy who's got the lead ahead of Ben Timmins. Timmins will try and slipstream him on the run to the line. What an incredible race we have seen to open the weekend here at Silverstone. They're coming up towards the line. This is going to be really close at the checkered flag. They're going to finish side by side. We're going to have to go to the timing screen for this one, and Ed Cozzy has just held it by 11 thousandths of a second. Incredible.
Absolutely amazing. They will check that on the finish line camera as well, just to confirm that. But Cozzy, look, who could stop Timmins? Well, it looks like it's Cozzy at the moment. What a race for him. Timmins just 11 thousandths of a second behind. Then it's Ballard taking up that final podium position ahead of Tom McEwing. He'll be a bit disappointed with that 4th place, but it was looking worse than that at one point. Kennelly drifting to 5th and Tolmarth down in that 6th place.
The top four covered by less than 4/10 of a second at the line. Incredible. Brilliant racing. That's unusually fierce just for the first race of a weekend for the Caterhams. They loved every second of that here at Silverstone. Just waiting to get official confirmation of the result come through on the timing screen. Provisionally, it's Edward Cozzi who has taken the win. He's only down 11th in the championship coming into this weekend. Wins by 11 thousandths of a second ahead of Ben Timmons and Toby Ballard, completing the podium in car number 72, with Tom McEwing in fourth, and a small gap back of a couple of seconds to Rob Kennelly in fifth position, and Lionel Tolmach coming through from the seventh row of the grid to take sixth place.
Yeah, Ed Cozzi having a bit of a topsy-turvy season so far, kind of being in the bottom end of the top 10 or in the midfield pack, but last time out, like I say, at Zandvoort, he did get to fourth place, and he skipped from fourth all the way up to first place here in this race. What an event for him this time out.
Somebody spun at Club Corner. Is that on the slowdown map?
They were asked this morning not to go too slow on their slowdown lap, but if there was a bit of oil down or water down, then maybe that's it. But it does look like a grey machine. There was
not Rob Kennedy.
Kennedy was in the lead group as a grey car, so maybe it was. That'd be a bit embarrassing for him. But Timmons there, kind of ahead of coming in here, but McEwing there in that fourth place as well. He needs to really get back on that top step if he wants to mount his championship charge. We're 3 rounds in. This is our 4th round out of 7, so we're at that kind of halfway mark now. After they finished that first race, going into this second half of the season tomorrow.
Well, we'll check out the provisional results from the Vertex Caterham Motorsport Championship Race 1. Edward Cozzi taking the win ahead of Ben Timmons by 0.011 of a second. Toby Ballard taking third place ahead of Tom McEwing. A little gap back to Rob Kennelly in fifth ahead of Lionel Tolmach. Then Alistair Davidson, Solomon Rogers, Ryan Wilby, and the unlucky Craig Boyle completing the top 10, although he did get the fastest lap of the race. 21 Richard Harris was 11th. We didn't see much from further down the field because we couldn't take our eyes off that lead battle. Darren Butler 12th ahead of Lyndon Arnold and Henry Littlejohn, with Ollie Kibblewhite number 66 completing the top 15. Just a couple of non-finishers there. We saw Nick Bryan go out with car problems. We lost Dan Hope with some contact off the grid as well. Zach Lower got 2 track limits penalties in that race as well. 15 seconds of penalties, dropping him down to 25th. But we can shortly hand down to our pit reporters to talk to some of the drivers in Parc Fermé of that brilliant Vertex Caterham Motorsport Championship race.
We've got the drivers ready to talk to us, Sam, down in the pit lane.
What a fantastic race. I know this man in first place is going to be absolutely ecstatic about this. I know he's been wanting a podium, but I bet he didn't think he'd win, but goodness, he's going to be overjoyed. Let's grab a word. Ed, I know how much that means to you. Congratulations on the win.
Thanks so much. Yeah, that was hard.
It looked a lot of fun though.
Oh, it was mega. I tell you what, this year everyone's closed up so much and there's such tight racing, but like you can be side by side and actually trust each other, which is a lot nicer. I've never finished Silverstone, right? So this is a redemption for me. First time finishing in first place, so I'm stoked. Yeah, really happy.
Well, congratulations. I'll let you shortly have a word with Alan and then move up to the podiums. I'll grab a word with them. Thank you, Alan. Just having a hug. Congratulations, Ben. That looked like quite a lot of fun out there, but also quite hard work.
It was quite hard work. To be honest, I was very relieved when I saw the last lap board and the checkered flag. I've got a bit of food poisoning, so I was very, very relieved when we came into the pits then. Congrats to Ed, obviously, and to Toby. It was hard. It's just the toes so strong. I just thought I'd be able to pull away, and each time just reeled back in. So it is what it is. On to the next one.
When we saw Tom come from like 5th to 2nd or 1st, I mean, it was, you could see how strong it was.
Yeah, exactly. So I was just pleased to be able to stay up at the front, and I think I was there based on pace rather than in the toe, which is good. So yeah, a lot to work on for tomorrow. So yeah, look forward to it.
Well, congratulations. and we will move through and speak to Toby. Toby, congratulations on the third place. That looked, I was just saying to Ben and Ed, it looked like quite a lot of fun you were having out there.
It was non-stop. That was like really hard work. But yeah, no, brilliant race. Really good race.
And the guys were saying the toe is so strong here.
It's just timing it right. I was leading until the penultimate lap, and that's not where you want to be. So, but I mean, fair play to Ed. He did super well to get up from where he was. So, and he didn't crash in 21, which is almost a first, I think.
Sorry, I just like that. I always get crashed into.
Well,
no, it's good. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Well, there you go. You've heard from our top three. We'll hand back to you guys in the commentary box.
Quick word with you, if you don't mind. I think it's a typical Caterham race. Of course, no one knows how it's going to.
Okay, so one car is being recovered there. Dan Hope, a bit of a suspension damage following that contact off the grid. That will hopefully be repaired for race 2 tomorrow for the Vertex Caterham Motorsport Championship. But next up is something new to us here on BARC TV for the 2023 season, the Rocket F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. These are the single-seater stars of tomorrow. These young racers taking part in their identical Tatus T421 chassis. We normally see this series supporting the British Touring Car Championship, but they've got an away day, if you like, here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Big opportunity for them here today. Earlier in the day, our race reporter Ian Waterhouse down in the paddock caught up with a few of the drivers.
Hello everybody, welcome down to the assembly area. I hope you are as excited as I am for this one. British F4 Race 1 about to get underway. You're sorry, mate?
I jolted the camera when I...
Ah, no worries.
Yes, but three happy drivers down there with Alan Price here from Ed Conley and from Ben Timmons and also from Toby Ballard as well.
And guess what, Matt? I never make it onto the grid for a British F4 race, ever. And the car's not even here yet. And that must be the going on headline anger this weekend.
You will be watching around the property, right? Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm probably still waiting for a start the podium from the previous race, such as the timetable for the British Touring Car Championship meetings. But today, I'm down on the grid with reserves.
But equally at this point, there's normally an hour break. Am I going up there?
Hello everybody, welcome down to the assembly area. As you can hear, it's almost time to get underway for the first British F4 race of the day, and it is going to be a crack. If you like close, exciting racing, then this is for you. 18 different finishes on the podium this season. That's quite remarkable. Somebody's been on the podium quite a lot this season is this man. 5 podiums for Will McIntyre. I wonder if we can jump in and have a quick word with him. Of course, a race winner as well this season. He's had 3 second places, had a 3rd as well. Can he add to that tally? He starts on pole position. As you can see, he's just getting himself strapped in there nice and safe. We'll have a word with him. There you go, nice and tight. Let's jump in, shall we, Will? You've got a great opportunity to convert here and get your 2nd win of the season. How are you feeling ahead of this?
Yeah, pretty confident. I think consistency's been my strong point all season, and race pace has definitely been something I've been really good at. So yeah, finally to get a good position in quali, and yeah, I can easily convert it, I think.
It's quite a nice circuit, Silverstone, big, wide and fast. Does that suit your style?
Yeah, I think definitely the nature of the track does suit how I like the car set up and everything. So I don't know, we'll just have to wait and see really. I think the James and the Vortex have been really fast all year, so we just have to wait and see, I guess.
Awesome, well, best of luck, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Might see him after the race, of course. Lots coming up. James Higgins over here. Last time out, I had the honour of winning the 250th British F4 race. A certain Lando Norris got the first ever one. I wonder if we can have a quick word with James. The engine's going, it is quite loud. James, well, thank you. How nice is that? Of course, winning last time out, he had the honour of the 250th race win in British F4. Certainly following in the footsteps of Lando Norris. What can you do here in race 1?
I think it's just about solid points, really. It's race 1, it's not the end of the weekend, so we're starting 2nd. We've got Will alongside, so it'll be fast, but yeah, just looking to keep the nose clean and get a good result.
It's a little bit cooler than we thought, isn't it? We thought it was going to be a little bit warmer. That's not going to have too much of an impact though, is it?
No, the car's good in all conditions, so we'll see.
Fantastic. Best of luck, James. Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. So hopefully we've got a little bit more time. Let's just move down, shall we? We've got Josh Irfan here as well, a rookie this season. Let's just have a quick chat with him. Josh, cracking qualifying, starting in third. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really excited for this race, so see how it goes.
It's going to be an exciting race. Silverstone, we know it's fast, it's big, it's wide. Does that suit your style?
Yeah, of course, that's why I've qualified towards the front, so I can keep the same pace and keep going with these boys.
So, man, Josh, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really, really appreciate it. All right, almost time to go. It's so loud down here. I've got to be honest, I can barely hear what Josh was saying, but a lot of excitement coming up. It's the British F4 Race 1 here at Silverstone on the GP, about to get underway. Dave, over to you.
Okay, cars moving on to the grid then, ready for the first of 3 races this weekend for the Rockets F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. The UK's top single-seater series, the first step on both the FIA single-seater pyramid and a driver's journey to the very top of the sport. Of course, the first ever race winner in this category and a former champion back in 2015 was somebody called Lando Norris, so that's something to aspire to for these young racers, certainly. We'll have a look at the grid then for our first of 3 races this weekend, and it's number 5, Will McIntyre for the High-Tech Pulse 8 team, based here at Silverstone, the former junior saloon car champion and Ginetta junior racer, who will start on the pole. Alongside him will be number 18 of James Higgins, driving for the Fortec Motorsport team, some of the top teams in single-seater racing represented in this championship, these young racers. Josh Irfan will be on row 2 in car number 12 for the Rodin Carlin team, alongside number 4 Jimmy Pishik, the Australian, for High-Tech Pulse 8. Row 3, number 87 Deegan Fairclough, the winner of the Racing Star Scholarship at the start of this season. He drives for JHR Developments, and alongside him 49 of Daniel Ginchard in the distinctive red, yellow and black of Chris Dickman Racing. The 4th row of the grid, number 23 Gustav Jonsson from Sweden, and Akil Alibay, the South African, for Virtuosi Racing. Gustav Jonsson racing for Chris Dickman Racing. On row 5, the championship leader by just a couple of points, Louis Sharp, down on row 5 in the Rodin Carlin car, alongside number 7 Gabriel Stilp, one of the top rookies in the field. Is Josh Irfan, that who's the top rookie cup driver on the grid. Gabriel Stilp for High-Tech starts on row 5 of the grid. Row 6 will be number 2 Noah Lizzle and number 17 Pat Heisenroder, the 2 Australians. Row 7, number 6 Kanato Lee from Japan, and number 55 the man from India, Dion Gowda. Row 8, number 29 Mika Abrahams, another South African, alongside Douwe Dedeka, the Belgian driver. Row 9, 72 Sonny Smith, recently scored his maiden win at Alton Park, starts alongside number 78 of Jack Sherwood. The 10th row, Kai Darianani and Isaac Barashi will complete the 10 cars on the grid, and there's one other car starting from the pit lane. Jaden Pariats, the Indian driver for Finsis by Argenti, he starts from the pit lane. An accumulation of licence points means he is penalised by starting from the pits. This will be a 20-minute race. This is going to be an absolutely frantic one. The championship recently celebrated its 250th race, the Rockets F4 British Championship, and James Higgins had the honour of winning the 250th race at Alton Park. They've had 9 different winners from 14 events so far this year in this championship, showing just how evenly matched these cars are. Louis Sharp, the New Zealander it is, who leads the point standings coming into this round by just a couple of points ahead of Will McIntyre, by 5 points to be precise. 3rd in the points is Dion Gowda, the man from India. The Rookie Cup, meanwhile, points are led by Gustav Jonsson, the Swede, ahead of Gabriel Stilp and Douwe Dedeka, the Belgian driver for Virtuosi Racing. The Teams Championship is headed by Rodin Carlin, ahead of High-Tech Pulse 8, who are based here at Silverstone, and the famous Fortec Motorsport team completing the top 3 in the team standings. It is on pole position, and is second in the championship, Will McIntyre, the 15-year-old from Wroxham in Norfolk. Plenty of silverware last season in the Ginetta Junior Sports Car Championship. Taking 6 race victories and the rookies title there. He starts alongside the number number 18 of James Higgins, looking for his latest victory. James Higgins, another ex-Ginetta junior racer, did the final 2 events of last year in these little Tatus single-seaters, powered by 1.4 litre Abarth engines, the Italian-built machines. Control tyres by Pirelli. This is their 6th meeting of the season here on the Silverstone GP circuit. As we said, they normally support the British Touring Car Championship with plenty of exposure through there. These young racers, all of them I think are aged 18 or younger. This is the first step up from karting. I think Kai Daryanani is the oldest man on the grid, just 18 years of age, in the number 8 car for Virtuosi Racing. So this will be a 20-minute race. It's going to be very close indeed. It's one of the premier single-seater categories in British motorsport. Moving to line then, Will McIntyre, the black and white car with the red trim on the right of the picture, taking the pole. James Higgins in the orange and white car on the left as we look at it. Second row is Josh Irfan, the black car with the red and blue trim. And James Pizik in silver and black with a bit of red trim. Those are the leading colours to look out for. Watch for Deegan Fairclough in the black number 87 car on the third row as well. Last couple of cars pulling into line at the back. Don't forget we've got one car starting from the pit lane as well, the number 77 of Jayden Parriet, after a penalty. Get standing starts. Waiting for the rest tries, these 1.4 litre Abarth engines. 5-second board is held aloft. Red lights are on. We've got a yellow flag. Got a yellow flag on the grid. Can't see from my angle which car has a problem there. So it looks like the start has been delayed. The clock is running. Let's wait to see if I can see which car is in trouble.
Continuing here, unfortunately, in a downward direction for the number 6 machine, so he needs to be pushed away. As I said, the one towards the backside of Barashi will possibly need to be pushed off the grid.
We think it's a couple of cars in problems. The man at the back of the grid, number 26, Isaac Barashi, we think has an issue there. That's the Finsis by Argenti run car. Isaac Barashi made his debut towards the end of last season here at Silverstone. And possibly Kanato Lee with a problem as well, the Japanese driver for the high-tech GP team. The 2021 IAME Euro Series Junior X30 karting champion. Okay, so Kanato Lee and we think Isaac Barashi are in trouble down there, so yes, we see a car being wheeled away. Start being delayed, although the clock is still running, I can tell you, which is unusual because the race didn't actually start. Wait and see what's going to happen there. So a delay to the start of our Rocket F4 British Championship certified by FIA. Yes, the timing screen has now reset itself, thanks to TSL timing, our timekeeping services this weekend. Thanks to all our camera crews out there capturing the action this weekend as well. We must give a mention to Danny, one of our cameramen, who turned up bright and early here at Silverstone, ready to film the action. Unfortunately, he turned up last Saturday. Yep, he got the wrong week. We promised we'd mention it, Danny. You won't make that mistake again, I'm sure. We bought him a diary, don't worry. Okay, then waiting to see what's going to happen here, whether the stalled cars will be got going in. Thanks for all your comments on the YouTube feed. Yes, one driver who is missing this weekend is Aidan Neats. Sadly, he's withdrawn.
it's not pushing. The member of the team that's at the back is incredibly physically strong because he's actually wearing a big backpack as well as pushing the car up the pit lane. And
it's pretty warm here at Silverstone. You can see the heat haze down there on the grid as we get ready to get underway with attempt 2 for the Rocket F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. First step on the FIA single-seater pyramid for these young racers. It is Louis Sharp who leads the championship, the New Zealander coming into this weekend. Missed the first round in 2022 because he wasn't yet old enough. He wasn't yet 15 to be able to race. Then he ripped through the opposition to take 4th place, including a couple of wins last year, driving for the Rodin Carlin team. Of course, Carlin, one of the most famous names in single-seater racing over the last few years. They made their debut in British Formula 3 as far back as 1997. And they've passed through, racers have passed through their hands include Lando Norris, who we've mentioned, George Russell, Kevin Magnussen, Carlos Sainz, among others. They're based down in Surrey. Second in the championship is Will McIntyre. Then we've got Dion Gowda, another of the Carlin racers, the 15-year-old from India. Competed in karting across Asia before moving to the UK. Ganato Lee is 4th in the points. We'll wait to see if he takes the restart here. Then Aidan Neates, who's not here this weekend, completing the top 5, son of Andy Neates, the ex-British touring car racer. Noah Lyle is 6th in the points. Apologies if I mispronounced his name earlier on. Noah had his first year in single-seaters last year, racing in Spanish F4 and British F4 in the rookie category. That's led by Gustav Jonsson, the Swede, for Chris Dittman Racing this year. There's the Chris Dittman Racing car. That's Jack Sherwood's version, the red, yellow and black livery. Very familiar from Chris's racing days in the likes of the F3 Cup. And so they get round for another green flag lap. Get some heat into their Pirelli tyres. And we will try again. The delay there with those couple of stalled cars. Hopefully they've been able to get going again. Yes, the 26 has. That's Isaac Barashi in the Finsis car. Finsis by Argenti, the team founded by another familiar name from the touring car support package, Michael Meadows, the former Porsche Carrera Cup champion. That explains the blue and black livery. That's the colours he used to run his Porsches in. He's got Isaac Barashi, Pat Buitzenrode from Sydney, and Jaden Parent, who should be starting in the pits. Waiting for them to make their way up to the grid then. The driver to watch out for Chris Dittman Racing is Daniel Ginchard, former double kart championship winner, was runner-up in the Rookie Cup last season and overall win at Alton Park. I think he comes from the Ginchard family, famous for short oval racing. Several branches of that family have competed in the likes of Formula 2 stock car racing very successfully, I remember, over the years. To the grid they come then. Will be Will McIntyre in pole position, star of the Ginetta Junior Championship in the past. James Higgins will start alongside him. Look out for Deegan Fairclough as well, another Ginetta Junior star. Remember him in the Fiesta Juniors as well. Big battles with Jensen Brickley, who's now in TCR UK. Last couple of cars just moving into line at the back of the grid outside my commentary position. Okay, getting ready for take 2 then, with the first race for the Rocket F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Over the full 20-minute distance, because the initial staging didn't get underway at all before a couple of stalled cars forced an aborted start. Green flag now waves at the back of the grid. Looks like everybody is ready. Revs rise, waiting for the red lights to come on, and when they go out, we will be underway. Here we go. Our first British F4 race of the weekend. Down towards Cops Corner they go. It's a good start by James Higgins on the inside. We'll see who's leading as they come into sight at Beckett's. Looks like everybody has got away well. We wait to see who's going to get the best run down towards the Beckett's complex. It's very close indeed. They're side by side on the run into it. Who's going to come out of this with the lead? They're absolutely side by side. It looks like it's possibly one of our rookies with the yellow number plate. I think that's Gustav Jonsson who's possibly come through into the lead. Somebody going off there on the outside. That's from the back of the grid, the number 14 car of Akil Alibay, the South African driver. But it looks like it is possibly Jonsson, is it, who's leading? No, it's the number 12 of Josh Irfan, in fact, who has got the lead. My apologies there. So Josh Irfan it is who leads for the Rodin Carlin team. Everybody else making their way through behind. So Josh Irfan it is who leads the way. First of our Rookie Cup drivers leads the field overall. Starting to sort themselves out behind. We've got more cars running wide at the club complex. It is Irfan who leads the way. We'll establish the order as best we can as they come through. Plenty of dodging about there in the pack. Towards the right-hander at Village, a little lock up there from our second place man, the number 5 of Will McIntyre, our pole sitter in this race. Looks like it is Jimmy Pisic who is tucked in behind in the number 4. There's Gustav Jonsson making a move on the number 2 of Noah Lyle, a little further in the pack. Start to sort themselves out around the opening lap of this 20-minute race. It is Josh Irfan who holds his lead ahead of Will McIntyre. Looks like it's Pisic up there in third place, the Australian. It's had a relatively quiet season so far, down in 7th place in the championship. One of a few Antipodean drivers in this series, including, of course, New Zealander Louis Sharp, who leads the points going into this weekend. He qualified down in 9th place. We'll see if he's made up any ground as they come over the line. It's Irfan who leads from McIntyre, Pisic, Deegan Fairclough in 4th place. James Higgins is down to 5th. Then it's Ginchard in 6th position, Lyle 7th, Jonsson 8th, and 2nd of the rookies. 9th is Pat Huitzenroder, and rounding out the top 10 is Abrahams. So the first lap is completed. Then the leaders head out towards the Beckett's complex for the second time. A bit of a slide there for Gustav Jonsson. They call it right on the edge through their spectacular sequence of corners. Number 29 there coming through is Mika Abrahams, the South African, just at the bottom reaches of the top 10. But it is Irfan who leads, still ahead of McIntyre and Pisic in 3rd place. So British 1-2 at the moment. Deegan Fairclough trying to challenge for a podium in there as well. Side by side, trying to get around the outside there. Number 78 of Jack Sherwood for Chris Dickman Racing. It's Irfan who led by just under half a second at the end of the opening lap. Now trying to pull away just a little. Sherfan riding for the Rodin Carling team in the number 12 car. Graduated to single seats after multiple karting championship and also in the Super 1 British Esports Championship as well. A lot of these drivers very successful sim racers. There's number 87, the black car, that's Deegan Fairclough. Plenty of exploits in junior saloon racing with the Fiesta Juniors and the Junior Saloon Car Championship in the Citroen Saxos. 29 there of Mika Abrahams coming under fire. I think that's Dion Gowda for Rodin Carling behind in the number 55 car, the 15-year-old from India. Did our cars installed at the start join in? Yes, Kanato Lay is at the back of the field. He must have started from the pit lane. I don't think we're right. He's at Barashi out there after his earlier issues, though. Coming through to complete lap number 2 of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Over the line they go. It is Irfan who still leads from McIntyre. He's increased his lead to 0.89 of a second now as they go over the line. Pisic in 3rd place. Then Deegan Fairclough is 4th. James Higgins in 5th position. So no change in the order at the front of the field this time through. As the number 29, Mika Abrahams, the white and red car, down in 10th position. Leading rookie is still our overall leader, Josh Irfan. Second rookie is Gustav Jonsson. 3rd is David De Decker, down in 14th place overall. 72 of Sonny Smith, winner at Alton Park last time out. Lost a couple of places on that previous lap. 5 rounds of the championship have been held so far this year. Louis Sharp had a couple of wins at Donington Park first time out. Noah Lyle had a win there as well. Wins for Kanato Lay and for James Higgins in the second meeting at Brands Hatch Indy. Been to Snetterton, Thruxton and Alton Park as well. Towards the right-hander at Abbey, and Josh Irfan is really increasing his lead here. Starting to get a little more spaced out now, these Italian-built Tatuus single-seaters with their Abarth 1.4 engines. There's the number 2 car, that's Noah Lyle, the black car with the yellow flashes. He's coming under a lot of pressure from Gustav Jonsson, the number 23 for Chris Dittman Racing. Plenty of karting experience, this is his first year in single-seaters. There is the number 2 of Lyle. It's the battle for 7th position overall between these two into Brooklands. Josh Irfan with the fastest lap of the race so far. He led by 0.89 of a second at the conclusion of the previous lap as they head through to complete lap number 3. It's up to just over a second now. Irfan, McIntyre, Pischig still your top 3 positions. They head into Copse Corner. There's Deegan Fairclough just lurking behind them, looking for a chance to get into a podium position. James Higgins is next, and then it is Daniel Ginchard in the number 49. Extremely talented kart racer, looking to move up the points from his current 11th position. Sounded like we had a car come down the pit lane. That was Isaac Barashi, so he was running out there. The number 26 car has just pulled into the pits at the back of the field. Kanato Lay has done the fastest lap of the race, recovering after his delay earlier on. The Japanese driver down in 19th place at the moment. Watch for him coming through the field. He's towards the back of this big group heading through Stowe Corner. That's the number 6 car for the high-tech Pulse 8 team. And there he is at the back of the lineup, battling away with the number 77 car there of Jaden Parriott, the Indian driver for Finsis by Argenti. And he started from the pit lane after a penalty for accumulating licence points for various misdemeanours over the course of the season, unfortunately. Oh, and running wide there, that's Kanato Lay, I think, making a bit of a mistake at Club Corner. Keep an eye on the Japanese driver trying to move his way through the field. He's 4th in the points at the moment. He's had a couple of wins, one at Brands Hatch and one at Alton Park. Would love a 3rd win this weekend. Tyre smoke there as they head through Village. Somebody's had... in fact, nearly everybody's having a lock-up through there. I wonder if there's a bit of fluid been dropped there, actually, because a few of them seem to be losing grip. Maybe it's the warm conditions. Just over 12 minutes of this race to go. Great racing so far at Silverstone. Somebody going off wide there. That was one of the JHR cars. Got it gathered up again. It's the number 77. No, it's one of the Finsis cars, isn't it? It's Jaden Parriott who was battling with Kanato Lay. Just ran wide there, coming out of the loop into entry. He's all over the place, the 77. Meantime, here are the leaders. Still Josh Irfan from McIntyre in 2nd place, Pischig in 3rd, then Deegan Fairclough. The lead gap is 1.1 seconds now, and less than a second covering 2nd, 3rd and 4th, with James Higgins trying to close in. He did the best first sector of everyone in that last lap. And everybody in the top 10 bar the leader in 10th place, Mika Abrahams, did a personal best lap, so things getting quicker as the race goes on. Are they reeling in? Josh Irfan at the front of the field. It's 5 cars, line astern for 2nd. McIntyre, Pischig, Fairclough, Higgins, and on the back of them is Ginchard. 49, Daniel Ginchard, looking for his first win in the category. Then there's a small gap back to Noah Lyle, who's next in the order in the blue and yellow Rodin Carlin car. He's got Gustav Jonsson on his tail, the 2nd of the rookies. Then Huitzenroder and Abrahams round out the top 10. Bit of lock up there from, I think that was McIntyre going into Club in 2nd place. They're really pushing these cars to the limit around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. It's wonderful to see these young racers getting the chance to race at the home of British Motorsport on the Grand Prix circuits. Side by side here, that's Noah Lyle battling it out with the number 23 of Gustav Jonsson. Having a terrific fight for 7th place. Here they come through Farm and Village. There's the 49 car ahead of them. That's Daniel Ginchard, the next man there, trying to catch as Lyle runs a little bit wide, coming through out of Village into the loop. Who's that dodging about on their tails. That's Hitzenroder and Abrahams closing up on them as well. Down the Wellington Straight they go, under the bridge. This is the battle for second place. Meanwhile, again, a lock up there from Will McIntyre. He's pushing really hard in that second, but he's not catching Josh Irfan. There's the 26 car. That's Isaac Barashi in the Argenti pit area. Saw him in problems early on. He's one of the cars that stalled on the grid and then had further problems. Lead gap has opened up to just under 1.5 seconds now. Josh Irfan pulling away on McIntyre, Pischig, Fairclough, Higgins, then Ginchard. 5 of them together, covered by less than 2 seconds for second down to 6th position. Then a gap back of about 4 seconds to Noah Lyle, next in the order in the number 2. See, the lead gap has increased, and it's the Rookie Cup racer Josh Irfan who has the lead. He's only in 4th place in the rookie points. You can recognise the rookies by the yellow number plates on the cars. Next group are all main class drivers with the white numbers, and there's Gustav Jonsson dodging about, trying to defend. I think it's the 55, sorry, of Dion Gouda, who's currently 3rd in the points, so he won't be too happy to be down outside the top 10 at the moment. There's a replay of that battling down the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. Look at them dodging about like they're still in their go-karts. Noah Lyle somehow managing to hold off Gustav Jonsson, but only just. They are loving every second of this, showing their skills and daring from their karting experience, some of them from Ginetta Juniors. Noah Lyle runs a little bit wide there in the background. 8 minutes of this race still to go for the Rockets F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. He does come down into the left-hander at Brooklands, and Deegan Fairclough trying to get a run on James Pischig there for that 3rd place. The high-tech car under fire from the JHR Developments car. Around this long double right-hander at Luffield, then out towards Woodcote to complete another lap. Over the line, the lead gap is still 1.5 seconds, so Irfan increasing his lead, but only very, very slightly each time. Jimmy Pischig still there in 3rd place for the high-tech Pulse 8 team, based here at Silverstone, founded by former karting champion Oliver Oakes. Jimmy Pischig, the man from Adelaide, there in 3rd place. Previously racing his national Formula 4 championship in Australia. It's a battle further back. This is Kanato Lay. We haven't seen him make a huge amount of progress up the order. Ahead there of the number 8 car, that is. That's Kai Darianani, one of the elder statesmen of the grid. It seems difficult saying that when he's only 18. They head down into Stowe Corner. 6.5 minutes to go. Josh Irfan looking reasonably safe out in front at the moment. Irfan only 17th in the overall point standings at the moment, so looking for his first win of the season. He's had 1 podium this season. That was in round 14 at Alton Park last time out. Leads Will McIntyre, double winner at Thruxton earlier this season. See some of the midfielders come through. There's the 77 car, that's Jaden Parriat towards the tail end of the field. Fastest lap being recorded by Gabriel Stilp. Now he's at the tail of the pack at the moment, but he's been into the pits with a problem. He's set a 2:02.688 on his recovery. 7 laps completed by the leaders. The lead gap is still 1.5 seconds. It's getting very close indeed here between 1 and 2 of the cars in the midfield. Deegan Fairclough, meanwhile, trying to close in on James Pischig for 3rd place. And a bit wide there coming out of Cops Corner up towards Maggots. James Higgins is in his wheel tracks there. This is the battle for second. There's our leader. We haven't seen too much of Josh Irfan so far. The Rodin Carlin man out in front looking at his maiden win. It's McIntyre, Pigic, Fairclough and Higgins fighting for second place, with Daniel Ginchard not far behind them. There's Ginchard, the red and yellow car. And they get back to Noah Lyle, who has dropped Gustav Jonsson slightly by 0.8 of a second now. Patrick Huitzenroder, another Australian, and Mika Abrahams rounding out the top 10. So there haven't been any major changes in the top 10 positions in this race. Further back end, just outside the top 10, the 55 of Dion Gouda. Third in the points coming into this race, 12 points off Will McIntyre, so he'll want improvements here. And behind him is the championship leader, Louis Sharp. So it's some of the lesser lights showing towards the front of the field. This is going to benefit Will McIntyre, because Sharp and Gouda, the two men around him in the outside the top 10. And Kanato Lay, who's fourth in the points, had those problems at the start. He's down in 17th place. He's just not past Darianani in the number 8 car, as we saw. Rounding out the top 5 in the points is James Higgins, who's in 5th position. He's battling with Deegan Fairclough there as they come through the loop. A couple of laps to go, I would guess, in this first of 3 races this weekend for the Rocket F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Still these 5 cars line astern for second, but they can't seem to dislodge anyone from their position. Still Josh Irfan leads the way. Fourth in the rookie point team. The Rookie Cup has a separate championship. 6 drivers have contested that this season. Over the line they go once again. The lead gap, if anything, has come down slightly, because Will McIntyre has done a personal best of 2:03.282, and now the lead gap is 1.36 seconds. Pigic still third, a further 0.7 back. It's Fairclough, Higgins, Ginchard. Lyle is still further back, nearly 4.5 seconds off Ginchard. Black and white flag being shown to the number 28 of David De Decker for exceeding track limits. Looks like another car, that's Sonny Smith. Yeah, he's got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. So Sonny Smith with a 5-second penalty. He's further down the order in about 17th overall. Leaders through Stowe Corner. See the comparison there between Will McIntyre and James Pigic, the 2 high-tech teammates. Blue Vale and Club. Closing stage is now just over 2 minutes to go in this Rocket F4 British Championship race. Leaders head through towards Abbey. It's the midfield battle, and once again that is Kanato Lay closing up. I think that's the number 28 of David De Decker that he's got in his sights there. The Belgian, yes, there he is in the Virtuosi racing car. Virtuosi team with 3 cars in this race: Kai Darianani, Akil Alipay and De Decker, who's been racing karts since he was 8 at the famous Genk venue in Belgium, competing in the OK Juniors Karting World Championship before graduating to single-seaters. Looks like it will be last lap this time. Over the line go the leaders, and the gap is down to less than a second now, so Will McIntyre is pushing as hard as he can. He's taking 0.4 of a second out of our leader, Josh Irfan, on that last lap. Don't think it's quite going to be enough to overtake him for the lead, though. This is looking good for Josh Irfan. Had 1 podium this year in the previous round at Alton Park with a 2nd place. Staying clear of Will McIntyre and James Pigic, his teammate, in 3rd place. Fairclough in 4th. Down the hanger straight they come for the last time towards Stowe Corner. Can they close up on him, or is one of our rookies going to take the opening win of the weekend? Deegan Fairclough is getting closer to Jimmy Pigic for 3rd position. James Higgins in 5th. Daniel Ginchard in 6th position. And Noah Lyle 7th. 2nd of the rookies is Jonsson. 3rd is De Decker further back in the order. The other rookies hitting problems. Gabriel Stubbs 2nd in the rookies points championship. Oh, and Fairclough may have a penalty as well. We've just seen race control. Yes, Deegan Fairclough's going to get a 5-second penalty, unfortunately, for exceeding track limits. A couple of other black and white flags have gone out as well. The 29 car, that is Mika Abrahams. Josh Irfan looks like he is going to hold off Will McIntyre. Made a great start, Josh Irfan, from the second row of the grid to take up the lead. Down towards Brooklands for the final time. McIntyre has closed the gap, but I don't think he's going to get close enough through these last couple of corners. A little bit of a lock up there from the leader through the left-hander at Brooklands, then the double right at Luffield. McIntyre closing right up, but I think it's just going to be too late for him. It will be a pretty close finish, but Josh Irfan is heading for his first victory in the Rockets F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Checkered flag goes out and Irfan wins it. Irfan wins it by just under half a second from Will McIntyre. Third goes to James Pissick, then Higgins, Ginchard, Fairclough, penalised down to 6th position for exceeding track limits, unfortunately for him. Then it's Lyle, Jonsson, Hudson-Roda and Abrahams rounding out the top 10. It's like 20 of the 21 starters will go the distance, but it's Josh Irfan who takes the win for the Rodin Carlin team. His first win in the championship. It's going to move him up the points table towards the top 10. And where did our championship leader come in? Louis Sharp, only 12th for the New Zealander. Not the result he was looking for. Dion Gouda was only 11th as well. With Kanato Lee having problems, only finishing in 15th place. That's going to be the big winner from that one, will be Will McIntyre in 2nd place, and that's going to move him up towards the championship lead. Of course, the points will be worked out over the course of the weekend, and we'll update you as and when we can, with 3 races taking place this weekend. But it's Koskan and Josh Irfan who takes the win in race number 1 for the Rockets F4 British Championship by 0.4 of a second ahead of Will McIntyre. His teammate James Pissick completing the podium, then James Higgins for Fortec Motorsport in 4th. Daniel Ginchard was 5th ahead of Deegan Fairclough with that 5-second penalty. Then Noah Lyle, Gustav Jonsson 2nd of the rookies. Then Patrick Hudson-Roda, the Australian, for the Defensis by Argenti team. Mika Abrahams completing the top 10 overall ahead of Dion Gouda and Louis Sharp, championship contenders. Then Jack Sherwood, Akil Alibai was next. Then Kanato Lay making it up to 15th after his early problems. Then Dava De Decker. Next home was the number 8 of Kai Darianani. Then it's number 77, which is Jaden Pariat. Sonny Smith, after a penalty, finished 19th, and Gabriel Stilp completing the finishers. And one non-finisher there, Isaac Barashi, retiring into the pits after a couple of laps. Let's head down to Ian Waterhouse in the pits to talk to our podium finishers.
Hello everybody, welcome down. Look at that is Josh Irfan. He is absolutely delighted. Look at that, the rookie takes the win as well. Just watch this embrace here, look at that. What does it mean to get the win? It means absolutely everything, doesn't it? Oh my word, what a great race that was indeed as well. He's just got to go get Wade, then we are going to go and grab a word with him as well. In fact, I wonder if we can quickly jump in as well. We're not allowed to touch the cars. He's just got to put his steering wheel on. We'll accompany him to go get Wade as well, but let's have a quick chat with Josh Irfan, your race winner. He's a rookie as well. He's going to be absolutely delighted with this one. It's so loud down here as well. Josh, come on, look at that smile. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels fucking awesome.
It was a magnificent drive. You got some incredible talent around you, but you managed to hold them off.
Yeah, they caught me last lap, but I consistently went away. Start was awesome, and from that point on, I just went.
So look, you've got to go get yourself Wade. Congratulations. We're going to grab Jimmy Physique over here as well. He's got to go get Wade too. He finished in 3rd place. Of course, we caught up with Will as well. He just chat to Alan Hyde. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with him now. He's going to come around. Jimmy, how was that out there? Congratulations getting on the podium.
Yeah, thank you. It was good. I got the jump off the start. Yeah, I guess it was just managing tyres throughout the whole race. It's sort of, the dirty air was worse than I was going to expect. So, I mean, yeah, it was a good race all in all. Happy to get, I guess, a 3 and a 2 for the team.
It's quite a learning curve out there, of course. We've got a couple more races still to come over the course of the weekend. What have you learned from here that you're going to bring into the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, we're just managing tyres, I think, because the tyres do drop off a fair bit at this track because it's such a high-speed track. You do have to manage your tyres a bit, so bringing that into the next couple of races. We've got the reverse grid and race 3 where I'm saying pole position, so what can I say? Let's go for it.
Let's rock and roll. There you go. Go get yourself weighed. Congratulations. Let's go see if we can grab Will over here as well. We spoke to him a little bit earlier, didn't we? I wonder if we can, we'll just jump over, grab Will McIntyre if we can. He's finished in second place. Did start on pole position. He's just chatting to one of his teammates as well. Will, how was it out there?
It was okay. I think I don't know what happened at the start, but I mean, whatever it is, destroyed my clutch, and I don't think I got that caused me to get a really rubbish getaway. But you know, towards the end, I know I got hit by I think Deegan, but yeah, which caused me a bit of damage, which hindered my pace.
Still more opportunities to come this weekend. You still get quite a lot out of it, though, right?
Yeah, I think obviously starting P3 for race 3, so it's all good.
Well, thanks for talking to us. There you go, finished in second place. I'm going to hand back to Dave. I think we might even be able to bring you the podium soon, but of course, don't forget, we've got that 2-hour British endurance race coming up very soon. Dave, back to you.
Thank you very much indeed, well done. So I'll tell you what I'll do, I'm going to make my way up from Park Fairway. Podium is coming next.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, nice to hear from race winner. He's so happy, wasn't he? He sounds so happy in his voice there, John.
He's being hugged and cuddled and he's absolutely beside himself. He is.
Means so much, doesn't it, when they take their first win in a championship like this. So we'll hear from the drivers on the podium in terms of getting them up onto the first, second and first set that we have here at Silverstone, high up above the pit lane of the podium. So if you're on the grandstand opposite, down there somewhere in the pit lane, you'll be able to see the podium taking place very shortly indeed. 3 races still to come.
Okay, then getting ready for our next race. It is our longest race today. Apologies for any I have heard just a few moments ago, by the way. But we're almost ready to get underway with our next race, which is the 2-hour race for the British Endurance Championship. First of a pair of 2-hour races this weekend. We'll see the Britcar Trophy category in action tomorrow. We'll take a look at the grid in just a moment. We recently saw, of course, the British Endurance Championship in action at Alton Park, where it was a dominant victory for the second race in a row for Peter Erceg and Marcus Clutton in their Audi R8 GT3. A variety of classes of GT and touring cars out in this championship. Class A for the big GT3 cars, got 2 of those out in this one. Class B is for the Challenge spec cars. We've got a little variety of 4 cars in that category, a pair of Lamborghinis, a Ferrari and a Solution F TC12. We'll bring you more info on that as soon as we have it. Class C, we've got a pair of Porsches and an Audi S3 touring car. Well, it was scheduled to be an Audi S3. I think they've changed to a VW. We'll get visual confirmation on that in a moment. Next British touring car machine for the Team Hard drivers. Class D is for GT4 cars, and we've got Class E for the TCR touring cars. Class F is just 1 entry in there, the Jaguar F-Type of the Thompson family, and Class G for Ginetta, the G55 Super Cup cars. So that's what we're going to be seeing out next. 2 more races to go. After that's for our Caterham categories, the 270Rs and the 310R Caterhams. Chris Hutchinson will be rejoining us for those races. But for now, we have a 2-hour race, 2 mandatory pit stops for each car, and each car is shared by 2 drivers. So there'll be pit stops and driver changes, a proper endurance race here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. We'll have a look at the grid then in a second for this British Endurance Championship race, and it is once again the pre-race favourites Peter Erceg and Marcus Clutton in the PB Racing Audi R8 GT3 who are on pole. Peter Erceg will start that car, and alongside them is the Chameleon, aka the Aston Martin Vulcan. We'll see the livery on that car in a few moments' time. That's started by Gleb Stepanovs from Latvia. Stephen Tompkins will share. On their way to the grid now, it's the Chameleon that's actually leading them out. Second row of the grid, the current points leaders, the Porsche 991 of Brad Thurston and Daryl De Leon, the man from the Philippines. Brad Thurston starts. Alongside them will be number 26, that's Johnny Haynes and Dominic Malone in the M-Tech Lamborghini Huracan. That's the first of the Class B cars. Dominic Malone, regular BMW racer, will start that car. Row 3, we have the Cunninghams in the SG Racing Porsche. They've been a regular in British Endurance for a number of years now with their Porsche 997. That's a Class C car. Mark Cunningham starts. Peter will take over at the first pit stop. And alongside them is the experienced GT racer Mikael Mack, sharing with Canadian Keith Freezer in the Scott Sport Lamborghini Super Trofeo Evo. Keith Freezer, the regular historic racer, will start that car. The fourth row of the grid, great to see these two back, John Seal and Jamie Stanley. John Seal, veteran of Ferrari and Lamborghini racing for many years. They're in a Ferrari 488 Challenge from the RNR Performance Cars stable today, and it is John Seal who will start. Alongside him will be Sam Allpass, number 38, looking to pass all in this race. He's actually driving solo in this race. I think he's our only solo driver in the Solution F TC12. That's based on a BMW. It's a space frame car, almost similar to the Volvo S80 that we've seen Nigel Mustill racing in endurance events in the past as well, if you're familiar with that car. I can see the cars lining up now out of my window, and this really is a fantastic looking grid coming to the grid for this one. Row number 5, we've got the first of the TCR touring cars. Car number 87. Which will be started by Jonathan Beeson, showing a George Healer. That's the shared Autosport Audi RS3, won the class at Alton Park last time out. And they're alongside a car we're seeing for the first time in the championship this year, Mike McCollum, starting his KTM Crossbow GT4 for the Track Focus team, sharing with Sean Cooper. We've seen that car in the British GT Championship in the past. Then on row 6 of the grid, we've got the first of the Ginetta G55 Super Cup cars, the familiar team of Mac G Racing. Johnny McGregor, the team owner, starts the car. Josh Tomlinson will take over. And they're alongside number 21, the Venture Innovations second car on the grid, the Mercedes GT4, started by Chris Jones, sharing with Matt George. Row 7 is another of our TCR touring cars. The team that was leading the points prior to a bit of a disaster at Alton Park when the car had repeated problems, Ashley Woodman and Martin Byford. Ashley Woodman will start the EDF Motorsports Cupra Leon. And alongside then number 108, which is Amir Naran, sharing with reigning champion Tom Jackson. He was in a GT3 Mercedes last season, now driving for Breakel Racing in the Mercedes AMG GT4. Row 8 are the Thompsons in the New Barn Racing Jaguar F-Type. It's Adam Thompson who will start. Callum Thompson takes over. They start alongside number 50, the Aston Martin GT4 of MKH Racing. Peter Montague starts. Stuart Hall, the pro driver, will take over. Row 9 of the grid is the other Ginetta G55, and that's started by Mark Ellman for SVG Motorsport. Owen Hizzy, very quick young Ginetta racer, will take over from him. Then we've got the number 22 Cupra TCR, the other EDF Motorsports car. Richard Avery starts, and Nick Hull will take over. And the final car on the grid is the number 34. Maurice Henry starts. Paul Curran will take over. That's the Team Hard BTCC car. I believe that's not the Audi S3 that's originally listed. I think it's a VW Passat that they're going to be driving. I'll get confirmation on that in a moment. We can probably get confirmation because I think Ian, our pit reporter, is down on the grid.
TCR class F, as we described earlier, any other business really, so anyone that wants to go out racing and you can't get yourself...
Hello everybody, welcome to one of my favourite places. We're on the grid, as you can see. In fact, we're almost told to get off it, but how bad the timing is that? It's typical, isn't it? That's the problem with being live. But as you can see, what a sight of cars we've got here. Let's just quickly, very quickly, I wonder if we can grab a quick word with Glebs here. Because I'll tell you, I almost burnt myself on this car. It's going to be a hot one, this, isn't it?
Yeah, well, humid for sure.
But you've got a bit of a fan in here. We bring the camera around just very quickly. I just want to show how small the steering wheel looks on this car. It's tiny, isn't it? We've got to go. We're being told off to get off first. Sorry, guys. We are literally being told off here. Time for us to go. I'm not even joking. We are getting told off. Time for us to go. Enjoy this one. We're going to be in the pits. Dave, really sorry. Short and sweet, but back to you, mate.
And when you need to come into the pit lane, and one other thing to factor in as well, you need to be in for your 2 pit stops for a minimum of 100.
Okay, looks like the grid is being cleared down there then. And what a front row we can see. The orange and black Audi R8 GT3. Peter Erceg, who we saw so successful in his Porsche last season, sharing with British GT regular Marcus Clutton in that lovely Audi R8. It was Andrew Bentley who shared with Peter for the Alton Park victory. And alongside him we have the Chameleon, the Aston Martin Vulcan. previously in an orange livery, now in that very impressive livery. We'll see as it comes around. I thought it was a snake when I first saw that car that they'd liveried it at. You can see there, liveried as a chameleon on the outside of the front row. Real mixture, real variety of cars. We've got Ginettas, TCR cars, the GT4 Mercedes and Aston Martins in there, the Jaguar F-Type. At the back of the field, there it is. It is the VW Passat they're using today. That is number 34, Maurice Henry and Paul Curran, the familiar pink colours of Team Hard, the well-known touring car and GT racing team. This will be a 2-hour race with 2 mandatory pit stops for each car. The pit window opens after the first 20 minutes of racing and closes minutes to go. That's the orange and black Audi of Urseg and Clutton who leads them round. The contest for the overall win likely to be between them and the only other Class A car in the race, the Aston Martin Vulcan. We had hoped to have the opening round winners Claude Beauvais and David McDonald back out in the Blackthorn Aston Martin GT3, but unfortunately gearbox problems have prevented that car from attending today. You can also see in there the Porsches. Brad Thurston, Daryl De Leon car is that's the black and yellow Porsche, the predominantly all over yellow Porsche with the black bonnet. Mark starting, Peter will take over. Got a stunning Lamborghini out there for Dominic Malone and Johnny Haynes, also Keith Freezer and Mikael Mack sharing a Lamborghini as well. So one of those cars, I reckon the overall winner could be possibly one of the Lamborghinis if those quicker front row cars hit trouble. But there was just under a second separating PB Racing and Venture Innovations in qualifying, but they were nearly 3 seconds quicker than everyone else. Well, the Audi, of course, lapped the field at Wilton Park and at Brands Hatch in the second round of the season on the Indy circuit, though on that occasion the Aston was an early casualty and crashed out on cold tyres in the hands of Gleb Stepanovs. So it looks like we have all 19 cars out there to take the start. Just do a quick look as they come through Abbey there. Yeah, both the Lamborghinis, the 2 white cars are there. Porsches, TCR cars. There's the Jaguar F-Type, the white car with the Martini stripe. GT4 cars further down the order. Should be a good class battle between them as well. It's the Class C Porsche of Brad Thurston and Daryl De Leon that leads the points overall coming into this round, jointly with Venture Innovations Mercedes. Chris Jones and Matt George is number 21 car. I've seen Neville Jones in that car at times as well this season, but it's the car and the team that scores the points, regardless of who is driving. So there's only 1 point covering the top 3 because Ashley Woodman and Martin Byford are only a point behind in the Cupra TCR car as well. They led the championship until some problems at Alton Park. In position then, 2 by 2, ready for a start. The joint longest race of the weekend. There'll be another 2-hour race for the slightly less powerful, less rapid Britcar Trophy cars tomorrow. What a front row, an Audi R8 GT3 and an Aston Martin Vulcan. It doesn't get much better than that in Club Motorsports. Pick your cars to follow over the next 2 hours. Revs are up. Pace car is pulling into pit lane. Here they go up towards the green flag. The red lights are on. They go out now and away they go. Down towards Copse Corner for the first time. The Porsche trying to move up the inside there. That's Brad Thurston trying to take second place away, but it is Peter Urseg who takes off as expected into the lead in his Audi R8 GT3 up towards Maggots and Beckett's for the first time. What a fine sight this big field looks, and through into second goes Brad Thurston, the championship leader in the Porsche run by Matt Cherrington, and Cunningham's trying to get up there as well past Gleb Stepanovs. It's a Pro-Am pairing in the Aston Vulcan. Stepanov sharing with pro driver Stephen Tompkins, so that car will quicken up after the pit stops. They're all through Maggots and Beckett's for the first time. Look at this jockeying for position. This is all for second place because Peter Urseg's already taken off at the front in his Audi R8. There he is, just get a glimpse of him. Second place is the Aston Vulcan, then it's Porsches and Lamborghinis fighting for third place. Number 26 there, trying to get around the outside, is Dominic Malone in the Lamborghini Huracan ST. Now, Dominic normally races an ex-Andy Prio World Touring Car BMW in club racing events. It's his first time, I think, handling the Lamborghini. He's got it through there past the Porsches, up into third. Now, is that the Ferrari that's come through as well? Yes, it is. John Seal, now in his 70s and still going strong, John Seal. Like a fine wine, he just gets quicker, just gets better with age. Gets quicker with age as well. The wheel of his Ferrari 488, sharing with pro driver Jamie Stanley. They've won in this championship in Lamborghinis in the past. There's the GT4 Mercedes. The yellow Porsche there, that's Cunningham's. And yeah, Brad Thurster has dropped back after his very fast start there into the midfield pack. There's the Mac G Racing Ginetta, the black and yellow car at the back of this group. That's Johnny McGregor, number 83, sharing with Josh Tomlinson. I imagine they'll be out in their Mazda RX-8 tomorrow in the trophy race. Going around to complete the first lap of this 2-hour race then. John Seal challenging Mark Cunningham at the inside into Brooklyn, but he's not close enough to make a move. We'll see what the lead is for Peter Erscheg, looking for his third straight win and trying to take the overall championship lead. The Audi is currently 6th in the overall points. Of course, all the classes are combined together. Noise of that Audi, incredible as it passes my commentary box at Woodcote. And already he's 4.5 seconds clear of Stepanovs in second. It's Malone third, then the Cunninghams, then Seal. And up to 6th is the Audi TCR car. That's Jonathan Beeson absolutely flying up into 6th in the early stages. Brad Thurston has dropped down into 7th in his Porsche. We just see them go through there towards Maggots. 8th place is number 63, Keith Freezer, sharing his Lamborghini with Mikkel Mack, a multiple GT champion on the continent, the Danish driver. And then behind them it is the Jones and George car, currently fighting for the overall championship lead that it holds jointly with the number 28 Porsche and the Mercedes of Amir Naran, the white Mercedes, rounding out the top 10. But there's a long way to go yet in this 2-hour race on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuits. All 19 cars around the first lap okay, the field covered by about 24 seconds. Back of the field, number 34, we saw the VW Passats from Team Hard. They seem to have their fingers still in many pies in British motorsport, everything from British touring cars to truck racing we've seen them in the past. That car being driven at the moment by Maurice Henry in the early stages. And the Solution F BMW, the French-built space frame machine, has dropped back as well. That's Sam Allpass's car, run by Jeff Steele Racing. A blast from my past, that is. I remember Jeff Steele racing in British touring cars back in the 1990s in a BMW ex-Matt Neal car. He's now running Sam Allpass's BMW M4-based Solution F machine. Sam Allpass, try and catch a glimpse of towards the back of the field. There he is, we just caught a glimpse of the white BMW. There's the 21 car, which is our GT4 class favourites. The number 21 currently leads the class there. Chris Jones just ahead of Amir Naran, the Battle of the Mercs. Start to spread out as the race goes on. The leaders completing their second lap, and already the lead gap's up to nearly 8 seconds. Peter Erscheg has done a 2:05.928, and Stepanov's last lap was a 2:09.1. And oh, we've got a tangle there. That's Amir Naran. What has happened there? The Amir Naran Tom Jackson Mercedes GT4. We'll try and get a replay and see what has happened there. That car was running second in the GT4 class, Class D. Now, who's he tangled with? I think that might have been one of the Ginettas. Yes, it's a number 60 car, my apologies. The Ashley Woodman Cupra TCR. There's been some contact there. Damage to the back of the Cupra, the EDF Motorsports car. We had a disaster with mechanical problems at Alton Park in the last round, so the last thing they need is more problems here. That's probably going to be a safety car, because those two cars stuck together on the track there. We'll try and get a replay and see what happened. There's the TCR class leader, number 87 in 6th overall, of Beeson and Healer. Jonathan Beeson at the wheel of that Audi RS3 at the moment. So 2 cars off, that's at the loop, the left-hander. There's the car, yes, the safety car is going to be coming out, I can tell you. The safety car is being scrambled. There's that number 38, the Sam Allpass Solution F BMW I mentioned, a little further down the order. It looks like a BMW M4, but it's not. being told that all pass was involved in that incident as well, so hopefully we can see what happened there. Okay, the safety car is out here at Silverstone for an incident at the loop involving car number 108, Amir Naran's GT4 Mercedes, the Breakel racing car. There it is, racing the wrong way, and the number 60, driven by Ash Woodman, sharing with ex-British touring car man Martin Byford in a tangle at the loop. The marshals waiting to recover those cars. There is the safety car. That's driven today by Martin Bather. Harry Cabot, the observer on board. That's up at Beckett's at the moment, waiting to pick up our race leader, Peter Erscheg, in the Audi R8. This is going to check his progress after the first couple of laps. Mustang car volunteer marshals, the Orange family as we call them. We couldn't go racing without them. Have a look on the BARC website if you want to become a marshal. Well, Ashley Woodman out of the car there. You can see in the red and green overalls. Looks like it's end of race for the Cupra. That car was leading the points, but only by 3 points in the TCR category, ahead of the Audi of Jonathan Beeson and George Heeler. So, assuming a trouble-free run for them, they're going to take the lead of that class in the championship. There we just caught a glimpse of the KTM there, the KTM Crossbow GT4. Certainly an intriguing-looking car, that one. Safety car, our leader, Peter Erscheg, ahead of Gleb Stepanovs in the Chameleon, the Aston Martin Vulcan. And it's Dominic Malone in the Lamborghini Huracan in third place, his first time with that car, sharing with Johnny Haynes. That's the Pakistan going to catch up. There's the other Cupra, the blue and white number 22 of Richard Avery, sharing with Nick Hull. Former Porsche racers, those two. Just compete in Porsche Boxed, as I remember, a few years ago together. Safety car out to give the marshals a chance to recover those two cars off at the loop. The Cunninghams in fourth place in their Porsche, Mark and Peter. I think that's the first time we've seen that car out this year. Just looking down the points chart. No, they have appeared, I think that was at Brands Hatch. They're 17th in the points at the moment. And we can hand down to Ian, who was caught up, I think, with EDF Motorsports, who were involved in that incident down in the pits.
Yeah, welcome down everybody to the pit lane, and it's actually a sad garage here, and we're here with Ash Woodman's teammate Martin Byford, and it hasn't quite gone to plan, has it?
No, unfortunately we got involved in somebody else's accident there. The white Mercedes spun. Ash had committed to the corner and had nowhere to go.
Have you heard from Ash at all? Are we going to get the car back and maybe fixable? Because it's still got, what, an hour and 45 or so to go?
I don't know. I mean, it's doubtful. Looking at the damage that we can see on the onboard footage, it looks like it's taken the right front corner off the car. So, knowing how these things are put together, I doubt it's going to be movable today.
So you won't need to get dressed in your overalls, unfortunately.
No play suit for me today.
Oh, Martin, I'm so sorry. Thanks for talking to us, though. I appreciate it, and better luck next time, mate.
Thank you.
Dave, back to you.
In that situation with the car in the middle of the circuit and being collected, unfortunately, by Ash Woodman.
A great shame for EDF Motorsports there, hoping for some better fortune after Alton Park, but their race only lasted a couple of laps. Well, look at it, they now got to pin their hopes on the other car of Avery and Hull, which is running 14th, but a long way behind the Audi RS3 in the TCR touring car category. Indeed, only 3 TCR spec cars here. Looking to see if the lights have gone out on top of the safety car. A bit tricky to see in the sunlight here at Silverstone. No, they're still on at the moment. I can see the safety car out of the window of my commentary box up at Brooklands. It's Peter Erscheg who leads the Crocodile around, with the Chameleon in second place of Gleb Stepanovs. So Class A is being led by Erscheg, Class B by Dominic Malone's Lamborghini, Class C by the Cunningham Porsche, Class D by Chris Jones in the Venture Innovations Mercedes, teammates of the Aston Martin Vulcan. Class E, that's the TCR class being led by the Audi. Class F, well, there's just one entry in Class F, it's the Thompson Jaguar, run by New Barn Racing, that's in 12th overall. In Class G for the Ginettas, it's being led by Johnny McGregor in 10th overall. Those are your class leaders so far. It's Brad Thurston's Porsche, the other Lamborghini behind of Keith Freezer. And there is that distinctive looking TM GT4, the Austrian built machine. KTM, of course, much more famous for their motorcycles. But the KTM Crossbow, Mike McCollum and Sean Cooper, the drivers, for track focused. Certainly a very distinctive looking car on very large headlights. Seen some British GT in the GT4 category in the past, but back in the British Endurance Championship today and hoping for a GT4 class win. They're currently third in class, 13th overall. How's the recovery going? Oh, we've got the breakdown cranes out, unfortunately. They've had to bring on the heavy artillery. See the Cupra TCR of EDF Motorsports being lifted. Such a shame we've lost those two cars so early in the race. Shame for Tom Jackson as well, who was the champion last year overall, driving with Wayne Mars in the Rob Boston Racing Mercedes AMG GT3. Wayne Mars concentrating on racing his collection of Ferraris this year. Speaking of Ferrari, we seen another one out there, but unfortunately Chris Goddard's blue Ferrari got written off in a crash at Alton Park. Hopefully we'll see Chris back out. He's got quite a collection of Ferraris, might race one of his older cars later in the season. Hopefully we'll be able to get underway. It's quite a recovery operation up there, with at least one of the cars being lifted onto the flatbed with the crane. Safety car up at Abbey at the moment. It's weaving to keep their tyres warm behind it in this. We can't really say crocodile if there's a chameleon in it, can we? Apparently it's an in-joke among the team that the chameleon livery was applied to that beautiful Aston Vulcan. There's the VW Passat of Maurice Henry and Paul Curran towards the back of the field. Good to have the Cunninghams back in their Porsche. They missed the last round at Alton Park. With this series for many years now. We also saw last year Porsche veterans Dave Bennett and Marcus Fothergill as well. Hopefully we'll see the bespoke Defenders Porsche back out soon. There we see the recovery going on. Two cars being lifted now. Quite a delicate operation there between those two trucks, lifting the cars back to the paddock. I don't think we're going to be seeing any more racing laps for them today, sadly. Amir Naran and Tom Jackson, the third overall in the championship, coming into this round, third in the GT4 points. Behind Neville and Chris Jones and Matt George. Just Chris and Matt racing the Venture Innovations Merc today. Speaking of Matt George, I think we can hear from him down in the pits in a moment. Down to Ian.
Yeah, welcome back everybody to the pits here. Matt George is with me. Almost a little break in play almost, isn't there? We're going to have a little talk about strategy. Early safety car outside the pit window still, of course. Does this actually change anything for you guys?
To be honest, not massively. Like you said, outside the pit window we can't stop. Another thing that can come into play is, even if we can stop early when the pit window opens, you can't refuel under the safety car. So some cars might be able to get rid of a pit stop, some won't, depending on how much fuel we've got left. We actually capitalised on something like this at Alton Park, and I managed to fuel save for my last stint to be able to capitalise on that. other than that, it's just a whole lot of waiting at the moment.
It's an early safety car, isn't it? So you might be able to save a bit of fuel. It might be to protect the tyres a bit as well.
Yeah. So Chris is all over tyre management in the car at the moment. It's quite a balance, trying to keep temperature in the tyre. You don't want to lose the temperature, but also without taking any life out of the tyre, because they've still got a long way to go before we'll even consider changing them. And I want the best tyres I can when I get in.
What you do, Matt? I'll let you go. I say get ready, but you're kind of already ready, aren't you? And look at that guy's hair, by the way. Absolutely unbelievable. Matt, best of luck, mate.
Thank you very much.
Dave, back to you.
Escape Silverstone pretty quickly in terms of gaps in walls, so might be able to get off down there through the cut through pretty quickly, but it all depends on race control when they decide to bring the safety car in when they feel they're clear.
Well, the car from Stowe just turning through the right-hander, which means I need to put another lap on with that job, and that's 6 done, so this is the easy bit.
Well, good to hear from Matt George there down in the pits, and one of their class rivals sadly being stretchered off. The number 108 Brakel Racing Mercedes AMG GT4, run by James Brakel, the ex-Radical champion. Thanks for all your comments on the YouTube stream, incidentally. One of you says, if none of the camera guys got an angle on the commentary box, could have had a quick wave from me. You don't want me appearing on camera, trust me. I'm well hidden away near Woodcotes, thank you. Still under the safety car here at Silverstone in this British Endurance Championship round 4 of the season. Of course, they've got their 6-hour race coming up at Donington Park in Your leader is Peter Erteg, led every lap so far at the wheel of his gorgeous Audi R8 GT3. Beautiful sounding car that is as well. Gleb Stepanovs from Latvia in second place in the Aston Martin Vulcan. Dominic Malone, new face in the series, sharing with Johnny Haynes in the MTech Lamborghini Huracan ST, the Super Trofeo. There's number 38, Sam Allpass, the Solution F BMW M4. When is a BMW not a BMW M4? When it's a Solution F TC12 touring car. Sam Allpass, who's raced Radicals among many other things in the past. He was one of the first drivers to race a Radical, I remember, when the Peterborough-based sports car firm went racing in the late 90s. There's the Cupra, out of the race sadly. It's all going wrong for Ash Woodman and Martin Byford, unfortunately. Now, are the lights out atop the safety car as it comes into my view this time? Yes, it looks like they are, so we're going to be going racing again. The conclusion of lap 6 here at Silverstone. We're already 20 minutes into this race, so the pit window is going to be opening in a few seconds. It might be a little too late for these drivers, or is that why they're hanging back so they can get in this lap? We'll wait and see when the pit window opens. Pit window opens 20 minutes into the race. That's in 30 seconds time. I think they're going to have to go round to another lap before they can come in. They're just going to be too early as the green flag waves are back underway, and Peter Erteg sets off again into the race leads, already about 3 lengths clear as he reaches Comps ahead of Gleb Stepanovs in the Aston Martin. Dominic Malone in third place, proud owner of the ex-Andy Prio World Touring Car Championship winning BMW, seen in various club events over the years. Mark Cunningham up there in fourth place ahead of John Seal in the Ferrari. Pit window open. See who our first caller is going to be next time around. There's the Porsche of Brad Thurston coming under fire from Jonathan Beeson. That's the battle for 6th position. Looks like the Porsche's got back ahead of the Audi there on the restart. Superior grunt down the straight of the 991 911. Here comes the second of the Lamborghinis as well. That's Keith Freezer attacking the Audi RS3 of Jonathan Beeson. The main battle at the moment is for 6th position between, you can see Jonathan Beeson quicker in the twisty bits, the Audi RS against the brute force of the Porsche 911 of Brad Thurston. They're a Class C car. They're currently second in class. They need to catch the Cunninghams here if they're going to keep their overall points lead. Brad Thurston and Daryl De Leon. Watch for him when he gets in. The man from the Philippines, the ex-Radical champion, the wheel of the Porsche today. Here's Matt Cherrington's team that prepares that machine. The car transported by Team Hard. There's number 21 of Chris Jones battling it out with the Lamborghini ahead of Keith Freezer. He's raced everything up to and including his couple of one cars in the past, the Canadian, making his debut in the series this afternoon. Then Johnny McGregor's Ginetta, then the Jaguar F-Type, and there's the Aston Martin. That's the GT4 Aston Martin, being driven by Peter Montague, sharing with pro driver Stuart Hall. They've got the KTM in front of them there by the look of it, so a battle between the GT4 cars. Is anybody going to make their first pit stop this time through? It's the pit window open, and this is the first time for anyone to come in. Doesn't look like they are. Yes, the Aston Martin lost a fair bit of ground on that last lap. His last lap was a 2 minutes 20 compared with 2:16, 2:17 for those around it. So the Aston of Peter Montague dropping back a little on that first lap of the restart. Brad Thurston fighting it out with Keith Freezer in the Lamborghini. That's the battle for 7th overall. They are in different classes. Porsche Class C and the Lamborghini is in Class B. They've got the GT4 class leading Mercedes of Chris Jones behind them with the headlights ablaze. Look at the Lamborghini dodging around there on the tail of the Porsche. There's Johnny McGregor's yellow Ginetta next, and here comes Sam Allpass. Now, he was involved in that tangle at the loop earlier on, took cars out of the race. He survived it in the Solution F BMW M4 and is now recovering. Gained 4 places on that first lap of the restart, so showed how much he'd been held back by the safety car. See what the lead gap is as they come through this time between Ersheg and Stepanovs. There is Allpass challenging Johnny McGregor. I've seen him in his Taranis sports prototype in British Endurance Championship in the past. He'll be in his very modified Mazda RX-8 tomorrow, I'm sure, as well, sharing with Josh Tomlinson. Busy towards the tail end of the field, but up front it is still Peter Ersheg, just going over the line now. See what his lead is over Gleb Stepanovs as they pass the timing lines, up to 3 seconds just over. Thurston still trying to hold off Freezer. This is the battle for 7th position. Porsche against Lamborghini. Round 4 at Silverstone of the British Endurance Championship for 2023. We're coming up to the half-hour mark in this race in just a couple of laps' time. We'll be in 1/4 distance in this 2-hour race. Still nobody into the pits yet to open the pit stop. Sam Allpass flying through the order. He's gained another 3 places on that last lap. His next target is going to be Chris Jones in the Mercedes, shared with Matt George. And they are just behind these two, battling it out, Thurston and Freezer. Main focus of the battle at the moment, because it's Ersheg from Stepanovs by 3.1 seconds. A further 3 seconds back is Dominic Malone in his Lamborghini, 3rd place. Then just over a second back of the Cunninghams in the yellow Porsche. Mark Cunningham at the wheel in 4th place. John Seal is in 5th position in the Ferrari, a further 5 seconds back. He's 8 seconds clear, 8.5 seconds clear of Jonathan Beeson in the Audi RS3 TCR. Sam Allpass, the man on the move in the Solution F BMW, run by Jeff Steele Racing, who's been a specialist in BMWs for many, many years. As the TCR Audi just causes a glimpse on ahead of this group. Another place gained by Sam Allpass. He's got ahead of the 21 Mercedes. Allpass a Class B car. Class B cars we have seen take overall wins in the past. Claude Beauvais and David McDonald have had some success in their Lamborghini Super Trofeo in the past when they were in Class B. Sadly not out this weekend. They were due to be out in their Class A Aston Martin, but that wasn't ready. Comparison of the last couple of lap times there, you can see just how quickly Audi is going compared to the midfield runners. Another new fastest lap last time through for Peter Ersching. He's done a 2:05.847. Nobody else has yet lapped under 2 minutes 7. Nearly 5 seconds in between the two leaders now. Sam Allpass has gained another place. He's ahead of Chris Jones now. His next target is Keith Freezer and Brad Thurston. These two have been fairly close together all race long, although they're going to be joined by a third car in a moment. Because Sam Allpass, let's compare his lap times, the two ahead of them. Yes, it was nearly a second quicker on that last lap. He's catching Keith Freezer, the Canadian, in his Lamborghini. Lamborghini run by the Scott Sport team. The simply liveried car of Haynes and Malone is an M-Tech car. There goes your leader. We haven't forgotten about Peter Ersching up front. He is just running away, as he has in the last two races. He lapped the field at both Brands Hatch and Alton Park, along with, well, it was Marcus Clutton at Brands Hatch. It was Andrew Bentley who took over the car, with Marcus Clutton busy with other commitments that weekend. That car is dominating this year, so certainly overall in the British Endurance Championship. It's not leading the points overall, it's only 6th, but leading Class A ahead of the Aston Martin Vulcan in the points. And the only other Class A entries we've had this year, Beauvais and David McDonald. Andy Stokoe's also appeared in there. And it was a Mercedes that they were in, but now switching to the Aston Martin they'd hoped to this weekend. And the only other car entered, I think, in Class A is Lucky Kera and Lee Frost with the Race Lab McLaren, but I don't think that car has raced yet this year. We've seen Lucky and Lee winners in their Lamborghini for Race Lab in the last couple of years. Coming up to the 30-minute mark then. Still no mandatory pit stoppers. At the inside, here comes the Lamborghini against the Porsche. Great fight going on between these two, Freezer and Brad Thurston, and keep through in the Scott Sport Lamborghini. Brad Thurston fights back. All the time Sam Allpass is gaining as well. John Seal in the Ferrari is dropping down the timing screen. Has he come into the pits? I haven't had notification that he has. Have we lost the Ferrari somewhere? Yeah, the number 55 Ferrari has not come through on that last lap. Oh, and over the tarmac runoff area of Beckett's there goes Brad Thurston. A mistake there, so he's trying to retake Keith Freezer, but he hasn't made a very good fist of it there, and he's dropped back into the clutches of Sam Allpass now. Just waiting to see where the Ferrari has got to. We think it's coming into the pits very slowly. Yes, it's into the pit lane. So problems for John Seal in the number 55. There he is. John Seal and Jamie Stanley. Problems for the Ferrari. Find out from Ian down there what the problem is. Not been a happy season for Seal and Stanley in the R&R Performance Cars Ferrari. It's not been a happy season overall for R&R Performance Cars, because the other Ferrari they run for Chris Goddard was written off at Alton Park in an accident in qualifying. Thankfully Charlie Hand, the young co-driver, the pro racer, former Britcar Trophy star, was okay after that accident. The Ferrari certainly wasn't. Lead gap is up to 8.5 seconds now. See our battle here between Thurston and Allpass. Brad Thurston delayed as he made a mistake through Beckett's for the last time. They're on the tail of Freezer, and they're now catching Jonathan Beeson as well in the Audi. The Audi now up to 5th with the demise of John Seal's Ferrari. Try and find out from our pit reporter Ian Waterhouse what the problem is with that Ferrari 488 Challenge. No further pit callers so far. been told by British Endurance Championship press officer Steve Wood. It's a power steering problem with the Ferrari. So the power steering has failed on John Seale's Ferrari, unfortunately. Thank you to Steve there. Here's a battle further back in the order we saw a glimpse of there between Mark Ellman's SVG Ginetta and Richard Avery's Cupra. They're fighting for what is 14th place overall, and still Sam Allpass not able to get the Solution F BMW past Brad Thurston's Porsche. That BMW reminds me a bit of some of the old special saloon racers of the 70s. Jerry Marshall's Baby Bertha and all that, but a modern equivalent. Got around the outside of the Porsche, he's got him, and he's got past the Audi as well. Great move there, Sam Allpass into Stowe Corner, around the outside of two cars. That shows how delayed that BMW special, if you like, was early on, the Solution F car. And now Thurston up the inside, and Jonathan Beeston's going to lose 2 places in the TCR Audi. Here's that fight further back, Nick Hull and Richard Avery's Cupra. It's Avery on board at the moment, in fact, fighting with Mark Ellman in the SVG Ginetta. That car will fly later on when Owen Hizzy, very quick Ginetta racer. We've seen him in Brick Car Trophy take a few wins sharing with Mark Lee's Ginetta. Will take over that car later on. Here comes Allpass. He's gonna, well, he's living up to his name in this race, isn't he? Allpass. He is passing them all coming through the field. He's having a go at the Lamborghini now of Keith Freezer. This is for what I think is now 5th position, because there's been a fair bit of place swapping on this lap. Yeah, the Audi's dropped back 3 spots because Thurston's there ahead of him. We'll confirm the order when they cross the line to complete lap 13, which Peter Erschenk will be doing very shortly in the Audi R8 GT3. Still no further pit call as bar the Ferrari with that power steering issue. Lead gap is up to 10.6 seconds now. Another new fastest lap for Peter Erschenk, 2:05.468. Let's see what the order is in the midfield. Yes, it's Freezer up to 5th in the Lamborghini, number 63. Allpass is 6th. Thurston 7th, and Jonathan Beeston's lost 3 places in the Audi, but still leads his class. He's down to 8th. Number 83 car has pitted. That's Johnny McGregor and Josh Tomlinson's Ginetta out of the lead of Class G. Class G for Ginetta. Hopefully that's just a scheduled stop. So I think that's the first of our scheduled stops. Josh Tomlinson will take over. It's a minimum of 2 mandatory stops for each car. I think we can head shortly down to Ian Waterhouse in the pits. So we saw the 55 Ferrari down there, and Ian's with the R&R Performance Cars team.
You're actually driving it, so what's happened? The power steering failed. We put a new one from yesterday, but that one's gone. And it just locked up. It just locked up, so that's it. It is like that thing. That'd be quite urgent.
Okay, apologies for a few audio problems down there with our pit reporter. We're back down to R&R Performance Cars shortly as Sam Allpass continues to chase down Keith Freezer's Lamborghini for 5th position overall. Now, where is Allpass in his category? He's up to 3rd now, and Freezer in 2nd. It's the other Lamborghini, Dominic Malone, who's leading Class B at the moment. Class C is being led by Mark Cunningham's Porsche in 4th overall. How far ahead is he of this little group? Quite a way, I think. Yeah, the lead gap is now up to 12.3 seconds. Erschenk increases his lead by another 2 seconds on that last lap. And Allpass has gone through there at the end of the lap because the Lamborghini has come into the pits. So Keith Freezer has brought the Lamborghini in to hand over to Mikkel Mack, the very quick Danish GT racer. Richard Avery's Cupra TCR has come in as well to hand over to Nick Hull, his fellow former Porsche racer, for EDF Motorsports as they try to catch the Audi. This Audi, number 87, Jonathan Beeson and George Healer in the TCR category. Lead gap is 12.3 seconds, and another 13 seconds back to Dominic Malone. 3.5 seconds is the gap back from them to Mark Cunningham. And all passes over 30 seconds down, so his move up the order I think will stall there. So a couple of cars currently in pit lane. The Ginetta has headed back out of McGregor Tomlinson, and Avery has headed back out as well. That was only a short stop for Richard Avery, so when there's a problem with the number 22 car, we will try and find out. I think we can try again to head back down to the pits with Ian.
Yeah, welcome back. I think we had a bit of an audio break-up before. We couldn't quite hear you, Jamie, I'm afraid, last time. But it's a sad news, because the 55 Ferrari out, and it's power steering.
Yeah, unfortunately the pumps failed, so it makes it too difficult to drive, unfortunately.
A bit too unpredictable, so it's just not safe, is it?
Yeah, so the way the system works doesn't make it just heavy. It's like pushing against a brick wall. It's actually a solid push against. So once it locks out, you have to wait for it to move enough fluid to unlocks. It's too dangerous to continue. You can turn right and actually be able to not physically turn it.
You've certainly done the right thing. Really sorry, Jamie. Absolutely gutting. It's a bit of a crowd pleaser, this, though, isn't it, to look at?
It's so beautiful. It's just a shame.
What is it normally like to drive?
They're great. You know, the 488 Challenge car, it's the fastest car I either teach in or race in. They may not go around the corners quite as well the GT3s, but they'll out-accelerate anything here.
Brilliant. But Jamie, thanks for talking to us, mate. Enjoy the rest of the race, mate. Yeah, thanks for talking to us. See ya. Dave, back to you.
Peter Urchet continues to lead them. Good to hear from Jamie Stanley there. Sadly won't get to drive the Ferrari 488 today. That's our third retirement, sadly. Amelia puts the R&R Performance Cars Ferrari 488 out of the race. We've had a couple more pit callers. The Cunningham's Porsche has come in from 4th place. Also in is the Jones and George Mercedes GT4. Matt George will take over there. I don't think there was a driver change for... There is the number 21 Mercedes. I don't think there was a driver change for the Avery and Hull Cupra TCR. Oh, that was only a short stop for Richard Avery according to the timing screen. Through goes Erteg into Coxey's Court, up to the Cupra we just mentioned. The only Cupra left running now. It's a lap on him. See what the gap is. Yeah, 13.7 seconds between the two leaders now, so he's taken out nearly another second and a half. Peter Urchet, the former Porsche racer. He has absolutely blitzed the field in the last couple of rounds. He and his pro co-drivers. Marcus Clutton back in the car for this round. Another ex-Radical racer, Marcus Clutton. There's number 26 third place car of Dominic Malone and John Haynes. The Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo run by the MTech team. He's done some 17.5 seconds down on Gleb Stepanovs in the Vulcan in second place, leading Class B. So 7 cars have now called into the pits, although one was to retire. The Porsche, Peter Cunningham is back out. That's going to give Sam Allpass 4th position in the Solution F TC12 BMW. There is the number 63 Lamborghini heading back out. It's now with Mikael Mack on board. Now he should be the quicker of the two drivers in the Scott Sport entry. No disrespect intended to Keith Freezer, of course, though he is a very rapid, historic racer. The car I can hear coming into the pits, that's the VW Passat of Maurice Henry, handing over to Paul Curran. All passed up to 4th temporarily, then 1st and 5th. Beeson is 6th, he still leads the TCR class. Thurston now leading Class C because the Cunninghams have stopped. It's the KTM up to 7th of Mike McCollum, sharing with Sean Cooper. Jaguar F-Type was 8th, but Adam Thompson has brought it in to hand over to Callum Thompson. Leader coming up to lap the number 50 Aston of Peter Montague. He has yet to stop. I think we have got the cars are left running, 9 of them still yet to make their first pit stop. Where is the Jaguar F-Type number 88? Adam and Callum Thompson, the new Barn Racing machine, a new engine for them this season, and hoping that it will change their luck. They had a lot of technical problems with that car last year. They struck again at Alton Park. The car also had a couple of grassy moments. The change is taking place. If the car's being refueled, the driver cannot be in it for safety reasons. There's the Aston Martin number 50 at Montague and Hall. They've just been lapped by race leader Peter Ercek. One hour 17 minutes just over of this race to go. And the Audi still lapping in the low 206s, about a second and a half a lap quicker than the Aston Vulcan at the moment. There is the Vulcan in second place, the Chameleon. Stepanov's not yet handing over to Stephen Tompkins. Peter Ercek not yet handing over to Marcus Kluss. It'll be a great battle of the pros when they do so. Hearing the reports of possible problem for Jonathan Beeson's number 87 Audi. We're hearing reports of a misfire possibly for the TCR class leader. See if we can pick up on that car. Beeson and George Heeler car. And there goes the Aston Vulcan, now 17 seconds off Peter Ercek. There is the Audi. Still at speed at the moment, just ahead of one of the Lamborghinis there. We can now hand down to the pits and Waterhouses with Adam Thompson of New Barn Racing.
Yeah, I'm here with Adam Thompson. Just actually had a pit stop. You just had a driver change as well. You said it was sweltering out there, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're one of the only cars that doesn't run aircon, so you can imagine this heat, it gets quite hot quite quick. So 2 laps in, you want in a water break.
We were gonna chat straight away. You said, "I've got to have some water. Got to have some water." How was the stint out there?
Yeah, it was good. I think the start of the race was eventful. Obviously, there was a few people that were close, and then there was an unfortunate crash. And then we were just looking to maintain a target lap pace. So 2:17 was where we think we can be at for the rest of the race, and so we're just getting on with our race and not worrying about anyone else. So if we catch, we catch. If we don't,
it's the way to be, isn't it? But talking about that safety car incident, of course, it was well before the pit window opened. Did that change anything for you guys strategy-wise, or was it just no?
I think we decided to run a sort of 30-35 minute stint in the middle at the beginning, and then run as much as the fuel tank will allow us for the middle, and then do another stint at the end. So that was always the plan. It wasn't just in front of us actually, the incident. So it was unfortunate. It was fortunate that we missed it, but unfortunate for them.
Well, I'm glad you missed it as well, Adam. Go get some more water. Go on, mate.
Cheers.
Dave, there you go. Back to you.
So good to hear from New Barn Racing there. The Jaguar running well at the moment. They're in 14th place. The Beeson and Heeler Audi RS3 has come into the pits, and from my vantage point it looked like it went straight into the garage, so maybe they have got a problem there. Not a good race for the TCR cars, unfortunately, because we saw Woodman and Byford's Cupra out on the second lap. Now, if the Audi, yes, it's in the garage, the bonnet is up, so they have got a problem. if this is end of race for the Audi, then there's only one TCR car left, the Holland Avery Cupra. And work going on, as we can see, from the Sheard Autosports team run by Paul Sheard. Began his career in motorsport as a long-time short oval racer. One of the first specialists in Mazda MX-5 racing as well, Paul, the Cheshire-based racer. Here's a fight for position as well. This is the Cunningham Porsche. Sam Allpass's Solution F BMW. Is this for position? No, I think this is, they are a lap apart, these two. Yes, the BMW goes through. Yeah, the Cunningham Porsche has been into the pits and the BMW has yet to stop. Dominic Malone has come in with his Lamborghini as well to make his stop. Handing over to John Haynes. 20.8 seconds, meanwhile, is now the lead gap. Haynes, Malone, Lamborghini is in, so Allpass will go up to third overall. We'll wait to hear a diagnosis on the Audi RS3, which is currently in its pit garage. We heard a report that it was misfiring. Fastest lap of the race, incidentally, has been recorded by Michael Mack in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. He said he'd been one to watch the multiple GT champion across Europe. 2:04.931 recorded by Michael Mack, a couple of tenths quicker than the race leader. That car has made 2 stops though, so it's running a little way down the order. It's made a second stop. See work going on there on the Audi RS3. Peter Montague in the Aston Martin number 50 has come in to hand over to Stuart Hall. That's left the KTM in the lead of the GT4 class, Class D, McCollum and Cooper. Also in is the Ginetta of number 74, Mark Ellman, so Owen Hizzy is going to take over that car. It's the green and gold livery, number 74 Ginetta for SVG Motorsports. It's still Peter Erceg who leads overall though. 47 minutes of racing gone, last count at the start-finish line, so we'll soon be coming up to half distance. We have to lap the KTM, Mike McCollum. So there's only 5 cars, sorry, that have yet to stop. The Audi R8, the Aston Vulcan, Sam Allpass's BMW clone, the Thurston de Leon Porsche, and as I say that, that car comes in. And the KTM is the only other car that has yet to stop. Now, have the Mack and Freezer Lamborghini team done their mandatory pit stops as close together as possible? I think we can head down to Ian, who's with the Sheard Autosport team, can give us an update on the Audi.
Yeah, welcome down to the pits, everybody. As you can see, the 87 Paul Sheard racing car here. They're actually replacing the high-pressure fuel pump here. That's what's going on right now, hence the reason for the delay. Those of you who are interested in track temperatures as well, I had a quick chat from the gentleman from Goodyear a little bit earlier. The track temperature was 35 degrees when the race started. It's now gone up to 36. There we go. Dave, back to you.
The Aston Martin Vulcan is the next car into the pits. So Peter Erceg is leaving his first pit stop quite late, trying to follow a different strategy perhaps. And we heard the Audi suffering from problems with its fuel pump, which has caused the misfire. Hopefully they can replace that, the Sheard Autosport team, and get that car going again. They'll want to, because there's only one of the TCR car left in the race, the Cupra. The 87, we are told, is on its way back out of the pits in a moment, so they've replaced the fuel pump. So the Thurston Porsche is in pit lane, so is the Aston Vulcan. Stephen Tompkins will take over there. And there's the 87 car, it is going back out. Let's hope the issue is cured. Daryl De Leon, the former Radical Sports Prototype champion from the Philippines, will take over the Porsche run by Matt Cherrington. We saw him racing his Clio in Brent Car Trophy, Matt, last season. Sam Allpass flashing the lights away at one of the Lamborghinis there. That's the car with Mikael Mack on board, I think, for number 63. So Allpass is a lap ahead of him. That's why he wants to get through. There's the Vulcan. Looks great, doesn't it, those colours? Stephen Tompkins will now be on board that car as we come up towards half distance in this round 4 of the British Endurance Championship here at Silverstone. Supported by Motorsport UK. So the only 2 cars that have yet to stop are Sam Allpass and Peter Urchek, because the KTM has now come in from 4th place and the lead of the GT4 class. There are 16 running now out of the 19 who started. We lost the second EDF Motorsport Cupra and the number 108, the Breakout Racing Mercedes, in a tangle on the second lap of the loop. While John Seal and Jamie Stanley's Ferrari went out with broken power steering. They completed 10 laps. 21 laps now completed by our leader, Peter Urchek. It's going to be a race of just over 50 laps, I would think, of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. That depends on any further safety cars, though. Here's the leader in Class F. This is the Thompson & Thompson Jaguar F-Type V8. Well, with the Vulcan having pitted, Sam Allpass is now up to second, as the Aston Martin of Stuart Hall there moves past the Cupra. Not sure whether it's Nick Hull or Richard Avery on board that car now. There's the KTM in the pits. Now being Sean Cooper who's got on board that car. See what the lead margin is now, of course, and more importantly the margin back to Stephen Tompkins, because of course the 2 cars out in front haven't pitted yet. It'll be close to a lap between the 2 leaders now, Urchek and Sam Allpass. There's number 22 of Nick Hull and Richard Avery. They lead Class E after the problems for the Audi, which have dropped it a couple of laps down. They had problems at Alton Park as well, this second Cupra. So they'll be hoping for a trouble-free run here to try to win the class and recoup some ground in the championship. Coming round towards the Wellington Straits. Sam Allpass may be working to a different strategy to everyone else again, because he is driving solo in the BMW. Indeed, there is a lap between the 2 of them. This is first place coming up to lap second place. Sam Allpass moves wide through Luffield corner. Luffield 1 and 2 as it's known. Over the line they go together. Another fastest lap for Mikael Mack in the Lamborghini. Watch for that car. 2:04.097. Peter Urchek's last lap was a 2:08.2. Mikael Mack is the danger man in this race in the number 63 Lamborghini. I wonder if that's why they've made 2 stops already very quickly between, to give Mikael Mack the maximum amount of time in the car. Because Looking at the notes from Steve Wood, the press officer, in multi-driver teams, no driver may drive more than 60% of the race. So I think they've got Michael Mack in there for the maximum amount of time. Okay, the reason for the second stop, we've just had it brought to us. It was actually a drive-through penalty for presumably a misdemeanor during their first pit stop for the Mack and Freezer cars. They do still have to make another stop. So thank you for the clarification there, Steve Wood. But Michael Mack, they're trying to get him as much time in the car as possible, though his fastest lap has just been usurped by Stephen Tompkins. He's just in a 2:03.152 in the Aston Vulcan in what is now third place. But of course we haven't yet seen Marcus Clutton out there because the Audi has yet to stop from the lead. Do have to make 2 stops, but not necessarily 2 driver changes. Sam Allpass going it alone, the only driver who is going it alone, and on a hot day like this in a 2-hour race, that is quite a brave move. Meanwhile, the 2 Lamborghinis battling one another. This is for position, and this is for 4th place between Dominic Malone and Johnny Haynes. I think it's Johnny Haynes on board that car now. And here comes the 63 of Michael Mack. He's surely going to get past it on the run into Stowe. There he goes. Up into 4th place goes Michael Mack. Stepanovs and Tompkins. Tompkins, to be precise, who's got the fastest lap of the race in the Aston Vulcan. He's the pro of the pairing, as we mentioned earlier. Still haven't seen Peter Erscheg hand over his Audi to Marcus Clutton, a very quick GT and sports prototype racer. Tompkins over the line, 2:01.711. It's me, that's 2 seconds quicker than even Michael Mack was managing. So now they're really starting to ramp up the speed, the leading cars. Could they catch that Audi R8 out in front? Waiting to see when Peter Erscheg comes in to make his first stop. The Jones and George car has stopped twice as well. Was that for a penalty? We haven't had any notification from race control. We can hand down to Ian, who's got some news for us down in the pits, I believe.
Here we are, Mike McCollum and Mike. We've been stood up quite a while waiting for this, haven't we? But you've just been out, of course, indicating you've done your stint. How was it?
Oh, it was great. The car was fantastic. I think we had decent pace. We managed to miss the start, which was a bit embarrassing. From polling class to miss the start was oops.
You didn't have to admit that, you know. I mean, we already knew it, but you didn't have to admit it.
Well, I noticed it. So that made for fun, though, you know. So I got to overtake a few people, have a dice with a few people, and just keep going, really. That's all you can do. And the car was great, so I had a good time.
Tell us a little bit more about the car, because we believe it's the only one in the UK.
It is KTM Crossbow. It's carbon fibre monocoque. It's quite light, not very powerful though. So on the straights, against like the Mercedes and such, we're slow in the straights and quick in the corner because we're quite light, which makes it a little bit difficult racing. So, but I found some good places to overtake. Last of the late breakers, and yeah, I had a good time.
We need to get you back on some more tight and twisty circuits then, don't we?
Well, we're doing hopefully the rest of the season. We'll do the 6 hours and the rest of the season, so we'll be out again.
Right, go get some water. Go on, and have a sit down as well.
Thank you very much.
Dave, back to you.
A quick call down to the pits there once again as we reach half distance in this 2-hour race for the MSUK British Endurance Championship here at Silverstone, and Peter Erscheg and Marcus Clutton's Audi R8 GT3 has led every lap of it so far. Sam Allpass still second in the BMW Solution F, but both of those cars have yet to make a pit stop. Leader of the stoppers is the Stepanovs Tompkins Aston Martin Vulcan. They've got the fastest lap of the race, and the Vulcan is just over 4 seconds off Sam Allpass. In fact, has it already got through? Yes, there it is. And he has got through Stephen Tompkins back up into second place in the Aston. Fourth place is Mikael Mack at the wheel of the 63 Lamborghini. He's taken over from Keith Frieser. Completing the top 5, the other Lamborghini of Malone and Haynes. 20 through the rest of the order. Sixth place is Brad Thurston and Daryl De Leon in the Porsche. They lead Class C. It's Allpass leading Class B, but he's yet to pit. And the Haynes-Malone car has come back into the pits as well. One of the Lamborghinis from 5th position, so a second stop for them. 7th place is the yellow Porsche we just saw, the Cunninghams. Now let's see, is this a scheduled stop here for the Johnny Haynes-Dominic Malone car? Wasn't there a famous footballer many years ago called Johnny Haynes? Not the same person, of course, here. Change taking place. Gets out and the fuel goes in. You can't refuel a car, as you said earlier, with the driver aboard for safety reasons should something go wrong. Fire extinguishers on standby just in case. There is the Vulcan, or the Chameleon as it's now known. Stephen Tompkins on board. I've said it before, but it is wonderful to look at, isn't it? The leader has come in, and so has Sam Allpass, so our two pace setters over the last few laps are in. Is this going to give Stephen Tompkins a chance to reel in the Audi? There's a lap up on everybody else, so we'll wait to see how long this stop takes for Peter Ersheg, handing over to the very rapid Marcus Clutton. A bit of a lock up there from the TCR Cupra there. That's the Nick Hull, Richard Avery car. Mentioning Johnny Haynes there, his father John Haynes and Senior was the promoter for many years at the Brayfield Stock Car Stadium, not far from Silverstone, Northampton Shaleway as it's now known. Still going strong. I've commentated there on many occasions, including the Formula One Stock Cars World Final a few years ago. I believe that's hosting this year's World Final for the Formula One Stock Cars. So Johnny Haynes Jr. in action here in his Lamborghini, sharing with Dominic Malone, with the car back in the pits. We see it there. Sam Allpass still in the pits as well. We know that the Audi's been in as well. That's on its way back out with Marcus Clutton aboard. So we're going to see who ends up in front here. There is the Audi, St Beckett's. Marcus Clutton just getting the tyres warmed back up again here on his out lap. I think he's still clear of Stephen Tompkins in the Vulcan. Yeah, there's the Vulcan in the background, so the Audi is still leading with 55 minutes of this race to go. Sam Allpass still in the pit lane, having made his stop a little way after the Audi. So that means that it's Audi, Aston, see where the Solution F BMW slots back in. Could well be Mikael Mack up into third place in the Lamborghini, and that will put him into the lead of Class B. Behind them is the Thurston De Leon Porsche, the Cunningham Porsche, the McCollum Cooper KTM now leading Class D at the moment. We'll see where everything cycles back in after that round of pit stops. Class D, the GT4 comes. The Jones and George Mercedes made a second stop as well. There's the KTM leading Class D. Still 16 cars left running. The Haynes Malone car has dropped down to 10th place. Johnny Haynes, as in John Haynes Jr., who we see racing here today, was involved with the HDML team in British GT. I think that was the team in British Touring Cars, I should say. I think that was the team back in the super production era in the early 2000s. They had the Peugeot 306s. Team HDML, that was Simon Harrison and Roger Bowen, I think, if memory serves me correctly. Sam Allpass is still in the pit lane in his BMW according to the timing screen, so he's down to 5th now in the classification. So that's handed 3rd place to this car, the number 63 Lamborghini. As the Owen Hizzy and Mark Elman car comes back in for its 2nd stop, the number 74. Some of these teams doing their pit stops close together, unless it's... that's a problem, in fact, we're told, for the 74 car. I saw some sparks from underneath as it came into the pit lane. So something's come loose on that very smartly liveried green, British Racing green Ginetta. You can see the team looking under the back of the car, so something's come loose there. We think the SVG Ginetta, Owen Hizzy and Mark Elman. Sparks were spotted coming from under that car. Let's hope it's just a bit of trim or a bit of aero that can be reattached. So the Lamborghini going down to lap Josh Tomlinson, who's now at the wheel of the Ginetta number 83, which is up to 7th and running well, leading its class, with the 74 car having just had to make a 2nd unscheduled stop. The Lamborghini goes through the number 63 of Mikael Mack. The Audi continues to lead the way. 2:03.315, the best lap that car has done this race, a personal best for it, for Marcus Clutton. See what his lead is. It was just over 8 seconds over Stephen Tompkins after the pit stops had played out. You can see what the gap is to the number 63 Lamborghini. There's a 26 version, which is down in about 12th place now after its extra stop. We don't know the reason for the extra stop there, unless it was a scheduled one. Lights flashing from the KTM behind. There's that XPTCC Team Hard VW Passat as well. It's the Curran and Henry car. 28 laps completed, just over 8 seconds in between the two leaders. The 74 car going back out after its extra stop. Problem with the under tray by the look of it there. Now is the number 63 Lamborghini of Mack catching Tompkins? No, it's not. Well, that's made a 2nd stop, so whether Keith Freezer's back in the car, we don't know. It was a penalty for that car, in fact. Change for 9th place. Alan Thompson's got the Jaguar ahead of Sam Allpass, who has finally left the pits. That was a long stop for the Solution F BMW. Gap has increased again to 9.3 seconds this time through. There's Mikael Mack. Going to be able to close in, not at the moment. It was a slower lap last time through for Stephen Tompkins at 2:04.2, so maybe he was dealing with traffic. 49 minutes of this race to go now. We can head down to Ian in the pits, who's with SVG Motorsport. Still an update on their Ginetta.
Yeah, welcome down to the pits, everybody. We've just seen the 74 Ginetta, Owen Hizzy piloting that one. It's just come into the pits. We think it might have a bit of an electrical issue. However, if you're wondering how much rubber is out on track, this came out of the front bumper of that Ginetta. Look at that. That is pure rubber from the track. That is quite incredible. Look at that. Really, really satisfying to touch as well, actually. I think I'm going to keep this as a memento. Dave, back to you.
Okay, the 74 car back in the race, as we just heard from Ian down there. Thankfully not too serious for Owen Hizzy and Mark Elman. They're in 15th place, second of the Ginetta class, being led by McGregor and Tomlinson. They're together on the track now, as you can see there, coming through Beckett's, coming up on the 34 VW Passat. Now, looking at the battle in the TCR class as well, there's only just under 5 seconds between the Hull and Avery Cupra, the Beeson and Healer. George Healer, I think, now at the wheel of the Audi RS3. There's going to be a battle for the lead in the TCR class, and in fact has the Audi already got through there. There is the Audi of George Healer. Now he's on the tail of the Cupra. You can see they're together on the track now, coming through the loop. This is for 13th overall, and for the, more importantly, the lead of the class. As I know Paul Sheard's team are desperate to win the TCR category this year. They'll try and challenge for the overall title as well. Currently second in the TCR points, just 3 points behind Ashley Woodman and Martin Byford. They want a class win to ensure they go top in TCR in the points this year. Fastest lap of the race still with Stephen Tompkins in the Aston Martin Vulcan. He's 8.5 seconds down on Marcus Clutton for the lead. That was quicker by 8/10 of a second on that last lap. Mikael Mack 2:05.7 in the Lamborghini in third place. So the battle is joined between the two TCR machines. It's up to 45 minutes of the race to go. We are past half distance in this round 4 of the MS UK British Endurance Championship. Still leads from Tompkins, and the lead gap is increasing. Yes, 11.8 seconds this time, so he's pulled away by over 3 seconds on that last lap. I can only assume Tompkins was caught in a bit of traffic. And the Audi, meanwhile, has taken the lead of the TCR category. I suspected that would occur. That's for 13th overall. One car in the pits there, Peter Thurston and Daryl De Leon in for their second stop in the Porsche. And I think we can hand down to Ian, who's with one of the team behind the leading car, Peter Ursek.
Yeah, welcome, Roddy. We're actually at the back of the pits here. It's not often we venture this far, but we thought we'd make the trip to come see Peter racing, of course, in the leading Audi. You did the first stint out there, Peter, under the safety car, of course, and you said to me that Audi doesn't like going slow.
No, unfortunately, it really gets upset when it's going slow. So we did ask politely if the Clark, of course, wouldn't mind speeding up a little bit. I'm sure that went down well, but it's it was a pretty good race. You know, we got a lead on the Vulcan, and which was always a plan. It's such a rocket ship in a straight line, so the start's critical, and got a good start. The first one, restart, not bad. I think Gleb almost was thinking about having a go, but once we got through the first half of the lap, and then we put our head down and going well.
Where are you now strategy-wise? Because I think there's about 7 or 8 seconds between you and Gleb's, of course, in the Vulcan.
Yeah, we still another stop, and we've got to put some new tyres on for Marcus, so he's running around old stuff at the moment. So I think we've got the pace still to do it, but we'll see.
No, you never know. We certainly don't want to give commentators curse either. So, Peter, hopefully I'll see you at the end of the race. Cheers, thanks for talking to us. Dave, back to you.
To him, Peter Erteg there, his Audi having led all the way, 12.5 seconds clear at the front of this MS UK British Endurance Championship race. Let's have a look at the class leaders while we get a chance. Erteg Clutton overall leaders lead Class A. Class B is being led by Mikael Mack and Keith Fraser's Lamborghini in 3rd place. Class C is led by Thurston and De Leon's Porsche, which has just made its 2nd pit stop. Class D is led by McCollum and Cooper, the KTM GT4 for track focused. Class E is the TCR class. We've just seen the lead change there with the Beeson and Gila Audi RS3 taking the lead from the EDF Motorsports Cupra. Class F is led by Tony Entry, the Thompson & Thompson Jaguar. Class G is being headed by McGregor and Tomlinson, who are up in a fine 7th place. That's the yellow car at the back of this little group, with the Aston Vulcan in the middle of it, just doing some lappering. 26 Lamborghini moving through there. It's the Malone and Haynes machine. Once again, total dominance from PB Racing in their Audi. Could they be heading to the overall championship this year, I wonder? Gap increases again, 13.4 seconds now. Lamborghini there of Haynes and Malone, delays earlier on with a 2nd stop, right down at 12th. 3rd in Class B behind Sam Allpass, who's up to 11th. There he is, about to be lapped once again by our race leader. Minutes of the race still to go. It looks like, is that a problem for Sam Allpass? I think he might be slowing down. We saw the TCR cars go by him there. There is the Nick Hull, Richard Avery car behind him. I think Sam Allpass may have a problem. Yes, the Vulcan goes by there. There is the number 38. Yes, I think Sam Allpass may be in trouble. See if he calls into the pits this time. Running in 11th place, 3 laps down. He's definitely slowed up then. Well, he was running 2nd in Class B. Let's see if he comes in this time. Sam Allpass, the number 38. Yes, indeed he is, I think, turning for the pit lane. In he comes. Pick up some news on that hopefully in a moment as the Cunningham Porsche under fire from number 21. They are on different laps, these two, the Jones-George Mercedes, and the leaders in behind them as well. Excuse me, he says, I'm coming round to lap you. The group has got, I think that's the TCR Audi behind it. To the inside there is the Mercedes. Samuel Pass, we can see, is in the pit lane. Is it going to be 3 wins in a row for Peter Erschek's Audi? Marcus Clutton will have driven in 2 of them. Andrew Bentley, who took over with Clutton otherwise engaged last time out at Alton Park. There is the Jaguar F-Type, number 88, leading Class F. Where are they in the overall classification? Up in 9th, so a good run for the Thompson family, the New Barn Racing Jaguar. As the lead increased again, 35 laps completed by race leader Marcus Clutton. Yes, up to 14 seconds now. There is the number 62, the KTM. They've had a good trouble-free run up there in 5th place, leading the GT4 category. Helped by an extra pit call for Jones and George in their Mercedes AMG GT4. Second in the GT4 class is the Montague and Hall car. In 7th, the Aston Martin. Here comes Stephen Tompkins, the Vulcan, getting past the Cunningham Porsche. I think it's Peter Cunningham on board there now. They're in 4th place, but they've been lapped. Running up the top 6 at the moment is the McGregor Tomlinson Ginetta leading Class G. We've got 5 class leaders in the top 6, the other 2 in 9th and 13th. There comes the leader. And the Mikael Mack Keith Fraser car has come in from 3rd place for its 2nd scheduled stop. Jaguar F-Type coming up on the VW Passat number 34 with Paul Curran on board. There is the 63 Lamborghini in the pits. Driver comes out, fuel goes in. Waiting there with extinguisher just in case. There is the KTM. That's in 4th place now with the stops ahead of it, and Stephen Tompkins has come in with the Aston Vulcan as well. 2nd round of pit stops, if you like, underway. So teams have only got some 15 minutes to make their 2nd pit stop. Pit window closes with 20 minutes of the race to go. Yes, they're pouring in now. The Cunninghams are in. The Mack and Fraser car is in. McGregor and Tomlinson Ginetta has come in. Still the Audi stays out there and leads. The Audi R8 He launched the Audi RS3 back in 13th place, still leading TCR class. It's number 50, the Aston Martin GT4. That's in 6th overall now, second of the GT4 cars behind the KTM. Three and a half minutes thereabouts to go. Most of the front runners currently making their second mandatory stops. Who hasn't made a second stop yet? Well, I was about to say the race leader, but the Urseg Clutton car has just come in. So the race leader makes its second stop. The other cars that have not made a second stop yet are McCollum and Cooper in the KTM, Montague and Hall in the Aston Martin, the Thompsons in the Jaguar F-Type, and the Beeson and Healer Audi. Oh, and the current Henry VW Passat as well. So 4 of the top 5 currently in pit lane. That's number 26, which is the Haynes and Malone Lamborghini. We've already seen them calling the pits twice, but I think one occasion was either a problem or a penalty. Beeson and Healer back in with the Audi RS3. There's the 87 car, the TCR class leader, looking to try and take the overall championship lead today. Most of the cars having made their scheduled stops at the same time. We'll have to wait and see where everybody cycles back in again. Cars currently in pit lane, the Audi, the other Audi, and the Aston Martin Vulcan. The bonnet going up again on the Audi. This could be bad news, or are they just checking the repair from earlier on? Where's the race leader heading back out after their second scheduled stop, the Urseg Clutton pairing? Make a move there, and going through was the Ginetta of Owen Hizzy and Mark Ellman, getting ahead of the Cooper of Hull and Avery. That was for position as well. They are in different classes, of course. That was for 14th. Of Sam Allpass. Well, he went back out after his rather slow run into the pits, but he's back in again. This could be curtains for the BMW Solution F car, I would think, sadly. Jeff Steele Racing will make their best effort, though. Let's hand down to Ian in the pits.
Yeah, been a lot of activity for the 87 Audi. I'm delighted to say we actually got George. Sorry, George, interrupted you there. We were just having a quick chat, but you said you got another fuel issue.
Yeah, I think so. We're going to see what happens when we get out there. Sometimes these things can just be a reset or something like that. So, yeah, we've got a bit of time. Hopefully it's kind of damage limitation and we can make it through to the end. So
we've managed to get plenty of laps out there, though, other than the fuel issue. Car being in quite good nick.
Yeah. God, it was absolutely roasting. I tell you what, I thought I was going to die in there. It was like a sauna. So, yeah, it was really good though.
We were stood actually here just before you came in, and it seemed a bit of a panic. Was it an expected stop? Or?
Well, when Jonathan stopped, yeah, we had a fuel pump issue. So we changed the fuel pump the first time, so there's definitely a gremlin or something with the car. So yeah, we're all on tenterhooks a little bit, so hopefully we can just hold it.
Half hour to go.
Yeah, half hour to go.
Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. You take care. And Dave, back to you.
Inside the final half hour, the final quarter, if you like, of this MS UK British Endurance Championship race here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Peter Erteg and Marcus Cludson have rejoined. They're on their outlap at the moment at the front of the field. Stepanovs, Tompkins, Aston Martin, Vulcan still in the pit lane at the moment according to the timing screen. And KTM still up there in third. They're our candidates for the drivers of the day, I think. McCollum and Sean Cooper. Superb comeback to British Endurance in the rather unorthodox KTM GT4. And indeed, looks like they've now moved into second with the Stepanovs Tompkins car still in the pit lane. The Montague and Hall Aston Martin is in as well, and the Thompsons in the Jaguar F-Type. That's their second stop. So the only car that hasn't made 2 stops yet, and they're probably leaving it late on purpose, is the KTM in second place. A couple of cars have had 3 stops due to penalties, Sam Allpass being one of them, Michael Mack was another. As the Cunningham's Porsche, they're running in 8th place. And the Aston Martin Vulcan still has not re-emerged from the pits. Hopefully we can pick up on that with Ian down in the pit lane. Inside there, one of the Lamborghinis takes Peter Cunningham. Don't think that was for position. 2 Lamborghinis were they running around. Mack and Freezer are third overall. Haynes and Malone down in 10th. New fastest lap of the race for the Erteg and Clutton car. That says to me Marcus Clutton is still on board there. 2:01.003. 7/10 of a second quicker than the Aston Vulcan, which is still in the pit lane. It has been there for some time now, so we'll try and find out what has happened there. Bit of breaking news on the Aston Vulcan. There was a bit of smouldering spotted under the bonnet, so engine problems clearly for the Aston Vulcan. Looks like that's out of the race. We'll get further updates on that from Ian down in pit lane. Hopefully, we just had it reported to us. Some smouldering was spotted under the bonnet of the Aston Vulcan when it came in for its second stop, and that says to me that's end of race for that car. Sadly, the Chameleon looks like he's out. So that's going to open up the battle for second place, certainly behind the Erteg Clutton Audi. That's a lap ahead of the rest of the field. So second place overall now is the McCollum and Cooper KTM, although that hasn't yet made its second stop, and they need to do so in the next 5 minutes because the pit window will close. Third overall is a Michael Mack and Keith Freezer Lamborghini Super Trofeo car, leading Class B. And fourth place, Brad Thurston and Daryl DeLeon's Porsche. There's 12 seconds in it for second and third, 14 seconds between third and fourth. Can tell you another car that will not be re-emerging from the pits, sadly. Sam Allpass has retired the Solution F BMW. Overheating and brake problems with that car. So Sam Allpass sadly out of the race. Well, here's our second place car, well, for the moment, because it has to stop again. The McCollum and Cooper KTM. They've run like clockwork so far today. That's KTM for Track Focused. Work going on there on the number 34. This is the VW Passat. That's been in the pits for a while as well. The Curran and Henry VW for Team Hard. Nearly some work going on there. Another car I can hear coming back into the pits. That's the McCollum and Cooper KTM. So our second place car in for its scheduled second stop. They come in with 3.5 minutes of the pit window left. So this should give second place, yes, to the Mack and Friese Lamborghini. Thurston and De Leon should go up in the third. Only 10 seconds between those two cars as well. So if Thurston and De Leon can win Class C, which it looks like they're going to, they will keep their championship lead. Let's head down to Ian in the pits. I believe he's caught up with the sadly retired from the race, Sam Allpass.
We did say don't get up because you're exhausted, and I could tell you're dripping out there. How was it?
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough right from the word go because we started from the pit lane.
Yeah.
And but actually that was okay. But unfortunately, then we had that first or second lap incident where I managed to clip a couple of spinners, a bit of damage to the front of the car. Fortunately, sort of okay, but it might have contributed to something. I'm not sure. So yes, it's sort of incidents all the way through, really. And then I think with hindsight, a bit of a tall order to try and attempt the full stint. I think if it had been 7 or 8 degrees lower, it might have been okay, but it's hot in there.
It's very hot. Thanks for talking to us. Rest up. Do you need any water or anything? I'll see if I can grab you some. Just stay with us. Thanks, Sam. Just stay with us. You can see a little bit of the damage. Not too much, but it's going to have a bit of an impact, isn't it? So, Dave, there we go. The 38 BMW is out. Dave, back to you.
Bad luck to Sam Allpass there. The Solution F BMW out of the race. The GT4 KTM is still in pit lane, I can tell you. That's serving its second stop. There it goes back into the race. So everybody, I think, has now done their 2 mandatory stops. Hopefully everybody's pit stop was within the minimum pit time and nobody's going to get a penalty. The Silverstone pit lane minimum time of 140 seconds to pit in to pit out. So the 63 Lamborghini, there it is, in second place now. It's just ahead of the McCollum and Cooper KTM. Now we'll see if that's for position they're together there, or whether there's laps between them when they come over the timing line next time through. It's the Audi that still leads, so it's looks surely, barring any mechanical problems, going to be another win for Peter Urschek and Marcus Clutton, their 3rd out of 4 this year in the Audi R8 GT3. And the battle is going to be for second place. Now there is the Lamborghini. Where is the Thurston De Leon Porsche? There it is. So that's for second and third. We'll see where the McCollum and Cooper KTM has slotted back in after its second mandatory stop. It might be in contention for an overall podium if it's on the same lap as the cars around it. Hasn't gone over the timing line again yet to confirm that. We'll see how much time they've lost. It may be that they're a lap down on the 2. There's the other Porsche, that's the Cunningham car. They're in 6th overall, 22 seconds down on the Jones and George Mercedes. There's the 28 Porsche. They're in contention for a podium here. So we'll run you through the order when these cars have gone over the timing line to begin lap 43. The Audi R8 GT3 will go on to its 43rd lap. It may well be 2 laps clear of this little lot now. It's a question of working out where everyone is, and now that everybody has completed their pit stops. Yes, the KTM has fallen further down the timing screen, so we'll see as they cross the line. So it's Erceg and Clutton who lead the way. They're a lap clear of Mack and Frieser in second place in the Lamborghini. Third is the Thurston and De Leon Porsche. And yes, the KTM is not only down to 6th overall, but it's lost the lead in the GT4 class to Jones and George. They're in 4th overall. So almost 2 laps clear now is the Audi R8 GT3. And on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, one of the longest circuits in the country. That's a long way. Jones and George lead Class C. Well, we've actually got 4 class leaders in the top 4 places. Erceg and Clutton lead Class A, Mack and Frieser Class B in the Lamborghini, Thurston and De Leon Class C in the Porsche, and Jones and George in the Mercedes AMG GT4 leading Class D. 5th are the Cunningham Porsche, 6th is the McCollum and Cooper KTM, just made its 2nd stop at the end of the pit window, which is now closed. 7th, the Montague and Hall in their Aston Martin. There's the GT4 class leading Mercedes. 8th place is the Class G leading Gregor and Tomlinson Ginetta. Haynes and Malone's Lamborghini is 9th. And Owen Hizzy and Mark Elman's Ginetta G55 Super Cup rounds out the top 10. In terms of the TCR class, it's Hull and Avery's Cupra that's leading, because Beeson and Healer lost some time with that misfire problem. They did try and recover it, but had to make another stop. There is the Aston Vulcan. Sadly, out of the race. One of the cars still running in 14th place is the Curran and Henry VW Passat. It's the same problem as the Ferrari, we've just been told, for the Aston Vulcan. Power steering failure is what causing that bit of smoke under the bonnet. That's a great shame. We've got one car coming into the pits. I can hear below the commentary box. That's the Thurston and De Leon car. Have they got a penalty, do we know? Pit stop infringement penalty, we've been told, for Thurston and De Leon. Now, they were only a few seconds behind the Mack and Frieser Lamborghini. And car 22 has a pit stop penalty as well. Yeah, there we can see the Porsche in the penalty box. So a stop-go penalty, presumably for a short pit stop. And car 22, that's the Cupra TCR. Now, how far ahead are they of... they're about 90 seconds ahead of the Audi RS3. So Hull and Avery's Cupra, that's got a pit stop penalty. They've got a stop-go penalty as well. OK, so that could change things in the TCR class. Meanwhile, Erceg and Clutton have got the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes, .913. They lead by 2 laps ahead of the Lamborghini of Mack and Frieser. Is the Lamborghini at number 26 of Haynes and Malone. They're in 9th place. Just ahead of them is the 88 car, which is the Jaguar F-Type. There is a lap between the two of them. The Jaguar heading for 12th place. 15 minutes of the race to go. So we've got 14 cars left running now out of the 19 that started. We lost Woodman, Byford's Cupra and the Naran and Jackson Mercedes in the tangle early on. John Seal and Jamie Stanley's Ferrari and the Aston Vulcan, sadly, both suffering power steering failures. Sam Allpass with a combination of overheating and braking problems. There's confirmation that Hull and Avery, the TCR leading Cupra, has got a 16-second penalty for, we presume, a short pit stop. So they've got to come in, so the 16-second stop-go penalty. We'll have to see if that drops them out of the lead of the TCR class. Let's Beeson and Healer in the Audi. There's our leader, Erteg and Clutton. 2 laps ahead of the Mikel Mack and Keith Fraser Lamborghini Super Trofeo. There is the 87. That's coming through. Is that Audi slowing down? The 87 in trouble. He's pulled up. He's stopped at the top of the hangar straight. Now, has he pulled up there to do a reset? The lights have come on. Yeah, he's doing a Control-Alt-Delete, as they say, I think, to try and reset the car and get it going again. He's done so. Okay. So a scare there for the 87. Meanwhile, the 22, its class rival, was serving its penalty. Well, I'm not sure what's going on with the TCR class today. So electrical issues for the 87, possibly. I've no idea what's going to happen with the TCR class, but there's our leader, Erteg and Clutton. They've got 12.5 minutes to go. It's the Lamborghini second, the Thurston de Leon Porsche in third. The Jones and George car is being caught for fourth overall by the yellow Porsche, the Cunninghams, but they've got to deal with the leader lapping them. The Cunninghams are catching the GT4 Mercedes ahead of them. There's about 13 seconds between the two of them at the moment. Now here's the problem with the Audi. There you just see the lights go out as it comes into Beckett's, and suddenly the car cuts out. So electrical problems for the 87 clearly, but they managed to stop the car. It stopped coming into the hangar straight, and they reset the car. I think it's George Healer that's on board. So he's healed the car there, presumably. Hopefully, let's have a look. We'll see when they come through. They'll make it to the end of the race. We'll see who's leading. I think that will leave Nick Hull and Richard Avery in the lead of the class in the Cupra. The leader comes through towards Farm and then Village, the right-hander. No problem at all for PB Racing once again. But who's going to be leading the championship overall at the end of this event? Well, joint leaders were Brad Thurston and Darrell De Leon's Porsche, also driven this year by Adam Hatfield and Alex Sedgwick, the pro drivers. They were joint leaders with the Jones-George Venture Innovations Mercedes, and they are both on to win their class in this race, so we could still have joint championship leaders. We'll see how things play out. A point behind them were Woodman and Byford, EDF Motorsport's Cupra. Well, that's out of the race on the second lap, so no points for them today. So Jonathan Beeson and George Healer could move up in the overall championship, could take the lead in the points of the TCR class. Peter Montague and Stuart Hall the next in the points. Only 7 points covering the top 5 coming into this round. Next in the order is Erteg, Clutton and Andrew Bentley, who drove that Audi to victory at Park. Next, Amir Naran and Tom Jackson, early retirement for them today. Next in the table is the team Briggs McLaren, that's not out today. They've gone on to contest other things. Owen Hizzy and Scott Simons leading the points in the Ginetta G55 category. Hizzy sharing of Mark Ellman today. The car will still take the points. Next in the order, the Team Hard team, which have various races, the Audi, the VW and the Honda Civic this year. Drivers Maurice Henry, Darrell De Leon, Lewis Kent and Jamie Callender. It's 5 drivers in that car now, because today we've got number 34 piloted by Paul Curran as well. So it's a bit of a free-for-all in that team this year. Less than 10 minutes of the race to go though. 2 laps the lead margin for Erteg and Clutton. They're certainly going to launch a challenge for the overall championship, I think, this year, if fortune continues to go their way. Mercedes running a bit wide of the loop there in 4th place, leading the GT4 class. Looking down the order, the closest battle on track at the moment is the Mercedes and the Cunningham Porsche. They're separated by 11 seconds. They're told the 74 Ginetta is about to pull into the pits. That's the Owen Hizzy Mark Ellman car. They're second in the class behind McGregor and Tomlinson, the Mac G Racing Ginetta, running in 10th overall. See the gap between the Mercedes and the Porsche, the Cunninghams. But the field fairly well spread out around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit now in the closing stages of this MSUK British Endurance Championship 2-hour race. Number 34. It's 3rd in Class C, running at the tail of the field, the VW Passat, the ex-British Touring car. There's a car that has starred today, in my opinion, the McCollum and Cooper KTM. Ran as high as 2nd overall at one point, now in 6th, 2nd in the GT4 class. Now, is it being caught here? Yes, by the Aston Martin, I think it is, of Montague and Hall. Yes, they took 2 seconds out of them on that last lap, so we could see a change for 2nd in GT4. The Aston is closing in. Menacing looking car, the Aston Martin GT4. Especially in that black livery. That's for 6th and 7th overall. Haven't seen the Hizzy and Ellman Ginetta come into the pits as we were advised it might earlier. Just had a very slow lap as well for the Haynes and Malone Lamborghini. His last lap was a 2:28. His quickest lap of the race, a 2:09. So something's amiss there, I think, with the number 26 Lamborghini of John Haynes and Dominic Malone. Under 6 minutes of racing to go. We said it'd be just over 50 laps, didn't we? Well, they're coming round to complete lap 50 this time, the race leading number 9. Just the one safety car period early on when we had that tangle between the 108 Merc and the 60 Cupra. There's our 2nd place Lamborghini, the number 63. Michael Mack and Keith Fraser. The 26 Lamborghini is just behind him there. That's just done a 2:24, the number 26, so it's still struggling. Yeah, there it is. So something amiss with the number 26 Lamborghini. There's the KTM. The off the pace, sadly, number 26 Lamborghini. I think they may have had a problem after their second stop. You can see the car is quite a way off the pace. One car that is on the pace, though, is the class-leading Ginetta of McGregor and Tomlinson. They've just done their personal best lap, 2:14.644. There's the Jaguar F-Type being caught by the number 21. Matthew George and Chris Jones's Mercedes. They're on to win Class D and a fine fourth overall, the Mercedes AMG GT4. As our third place car, the Thurston and De Leon Porsche, despite a late stop-go penalty for a short pit stop. It's Mack and Fraser's Lamborghini second. There's the Porsche of Cunningham, and he's got the gap down to just over 5 seconds. You can see the Jones and George Mercedes flashing the lights at the Thompsons there, because they could lose fourth overall. There's the yellow Porsche, you can see him in his mirrors. The Cunninghams. This is fourth position. I know they're in different classes, but they'll want to keep that fourth overall. Cunningham's in Class C, the Mercedes in Class D. Less than 3 minutes of this race to go now. It's going to be 3 out of 4 for the Audi R8s. Just a couple of laps left to run now, I think, depending on where the Audi R8 is. Here he is. I think he may get one more lap in after this. Peter Erceg and Marcus Clutton. Well, they steamrolled their opposition on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit in round 2. They did so again at Oulton Park in round 3 at the end of May. They've done so again here at Silverstone on the much longer Grand Prix circuit. Again, their main rival, the Aston Martin Vulcan, hitting trouble just as it did at Brands Hatch. It's been the main interest in this race has been in the class battles further back in the order. There's no questioning your overall winner. They may have been beaten in the opening round of the season after a few gremlins by the Blackthorn team. We're told that there are further problems for the 87 Audi RS3. That's having further electrical issues, apparently. I've just been told in my ears. There it is. It's got going again. There's clearly electrical issues there, and they're going to lose out on the TCR category win to the Cupra from EDF. The number 22. Hope they can make it to the flag, which will be very shortly, because the Audi R8 of Erteg and Clutton only had 2.5 minutes left as it crossed the line. Fairly sure they will get one more lap. There is the KTM. That's only a couple of seconds clear now of the number 50 Aston Martin. Heading into the Hanger Straight, where's the Aston? There it is, it's got the VW Passat in front of it. So we could yet see a change for second in the GT4 class. This is the main battle on track at the moment. Is the KTM going to be taken? No, the Aston, I suspect it's Stuart Hall, the pro driver on board that car. Closing on the KTM. Of course, with 2 pit stops in the race, unfortunately we don't know if everybody changed drivers, but the clock has counted down to 0. We are on the last lap now. Heading towards the Hanger Straight is our race leader. Dominance from the GT3 spec Audi R8 once again, coming up to lap the Owen Hizzy Ginetta. No problem at all into Stowe. Stunning looking car, isn't it, for PB Racing, Peter Erceg and Marcus Clutton. We saw them in their white Porsche 911 last season. And they are dominating in terms of overall wins this year. Through the club complex, up towards the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straights. Incidentally, the Jones and George Merck is only just over a second ahead of the Cunningham, so I think the Cunningham's going to take 4th place overall. Through towards Village comes our race leader, though. It's up towards the loop, and only the Wellington Straight, Brooklands, Luffield and Woodcote stands between the Audi and another victory. Well, here's the fight for 4th place, so we are going to get a couple of late possible changes of position, because the Cunningham Porsche has caught the GT4 class leader. And here comes our overall leader into Brooklands for the last time. It has not been headed all the way through this race, not even during the pit stops. Complete dominance from PB Racing once again. Through towards Woodcote for the final time. Here he comes towards the checkered flag. Peter Urcheg and Marcus Clutton make it 3 wins in a row in the British Endurance Championship here at Silverstone. It's going to be Mikael Mack and Keith Fraser on their debut in the series in their Lamborghini who will take 2nd, but who's going to be 4th? The Cunninghams at the inside into Village for the last time. This is going to be a battle to the line. Mack and Fraser will take 2nd place. It's going to be Thurston and De Leon in their Porsche in 3rd place. They will both win their classes. We've got a battle going on for 6th as well, so we'll try and follow both battles to the line. It's going to be a fight for 4th to the line between the Cunninghams and the Jones-George Mercedes. I think the Porsche is going to have the power into Brooklands. Indeed it is. They're side by side. This is 4th position into the last couple of corners. Oh, they're side by side. The Porsche sliding. He's lost it. Round goes the Cunningham Porsche. Oh, what a shame. Across the grass he goes, and the Jones and George Mercedes will take 4th place overall and win Class D. The Cunninghams with a quick spin there, they're just trying a bit too hard into Brooklands on warm tyres in these warm conditions. They will take 5th, and meanwhile here's the fight for 6th, and the Astons got through. Now this is for position in a class as well, for 2nd in GT4. The Mercedes has won the GT4 class, and it's going to be Montague and Hall, I think, who are going to take 2nd in the class ahead of the KTM. They're coming down to Brooklands for the final time. Yes, the Astons pulled away. Let's hope there's no spins between these two. Yes, they made it through Brooklands. Okay, very easy to go off there on the outside. The Cunninghams just found out. 6th place overall is going to go to the Aston ahead of the KTM. Incidentally, 2nd overall across the line, the Mikael Mack and Keith Fraser Lamborghini. 2 laps down on our race winner. 6th place for the Aston, 7th the KTM, 8th place goes to McGregor and Tomlinson. They win Class G in their Ginetta, and 3rd place for Brad Thurston and Daryl De Leon in the Porsche. Waiting for our last couple of finishers to come home then. There's the VW Passat, 14th place for them and 3rd in Class C. And we're just waiting for our TCR category winner, the Nick Hull, Richard Avery Cupra. There's the Lamborghini across the line in 9th place, and there is the TCR class winner. Finally some better fortune for EDF Motorsports, so they're all in now, all 14 cars. There's our runners-up, the number 63 Lamborghini. What a debut from them. They win Class B and take 2nd overall, but 2 laps down on our race winner, who also gets the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes .913. There are our dominant winners. We'll confirm the provisional results in just a second. So provisionally your race winner is the number 9 PB Racing Audi R8 of Peter Urcheg and Marcus Clutton, completing 53 laps in a time of 2 hours 1 minute 40.024 seconds. 2nd place went to number 63, which is Mikael Mack and Keith Fraser in the Scott Sport Lamborghini Super Trofeo. 3rd, number 28, Brad Thurston and Daryl De Leon in the Porsche 991. All those 3 win their classes, classes A, B and C, and 4th place the Class D winner, Chris Jones and Matt George in the Venture Innovations Mercedes GT4. 5th place went to the Cunninghams in their Porsche 997, 2nd in Class C, quick gyration on the final corner. 6th went to Peter Montague and Stuart Hall in their Aston GT4, they were 2nd in. 7th place went to the KTM of McCollum and Cooper, number 62, 3rd in Class D. 8th place was the Class G winner, which was McGregor and Tomlinson in the Ginetta G55. 9th went to number 26, the John Haynes and Dominic Malone Lamborghini, 2nd in Class B for them. And in 10th place was the Owen Hizzy Mark Elman Ginetta G55, 2nd in Class G for them. 11th place went to the Class F winner, the Thompsons in their Jaguar F-Type. 12th was number 22, winning the TCR class, the Cupra TCR of Nick Hull and Richard Avery. 13th place went to Beeson and Healer after some late electrical problems in the Audi RS3. They were 2nd in Class E for TCR cars. The final finisher, the Curran and Henry VW Passat in Class C in 3rd in their class. We sadly lost the Aston Martin Vulcan with power steering issues. Sam Allpass with overheating and braking problems in the Solution F BMW. John Sleal and Jamie Stanley broken power steering accounted for the Ferrari as well, and a tangle between Naran and Jackson and Woodman and Byford in the early stages took out their cars, which we saw the safety car out for. Well, we'll hand down shortly to Park Ferme to hear from our podium finishers, and next up we go Caterham Racing once again.
Welcome down everybody, here we are in Park Ferme and we're with your winners as well. We've got Marcus Cluton here, Peter Ursig. Peter, we were just chatting, we meet too often, don't we? We talk too much like this. We spoke about 45 minutes ago, it was going well then, and this man here took it home.
Yeah, he did a mega job, right? So he, I think I did all the hard work, but Kevin...
Is that true, Marcus? Come on.
It's always true, that, yeah. Always.
What was the final stint like?
It was alright, it was good, just a bit of traffic management. We tried to stretch a set of tyres, and we were just struggling for pace really, and when we came in and put a new set of tyres on, instantly 2 seconds faster, so
almost broke the 2-minute mark, I think.
Yeah, no, but I think, you know, to be honest, we've lost a bit of pace in the car. I think last time I was here I broke into the 58s, so we need to go back and have a think what we're doing, and what we were doing is going in the wrong direction clearly. So
it's I think too hard, Mark. You know you won, right? You know you won.
Yeah.
Guys, congratulations. Thank you. Let's go over here. Let's grab Keith, shall we? What a result this was for the boys. Come as well in Mac 2. Guys, how does it feel to be in second place? What a result.
Yeah, it was really good. You know, this is the first time we've been in the car. It's the first time I've ever seen the car.
Easy peasy then, isn't it? This motorsport thing.
But I have Mikkel here, who's an unbelievably quick driver, and we had a little bit of damage there from something, and so it had a lot of understeer. But yeah, it was good. Really good.
Good, Mikkel. Fantastic, actually, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was amazing. It was nice to being here at Silverstone and to drive with Scott Sport and Keith. It was amazing. The team did an amazing job, so I'm very happy to be here. And yeah, very happy to be part of Keith's first race in the Lamborghini.
Boys, well done. Go on. You've got to climb the stairs now up there. Right, I actually think... Oh, hang on. I think we can very quickly grab Brad over here as well. Brad, let's just grab you and Darryl as well. Guys, both come in. Congratulations, third place. How do you feel?
Yeah, it was really good, to be honest. I got in, done the first 45 minutes, gave over to Darryl, and that was it. Darryl does his thing.
Easy for that. You look roasting hot, by the way, mate.
Yeah, I mean, it was really hot in the car, and I still feel really hot. So.
Have some more time. I think you needed on the podium, actually, guys. Thanks for talking to us. Congratulations. There we go. Next race about to get underway, so I'm going to have to hand back to you, Dave, to take you through the action.
Peter Ursig down here in Park Ferme. I'm going to make my way up towards the podium because that is what...
Okay, well done to our British endurance teams. We'll see them back out tomorrow, some of them for the Britcar Trophy 2-hour race. But now it's back to Caterham Racing. This is the next step up on the ladder, if you like, from the Caterham Road Sports that we saw earlier on this morning. A 20-minute race for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship. Mission Motorsport, the Forces Motorsport charity set up several years ago by Major James Cameron, and plenty of money raised through all forms of motorsports for them. Let's have a look at the grid then. Championship protagonists on the front row: number 66 Freddie Chiddicks and number 21 Charlie Lower. Second row 15 James Cook and 35 Mark Kendall. It's Peter Mott and David Rook on row 3, 96 and 45. Fourth row number 72 Theo Theato. We've already seen him on BARC TV this season racing in the Caterham Graduates Championship with the guest driver Snetterton. Alex Vincent, number 17 alongside him. Row 5 Michael Chaplin and Chris Ephraimidis, 53 and 27. Moving back to the sixth row, we've got number 14, Jonathan Ramsey, and one of last year's Caterham Academy champions, eschewing road sports and jumping straight into 270R. It's number 29, Rutuj Roj Patki. Then row number 7 is 99, Toby Boys, and 71, Giles Perry. Row 8, 46, Mark Williams, and 84, Joe Priday. Row 9 is 19 of Paul Higginbottom and 11 Stephen Merritt. The 10th row, 65 Lydia Gould and 48 Richard Hoare. Row 11, 22 Louise Deason and 6 Marcus Eels. Row 12 is 63 Andy Palmer and 44 Ian Summers. And the final row, 88 Charles Vincent and number 23 Alan Bateman. The car's moving off on their green flag lap. Rejoining me in the box is Caterham expert Chris Hutchinson. Chris, tell us a bit more about the 270R cars.
So this is the third step of the Caterham Motorsport. I think we saw the road sports earlier. So this is last year's road sport drivers in many cases, but they are driving in a car that now has lost its windscreen. It loses its front lights and number plates. It's no longer road legal in the form that we race it in. But yeah, and more importantly, the suspension has a wide track on the front now as well to match the rear. They've got a few more revs, a little bit more power. So all together a package that pushes them more towards that race-focused Caterham as they head up through this championship ladder. We'll see the 310s, which is the ultimate incarnation of the Academy car, in the next race out. But you can see a great sight out here. It's 27 of these 270Rs on this Grand Prix loop today. And Freddie Chiddick's Charlie Lower have definitely been the dominant forces in this championship, and they've had a win each, at least one win at the opening rounds. And last time out we saw Mark Kendall come and take a win from them at Zandvoort as well. So certainly Chiddicks and Lower, but it's Chiddicks who is in front this time out. So yeah, an interesting development. We'll see whether he can keep it there.
Yes, indeed. So Freddie Chiddick certainly in the battle with Charlie Lower for the championship, as we've already mentioned. I reckon Mark Jones could be.
Mark's at a wedding for this.
He's not here this weekend. He could be one of the favourites for the title, I was going to say.
He'll be back tomorrow. He'll be back tomorrow, so he's just not racing with us today.
Now, I know he was booked in on the entry list, so he's missing for today. Does that mean he'll have to start from the back in tomorrow's race? Indeed. I believe the result of this race sets the grid for tomorrow, doesn't it?
Yep, he's going to have to fight his way all the way from the rear of this 27-car field, which is no mean feat. But we did see in the road sports earlier how you can move through these fields. We saw we saw the winner coming from deep in the field, 12th on the start line. So yeah, definitely can move forward. These Caterhams, these drivers obviously slightly more experienced than the road sport drivers we had earlier. You can come in here, you can have team support as well, so some of these drivers will be running with the teams that we've got up and down the paddock, so they're kind of more on that kind of, they might have coaches to tell them how they're going to go fast, all those kind of things. But it is great to see the Mission Motorsport Caterham 270s out here on the Grand Prix loop. And I know the drivers, for a lot of them it's bucket list stuff. Some of them won't have raced here before, so it's great to see these Caterhams around this circuit.
88 Charlie Vincent from Derbyshire there at the back of the grid. Well, so pull into line then. One driver I'm watching for here is Theo Theato, number 72. We've, as I said, already raced in the Caterham Graduates Championship this season and had a win at Snetterton on a guest appearance there. He's starting from the 4th row of the grid. I reckon he could be in with a chance of a victory here.
Yeah, definitely. We always see Theo. He's exciting to watch on track. Never a dull moment watching his orange car going around. Peter Mott's worth a call out as well. He's qualified a lot higher than we would than the rest of the season. He's had a bit of an up and down season, generally speaking, sort of finishing around 10th to 15th. So finishing 5th in qualifying, what a great result that is for him. And there's David Rook as well up there in 6th place. And all the front group, from judging by the early races, have got a good chance of hooking onto the lead group and having an epic race. Getting our brains back into sprint mode now with these Caterhams. It's fantastic to watch, and they're all lining up ready for their 20-minute. They've got 3 20-minute races over the course of the weekend, one today, and they've got 2 further ones tomorrow.
So on the right, as we look at it, it is the championship leader Freddie Chiddicks and Charlie Lower. They're how far apart are they in the championship? Let's have a look at the points. It is very close. It's Lower, in fact, that's on top by just 1 point after the round at Zandvoort. It's very close indeed. And they've been about that far apart all season as well, if you can put points into distance on the track. In position then, Mark Kendall in the green car on the left there, going from the 2nd row, will try and get down the inside. James Cook will try and get through the middle of the grid as well. Waiting for the marshal at the back there to display the green flag once everybody's in position. The marshal does so now, so the 5-second board will go aloft from the official on the start gantry, the red lights will come on, and when they go out it will be underway for 20 minutes of the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship. We're underway and down towards the first corner at Copse. Chiddix gets away well, so does Charlie Lower. They all make their way into Copse corner okay for the first time. Number 71 there of Giles Perry making his way around the outside. The Dayglow yellow and grey car run by DPR Motorsports, based down in Surrey, running many of the cars that we'll see here this weekend. But it is Lower and Chiddix together into that first corner from the front row of the field. They go through the Beckett's complex, a fine sight they make as they string their way out almost side by side for the lead. They're coming out of the Beckett's complex, but everybody has made it through okay so far. Not the best of starts, I don't think, for Theo Theato. He's lost a few places.
It does look like that. Off the line, actually, Chiddix got a kind of a slow start, and actually the Lower was in front as they went into the Copse that time through, but now Chiddix is back ahead as they're coming all slipstreaming down. You can see 3 wide for that second place, 3 wide for about 6th place here. There's Vincent's on the inside there. There's Peter Mott. He's dropped away a little bit with Rog Packy behind him as well, and then Efremidis, I think, following on behind. So yeah, a little bit of an early sort of problem with gear changes there. We saw a bit of that Croft for Chiddix, so I hope his car's all sorted, but at the moment it is Charlie Lower out front ahead of Chiddix, and then it's Kendall behind him.
So Lower against Chiddix has been the feature battle of this season so far. They head down the Hamilton straight with Lower moving to protect the lead on the inside. They start to fan out down the straight behind towards Abbey. It looks as though Chiddix has gone around the outside, the red and grey car, to take up the running. Somebody going wide there, that was Rog Packy, I think, in the pink machine that's almost gone straight on at Abbey. He'll recover that over the tarmac runoff area, I hope, and rejoins further down the order. Then it's Kemble in third in the bright green car, then the 15 of James Cook in the black machine. They're very close indeed there as they head through the loop. The 53 was in there, the 17 of Alex Vincent as well. 53 Michael Chaplin in the blue car, so plenty of place swapping in the early stages.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have 18 minutes of that place swapping each time they come to one of these straights. They're going to be swapping around. You can see there that Chiddix is on the outside. He took an easy sort of momentum pass around the outside on the previous straight, and he down into Stowe, and he's managed to hold on here. Kendall is still in that 3rd place, and then it's that Rook car, and like you say, Theo Theato's dropped back through. Peter Mott hanging on in there just ahead of Vincent as they head around Luffield then to complete their opening lap.
Yes, David Rook with a big dive up the inside there for 4th place coming into Brooklands corner. They go over the line, then it is Chiddix who leads from Lower, and then everybody else behind them in 3rd place, less than a second, covering the top 5 places as they cross the line. Chiddix with the lead on the outside, the red and grey car just ahead of the black with the blue cage, number 21 of Charlie Lower. Kendall 3rd place in the green machine, then it's Rook and Cook 4th and 5th. 6th place, the number 17 of Alex Vincent as they string their way through towards Beckett's. Charlie Lower at the inside retakes the lead, and Mark Kendall's going to have a go here as well in the 35 car to the inside. Chiddix went into the back of him going out of Beckett's. That was almost too close for comfort there. It's going to allow David Rook in the red number 45 to close up as well, and that quartet just beginning to break away slightly.
Yeah, but we've still got quite that front pack of about 7 cars there, all running close enough that they'll be well within the tow, and as we've seen the strength of the tow today, as we're coming again 4 wide, 3 wide into Stowe, but Chiddix holds firm with his black car with that red sort of ring around the nose there, which just makes him easy to spot as he's coming down there. But Charlie Lowe has never sort of let him go out of his sight, and that's been pretty much the same consistency throughout this season, as we're still having some ducking and diving there. So Kendall having to defend there from Rook as they headed into the Vale that time through. The front 4 kind of pulling a little bit of a gap, and again it's just you don't want to see that, and to Cook in the gap that's developing in front of him.
Somebody had a wing hanging off towards the back as well. It was a red car, that's all I could tell you. Didn't see the number. As Lower to the inside, Abbey retakes the lead. Once again, they're swapping places for fun, these two. This won't be decided until the last corner, I reckon, between Lower and Chiddix, just as we saw at Alton Park earlier this season. Mark Kendall keeping a watching brief in 3rd ahead of Rook and Cook. And in 6th place now is the number 17 of Alex Vincent, the black and green, the grey and green car there, as they swing their way into the loop. Once again, the 35 car of Kendall being pressured now by the 45 of David Rook for that 3rd place. He might try and slipstream him on the Wellington straight down towards Brooklands. Yes, Rook moving to the inside, and moving to the inside for the lead is Freddie Chiddix. He's going to try and make a move here. The former Caterham Academy star takes the lead once again. Red versus green for 3rd place. It's the green car of Mark Kendall who'll just have the inside for Luffield, but will Rook get the overlap on the outside? I don't think he will. No, Kendall's held the place.
Yeah, and it's sort of 60 miles an hour around that Lufford. It's such a Brooklands into Lufford, such a complicated set of corners for the drivers. They really are balancing the cars as they head around, trying to make sure that the tyres have still got enough grip to allow them to slow and turn all at the same time. But as they head over the line this time, lower on the outside, that outside line, they're kind of working together, these two, in their little tandem. You can see how close they are. One of the things the drivers get very used to as they go up through the ladder is the exact length of their cars and knowing when they could chop off. We saw Chiddick's chopping across the front of Kendall a couple of laps back, didn't we? As Theo Theato there is in that kind of middle ground, isn't he? Just with Ramsey trying to get back across to this lead group, but they're kind of seeing them disappear down the road. So they've really got to work together now to see whether they can pull these guys back.
Charlie Lower kicks up a bit of dust there coming through. Beckett's got onto the curb. Yes, Theo Theato, there he is, the orange car in 9th position. Look at some of the battlers further down the order. There's that car with the wing hanging off. He's just ahead of Giles Perry. I think it's the number 84 car of Joe Priday that's had that bit of contact off the start line with the rear wing of his car hanging off. Now they go 2 by 2 into Stowe Corner. Charlie Lower at the inside takes the lead. David Rook is up into 3rd ahead of Mark Kendall. And then next in the order is the number 15 of James Cook, who's fallen back up the order into 5th position.
Yeah, good to see Chaplin out there as well. He's not joined us yet so far this season, and he's come right up here and is in 5th place last time over a timing line, but he's in that blue car just behind Kendall, who's lost another space out there. There's a car out front there, a little bit of a gap, which wasn't there before, but yes, so good to see Chaplin back out, and he's injected himself fully into this front battle, but it's Lower and Chiddick's again, side by side. In fact, I think Chiddick's might have dropped to 3rd. He has there, because it's now Rook into that 2nd place, I think.
Yes, indeed. They head through towards Abbey, then Farm and Village. Here comes David Rook. He has split the 2 championship protagonists at the top of the order. The number 15 of James Cook going for 4th place on the inside. No, is that James Cook or is that the 53 of Chaplin that's up there? It's Chaplin, the 53. Where's he come from? Well, he's going back again because he's run wide coming through the loop there. Commentator's curse there for Michael Chaplin. Sorry, Michael. He's dropped to the back of this lead group now, and that's allowed the first 3 to get away slightly.
Yeah, the rear just let her go on him, and then on the dust on the outside. Here's Cook on there looking now, Rook looking around the outside into Brooklands, but we've got 3 wide going into Brooklands. They're Lower, absolutely late on those brakes. Can he haul it up to the apex? He absolutely can, but Chiddick's now trying to get a move back onto Rook in that red machinery there. But at the moment, this front trio now is firmly a trio out front, and Lower will be seeing whether he can make advantage of that as he tries to pull away down through Woodcote this time through.
And they come to complete their 3rd lap. Charlie Lower will lead at the line. Line astern, Lower, Rook and Chiddick. Lower's done the fastest lap of the race so far, 2:31.079. Mark Kendall in the green car holding up about half a dozen more cars, trying to hold them back. Behind him there is Cook, the number 15. Behind him is the 17 of Alex Vincent. And next in the order, number 96, which is Peter Mott at the back of this group. Then a small gap back to Chaplin after his mistake earlier on. It's Theato and number 14 of Jonathan Ramsey rounding out the top 10. They swing their way through Beckett's once again through this fabulous complex of corners. There's Peter Mott, the black and white car, number 96, trying to chase down Alex Vincent in the 17. They head onto the Hanger Straight. What's going to happen this time as they head down towards Stowe Corner? Charlie Lower will move to cover on the inside. Chiddick will try and go the long way around. He's going to slipstream his way past. Yes, Chiddick takes up the lead. David Rook will try and do the same thing, but this time Lower moves to cover him. Diving up the inside there, Alex Vincent side by side with Mark Kendall, who just about holds him off.
Yeah, and you can see at the front group 3 just like they're sort of working a little bit in tandem there together. They can see that little gap, and you can be sure that they're trying to solidify it as the fight goes down into the Vale this time through, with Kendall, Vincent, Cook and Mott absolutely nose to tail. I thought Mott was going to get a bit of a run on the wall, but it didn't seem to work out like that for him. I think it's the Chaplin fighting back through who's reached into that group and actually is, I think, demoted Mott another place again.
84 of Joe Priday has dropped down the order, so whether he's been flagged in for that trailing bodywork, I'm not sure. He hasn't come into the pits, so I can only assume he's pulled up somewhere around the circuit. Here's a battle further back. That's Theo Theato, I think, just losing out to Jonathan Ramsey, possibly. Top 3, it's still line astern. It's Chiddick has now got the lead ahead of Charlie Lower. Rook is down into 3rd place. It's all changed once again between these top 3. Kendall heads the next group. There's Peter Mott, the 96. Chasing down the 53. We're told number 11 has got some bodywork hanging off as well. That's Stephen Merritt, the man from Oxfordshire. I'll try and pick that up in a moment. The top 3 together heading down into Brooklands. Anybody going to make a move this time? Well, Alex Vincent's making it for 4th, and Charlie Lower slingshots his way through up the inside to retake the lead from his great rival Freddie Chiddix.
That was close as you like. There must have been millimetres between those cars and those speeds that they were going at there. You know, you're talking about 113, 114 miles an hour as they break into Brooklands. They try and kill some of that speed off to at about 60 miles an hour at the apex of Brooklands before 50 at Luffield, and then accelerating all the way back up to 112 by the time they get round to Maggots and Beckett's. But it's Chiddix across the line first again, Charlie Lower. So even though we saw that move from Lower to get in front, Chiddix is back in front by the time they get to the line. Rook in that third, Kendall, Vincent, Cook, Chaplin, Mott, Theo Theato and Ramsey.
Looking at Theo Theato's car there, is his nose cone loose? I think the 72, yeah, it's got a loose nose.
We'll
so
keep an eye on that, and off there is that 11 car with his rear wing hanging there. It's not an uncommon sight in a Caterham. It's not causing any rubbing and cutting into that tyre, and therefore no issue. You can see the novice crosses on the back of those two cars. Anyone can enter into the 270R Championship. There's no limitations, and these are drivers who haven't yet got their 6 signatures on their race licence. But there is Ramsey in the number 14. He is just ahead of Theo Theato as they head down the straight. Let's keep an eye out to see whether that is a wonky nose cone. That can become a problem as they pull in outside of the toe, but there is Charlie Lower taking the lead again, as we've seen pretty much every single lap the changes of position there. But Chiddix is looking around the outside of Vale as they come down this time.
We've still got just under 9 minutes of this to go, so they're swapping places on almost every corner. They swing their way out of the Vale into the club complex. David Rook up behind them, Kendall in 4th place. They're trying to break away from the battle for 5th, which is headed up by Cook ahead of Vincent. Then it's Chaplin back up into 7th, then Mott. There's Theato, he's retaken Jonathan Ramsey, and it's the number 27 is Chris Ephraimidis. Try to say that, you've got a few in the 11th place in the yellow car.
I was trying to see whether that nose was wonky. It definitely looks like there might be a bit of disjoint. So there's a couple of C-clips that hold them, or Z-clips that hold them on. So if one of those is dislodged, it's certainly something we see and have seen throughout the season. But there's Cook ahead of Charlie Lower, who's now down into that 3rd place, and Kendall's been the kind of consistent 4th. It looked like he was dropping backwards, but he started 4th on the grid. He's still in that 4th place after a few early adventures, and he's looking like he's coming good as we head towards the second half, into the second half of this race.
Yes, here they come down the straight, and the fastest lap incidentally has been done by Mark Kendall, 2:30.483 last time through. We focus on the battle for 5th there briefly, and there's side by side for 9th place. There's Theato on the outside. Yeah, that nose cone I would say is dislodged slightly.
Yeah,
Cuts across there on Ramsey, they clearly make contact.
Definitely a wonky nose cone there, but they were absolutely close as you like, and you can see how a little bit of a nudge at the front to the rear panel of Ramsey may well have caused that earlier in the race. Like I say, it shouldn't cause him any problems, but you can see him sliding around the exit of Luffield there. Like I say, he's never dull to watch, but it's Charlie Lower back out in front after a temporary displacement there by Rook, but it's Rook and Chiddix who are side by side as they come into club this time through. Kendall watching on, and it is that red car of Rook who is ahead of the boss Chiddix for now.
Yes, the Boss Racing car of Freddie Chiddix. Boss Racing experts in Caterham preparation across many series. Mark Kendall's done another fastest lap, 2:31.86. He's going for the top 3. Lower leads from Rook. Chiddix in 3rd place, and look, they're towing up to the back of there because Peter Mott, I think that is, has gone through into 5th ahead of Alex Vincent. Then it's the 53, which is Michael Chaplin, and behind them will be the number 15 of Cook. I think it's 8 cars now for the lead, not just 3. They've caught the 3 leaders because, of course, the harder they battle, the more time they're losing. 3 wide as Chiddix does his signature move around the outside into Stowe Corner, retakes the lead. David Rook tries to get up the inside as well. There's that's the 96 of Mott has been shuffled back again there. He's been yo-yoed up and down this field. There's one of last year's Academy champions, Rog Patke. He's got a wing hanging loose as well from his familiar pink number 29 machine. I was here when he won that title at Silverstone at the end of last year. I think didn't he win the Autumn Trophy in the Academy as well? I think memory serves me right.
That does ring a bell. Certainly he was right up there. I think you were right. As we get a bit of a replay there of that number 11 car, and he's got that novice cross on. He just losing the rear as well, and that's just missed the driver behind him as well. So that was all getting very squirrely as they were heading around Beckett's there.
Paul Higginbottom well avoided there over the grass. I don't know how he missed the back of the 11 of Stephen Perrin there. Bit of a Cole Brown moment, but he's got it going here.
Yep, as they head off, and as if nothing's happened, but those say that they just need to get to the end of the race and then they can get one more of their signatures. So that's a good rescue for both of those cars. You continue to see that rear wing waving in the wind. There's the Patke battle with the number 27 there
That's Chris Eftramidis up the inside, taking the 99 of Toby Boys, and still they fight out in front. Look at Freddie Chiddings trying to break the toe. He's broken away a little bit. Again, Charlie Lowe with the slingshot up the inside. He locks the rear wheel there. He's got second place away from David Rook. Still Mark Kendall can't get into the podium positions. This is great stuff. We've got, I think that's Cook in 5th position, the number 15, but Mark Kendall's the man to watch. He's the quickest man on track over the last 2 laps. We've got 5 minutes of the race still to go, so at least a couple more laps to go as they head down towards Cops Corner once again. The order at the line was Chiddix, Lower, Rook, Kendall, Chaplin, Cook, Vincent, Mott, but it's probably completely changed again in the time it's taken me to read that out.
And Chiddix does look like he might, if these 3 here battle themselves too much, there is a little bit of a gap there. Now it's not enough to pull away from the toe just yet, but if that following 3 do go 3 wide into the Beckett's complex here, that might give Chiddix the initiative to actually be able to pull away. Kendall's made his way onto the second, but he's carrying an awful lot of speed in there. He does haul it all up as they go through the left then into the Beckel and into Chapel and then through onto the Hanger straight below. It does make his way back up through. He's having to really fight at the moment to maintain those positions. We saw him locked up fully into Brooklands. I was expecting to see him go wide, but he didn't. He managed to haul it all down. The tyres will be getting hot and angry, but you can see that that battling has let Chiddix get away out front.
Watch for Michael Chaplin at the inside here, the blue 53 car. He could take 5 of the one move. It's 6 abreast into Stoke. Oh, this lot will be watching the road sports. Oh, Kendall throws it through the middle in the green car. How did he find the room through there? Could he come out in second place here? Chaplin's in there. He could go up to 3rd. And Freddie Chiddix is saying to himself, well, if you lot are going to do this, I'm off.
Yeah, it's not just the front 3 that are battling now. It's the front, the second group of 6 cars there, all fighting for that same bit of tarmac. Like you say, Kendall threaded the needle, but it's not come out for him so well as they went through the Vale that time. He's dropped backwards again. It really is a matter of where do you want to position your car. It's a little bit of chess on the road. Charlie Lowe has somehow figured out how to get out in front. It looks like he's now trying to throw the toe of Rook and Kendall, who are side by side as they come into Abbey.
Next up the inside, that's the 53 of Chaplin. Then we've got Alex Vincent and James Cook in the 15 behind them. And Freddie Chiddix has made the break. He's away with just over 3 minutes or a couple of laps, I would say, to go here. As up the inside comes Michael Chaplin. This is where he went wide earlier on and dropped to the back of the group. Had to fight his way back up. He's on the tail of the 45 of David Rook. Now there's the number 96 of Peter Mott towards the back of this group. I'm struggling to keep up with this. They're changing positions so much on every single corner. What's going to happen down into Brooklands this time? Charlie Lower moves to the inside. He's got Kendall trying to go around the outside. He's never going to get around the outside into Brooklands corner, surely, but Lower's locked it up again. Yeah, the 35 of Kendall is going to go straight on there almost and drop back into the clutches of David Rook. Next in the order, that's the 53 of Chaplin. He's under fire from Alex Vincent, who's going to go through.
We're going to be at 2 minutes 30 by the time they get back to this line, so we're coming on to the last lap now. We've seen that Lower's locked up a couple of times now going into Brooklands. You can tell by the attitude of the cars that the tyres are getting angry and hot, and with all the battling that's going on, he's going to keep locking up, and that is going to cause him a problem if he continues to do it into Brooklands. But at the moment, he's just about hanging on to that second place. Kendall having now again to defend to Rook, and a little bit of a comfort back, but it's Ramsey now ahead of Vincent, followed by Cook and then Mott. Mott's been at the back of that group for pretty much the whole race, hasn't he? I think he's not going to figure in this final podium, but as they head around, Chiddix does look like he's now got quite a comfortable gap.
Well, he broke away by 2.5 seconds on that last lap alone, so it's looking fairly safe for him, but you never know until that checkered flag drops. On the curb there on the inside is Michael Chaplin defending from James Cook in the 15. There's Mott just behind him as they start to weave about to try and break the toe down the Hanger straight. Kendall goes for the inside on go through. There's Vincent with a flapping rear wing as he goes through. Chaplin just behind him, and then we've got the Cook car there with a Welsh flag festoon car. But as we head down this Wellington straight, it's going to be all crucial in Brooklands this time through for second place. Here they come then into the Wellington Straights for what will be the final time. Freddie Chiddix is heading for victory. There he is, but who is going to be second? Here they come down the inside. Into Brooklands comes Mark Kendall. David Rook is there on the outside, and Charlie Lowe has been boxed out. They've got either side of him. He could be off the podium here. He's going to have to play some heroics through the final couple of corners. Kendall in second place, Rook in third. Freddie Chiddix is coming up to the line to take the checkered flag, but I think Mark Kendall may well have done enough for second place. Here they come up and over the line. Freddie Chiddix has won it. He takes the victory in our first Michelin Motorsport 270R race of the weekend. It's Rook who takes second place on the line from Kendall. Then it's Lower, Vincent, Chaplin, Martin Cook as quickly as that.
Yeah, then that's important for the championship there, with Lower going in fourth place, so he didn't even make the podium today. That's good championship points for Chiddix there, ahead of his main championship rival Rook and Kendall, a little bit further back, but ultimately, important for the championship that, and we'll see what happens later in the year as to whether that's going to be proved crucial.
Well, fantastic race there, but over the last couple of laps, Freddie Chiddix managed to make the break and take another victory. As you say, Chris, with Charlie Lower finishing only down in fourth position behind Rook and Kendall. Could that harm his championship chances? He may have to rely on drop scores with the consistent form that he has shown this year. It was Alex Vincent who took fifth ahead of Michael Chaplin. Peter Mott seventh, and James Cook lost out there on the last lap, dropping to eighth. And 6.5 seconds covered the first 8 cars home. Theo Theato topped his battle with Jonathan Ramsey for 9th position. Rog Patke coming through for 11th. We'll confirm the full results in a second. And no doubt about your winner, Freddie Chiddix, 3 3/4 seconds. That's an eternity in 270R terms.
And for the most of the race, it was just a couple of tenths, wasn't it, between the whole group of them. So the fact that Chiddix, pulled it home. As soon as they went side by side in that following pack, it was always going to be his.
Well, the result confirmed then. Freddie Chiddix the winner by nearly 4 seconds ahead of David Rook. Mark Kendall, a fine effort to get on the podium. And Charlie Lower, he'll be disappointed, I think, with 4th place. Alex Vincent 5th, then Michael Chaplin, Peter Mott and James Cook as quickly as that's over the line. Theo Theato in 9th after his battle race along with Jonathan Ramsey. Rog Patke it was in 11th place, then Chris Ephraimidis, Toby Boys, Giles Perry. Completing the top 15 was Mark Williams. And then beyond that, the slightly battered car of Stephen Merrick got home in 16th place. It was Richard Hoare in 17th. Beyond that, Marcus Eels, Louise Deason, the number 19 Paul Higginbottom. We saw have a spin at Beckett's, avoiding the car of Stephen Merritt. He got home in 20th. Lydia Gould was 21st. Beyond that, we had Ian Summers in the 44, Andy Palmer, the 23 of Alan Bateman. The final finisher was Charles Vincent. Sadly, we lost Joe Priday after a couple of laps. We'll head down into Parc Fermé shortly then to hear from our podium finishers.
What another fantastic race that was for the 270 boys. Freddie will be more than happy with that one. Freddie, congratulations, an almost 4-second lead there.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from. There must have just been one corner where the guys behind made one too many mistakes, gave me just enough gap to break away, which here is not easy to do. So nice to have a few laps to relax at the end.
Definitely, give you some breathing space. I mean, I was watching at Luffield, and oh my gosh, it was so much fun to watch it.
Yeah, it was a brilliant race. I knew we'd have close racing up until that point, so hopefully 2 more the same tomorrow.
Yes, and you've just extended your championship lead as well.
Yeah, really good to do.
Excellent, well done. Right, let's move along to, let's have a word with Mark. Mark, congratulations, that's fantastic. And you got the fastest lap as well.
Did I? Oh, superb. That was hard work, tough, but yeah, finally did it on the last lap, but David pipped me to the line, so copied what I did at Zandvoort last time, so yeah, happy with that though, and here we go, we move on from here.
Great battle between you guys at the front.
Super.
It looked fun.
It was intense. Yeah, stressful, but here we are. Yeah, thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Right, let you grab some water. Let's move along to David. Congratulations, David. Well done for getting on the podium.
Thank
Amazing.
you.
Second place. That's awesome.
It's brilliant.
You must be over the moon.
I am delighted with that. It's such a good race. It was so close. These guys are absolutely epic. You know, Freddie, Charlie, Mark. There was nothing in it. Anyone could have won that. Anyone could have come over. I think I got past Mark by, what, half a car length across the line, so I'm delighted. So look, I have to say a huge thanks to Dan from Hardline, who's sorted this car out for me. He's made it go wonderfully well, and that's been fantastic. And I'm hoping the kids are watching on the live stream, so I have to say hi to James, Lottie and Evie, who've been supporting this year. Fantastic.
Excellent.
Couldn't be happier.
What a great way to end the day.
I know, it's brilliant. Thank you, Sam. That's
I'll let
amazing.
you head up to the podium very shortly. Thank you. There we go. Some very happy people on this podium today. So I'll hand back to you in the commentary box.
Yes, thanks very much, Sam. And now we're coming up to our final race of this first day of the weekend here at Silverstone, and we're kicking the pace up again. It's the Mottl Motor Oil's Caterham 7 310R Championship. These are the quickest cars that we will see around Silverstone from the Caterham Motorsport ladder this weekend. Qualifying took place just before the lunch break earlier on today, and we should see hopefully a field of some 31 cars out there for this race in the sunshine. This is going to be an absolute thrash around the Silverstone circuit. 22 Hugo Busch has set pole position for DPR Motorsport, and alongside him his teammate Harry Landy, number 21, so it's an all DPR Motorsport front row. Second row is an all German second row. We've got number 25 Dominik Manschberger and number 70 Lars Alexander Hoffmann. Then on the third row, good effort by number 5 Ben Lopez Appleton, the man from Yorkshire, alongside 81 Tom Willis. Now on the fourth row, the great number 9 Harry Cook and 35 Jack Sales. Watch for him coming through the factory Caterham supported car. And alongside and behind them on row 5 we have number 11 Taylor O'Flanagan, former Academy champion, and number 15 David Yates. Row 6 is number 92 Philip Bianchi and 84 of Andrew Murgatroyd. On the 7th row Alan Cooper, number 71, and number 10 Chris Fraser. Row 8 is number 77 Kevin Cooper and 28 Ryan Lovett. The 9th row 55 Harry Eyre and 53 Tim Steele. The 10th row 43 Alan Curtis and 38 Jeff Price. Row 11 is number 8 of Darryl Cresswell, 50 Wes Payne. Row 12, the former CEO of Caterham Cars, Graham McDonald, starts alongside number 16 of Stephen Metcalf. And row 13, 68 Chris Welch, 98 James Hall. Row 14 is number 12 Ron Mounsey and 99 Michael Curley. Penultimate row 27 Johnny Jarrett and 85 Rob Bullen. And at the back of the grid number 64 Paul Herndon. So things are going to be even faster here, Chris.
They are indeed. Fourth step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. Only one more to go beyond this, but this is the final time you can upgrade your Academy car that you started with. And they look identical to the 270s that we've seen just out there, but they have got some fundamental changes underneath. So firstly, they've got a bit more power to play with, a few more revs to play with, so they've got more under their right foot, 150 horsepower now. And they've got their ZZR tyres on, which is they're semi-slick, more race-focused tyre than the 270s that we just watched out there. And so they get a bit more grip, a bit more power, and importantly, a limited slip differential as well, which means that power sliding and power oversteer becomes a real thing for these cars. Top sort of flight that we're going to see here today. Very experienced drivers and some, they've often done sort of 4 years of Caterham racing at least, but we've got plenty of people on the grid who have done even more than that. Ben Lopez Appleton in 5th place on the grid, but he was leading the field in qualifying for much of it, but Hugo Busch, Harry Landy and Dom Mansberger came through late on to sort of pip him there as well. So some of the usual names are right up there, but Jack Sales, our championship leader, down in 8th, he won't be happy with that. Taylor O'Flanagan down in 9th, and he's regularly on those podium fights. So a few people to watch out for as they head through, and we've seen so far this year they've had consistency. Whoever wins the first race has gone on to win the remaining races. So let's see how they get on this time out at Silverstone.
I think we've got one of my favourite liveries in this race as well, number 10, Chris Fraser. I believe he's sponsored by a brand of vodka, the turquoise and white car there.
The Dutch Barn Vodka, and we saw Richard Harris earlier on. There's a sister car in the road sport races as well. So yeah, the couple of those out there look fantastic. In fact, this year's liveries out there in all the fields across Caterham have been really good, and it's great to see the drivers stamp their personality on their cars.
Yeah. Dutch Barn Vodka, I must sample that sometime. No drinking and driving, of course, as the cars head round on their green flag lap. Heading up to the grid, taking a look at the championship standings. It is Jack Sayles who is on top at the moment by just 5 points ahead of Lars Alexander Hoffmann, with Harry Cook in third place. He's back on the fourth row of the grid. Just running through the colours of the leading cars on the grid. Hugo Busch in pole position is in grey and sort of day-glow red. Alongside him, Harry Landy is in Caterham green. Dominic Manchberger is in black and green on the second row. Lives near the Hockenheim circuit in Germany, home of the German Grand Prix for many years. And number 70, Lars Alexander Hoffmann, is in the red and white colours of championship sponsor Mottl. Ben Lopez Appleton is in grey and green, the BDH Race Sim hardware car. And number 81, Tom Willis in silver. He's certainly going to be one to watch here, I would think. Some of these drivers also appear occasionally in the Caterham 270R CaterhamRacer.com Sim Racing Championship that we cover online. I see Alan Curtis is out there. He's one of the regulars in that championship. He's back on row 10.
Yeah, he won't be happy with that qualifying, but he's got all that racecraft from the sim racing experience to sort of draw himself through. Tom Willis we see regularly on the service as well. Caterham champion from past, and we see a lot of drivers sort of sticking around in this 310R championship. There's a real nice sweet spot of the chassis to power, and everyone really enjoys it. And you can see with the 31 cars that we've got on this grid how popular that is, and I think the winner can come from anywhere in the top 10, maybe even further back if we see some cars fighting back through the field. Really looking forward to seeing what these 310R drivers can do for us today.
I won't pick a driver to follow because I don't want to put the curse of the commentator on anybody as they come up to the line then. In the sunshine of Silverstone, the good weather set to continue tomorrow, all being well. Marshall's on the grid to bring the cars into line then. On the right of your screen, Hugo Busch from Guildford in Surrey at the wheel of the DPR Motorsport run car. We've got 4 DPR drivers in this grid. Their team boss David Rowe and a couple of his mechanics, also regulars in the CaterhamRacer.com Sim Racing Championship online. Number 50 car I see out of the windows pulling into line, Wesley Payne in the not too sure what colour we'd call that car. I think he calls it unicorn car.
It does look like a unicorn's had an accident. It's a pearlescent effect car.
That's the word, yes,
pearlescent. And it's very unique out there on the grid, but it's Hugo Busch versus Harry Landy. Harry Landy's going to be delighted with second place on the grid and seeing his green machine whether he can hold on to that ahead of a really hungry pack that is going to be chasing him down.
For number 70, Lars Alexander Hoffmann. Great sounding name that is, in the Mottl livery car with the white nose there on the left-hand side of your picture. Alongside him, his fellow German Dominic Manchberger. We're almost ready to go then. Waiting for the red lights to come on when they go out, so we'll be underway. For 20 minutes for the Mottl Caterham 7 310R Championship. Here we go, the power comes on and down towards Copse Corner for the first time. A good getaway by both of the front row starters. Hoffmann tries to come through the middle, but it is Hugo Busch who will lead the way into Copse Corner for the first time. Are they all going to make it round? The yellow car there is Taylor O'Flanagan, number 11. Yes, they've all made it round Copse. Okay, nobody running wide over the curve, which is good to see. It's Busch that leads the way. Hoffmann's come through from the second row into second place, as has Dominic Manchberger up into third. Not the best of starts for Harry Landy. He's down into fourth place. They start to sort themselves out behind. Looks like Tom Willis has made a decent start as well. And there's contact there and off. That's the 53 car. Got 2 more cars going wide in avoidance. Number 53 is Tim Steele, the man from Guildford in Surrey. Didn't see who hit the back of him. He's trying to get going again.
Did see Cresswell disappearing off there in avoidance as well, but as we come down here then the leaders, Hoffmann to the outside, Hugo Busch down the middle, and Dom Mansberg up the inside. Harry Landy seeing whether he can grab one of those places back. He's moved from second to fourth. David Yates well out wide there into the dust and a little bit behind there, so he's running out there. And then Chris Harris as well. We've got a spinner there, the number 12 car spinning. That's Mountsey, and he's having a bit of a roll there around, but he's facing the right way again and heads on.
That's the car with the McDonald's logos on the back, so we know where he'll be celebrating if he gets a decent result out of this one after that spin. The Welshman will rejoin the back of the field, but it's Lars Alexander Hoffmann who leads the way in the Vauxhall liveried car, chased by Hugo Busch. They come down the Hamilton straight. Looks like it's Mansberger still in third. Wing goes flying off the back of his cars. There's been a bit of rubbing there at the club complex between them as well. You can see them sliding around much more than the 270Rs were, as you said, Chris. This is going to be absolutely frantic up the inside there. The 21 car of Harry Landy has lost a couple more places in the shuffle up towards the loop complex. Number 5 of Ben Lopez Appleton has come through. The number 9 is in there as well. That's Harry Cook with the white wheels as they head onto the Wellington straight. There's David Yates. We saw him heading off towards Stowe Village almost on the first lap, a little bit over enthusiastic. As to the inside goes Hugo Busch on the run in towards Brooklands corner. Up the inside, and see if he's taken the lead. It's impossible to know where to look as the cars head into Brooklands. Surely they're not all going to make it round. Yes, they are. Great car control there. As up the inside, Hoffmann has held the lead just about. Here comes Mansberger, and it's going to be a German 1-2 by the look of it at the end of the first lap.
More like NASCAR racing at the moment, isn't it? With all the side-by-side action from these drivers, highly experienced drivers, and showing how close and frantic the racing in Caterham's can be as they head around Lovefield. You can see an angry swarm of cars. Hoffmann's lost that lead to Mansberger now. It looks like Harry Landy up the inside again of Hugo Busch, back into that third place then, and then following the through is there's Cooper coming into the action as well, so he's moving his way forward. He's ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan. We saw David Yates losing out that time through. Jack Sales, I'm looking for that championship leader. He's still in that pack. I can see him there alongside that yellow car, or just behind it, the TN Accountancy car, the white and green roll cage, as he heads around. But he's deep in the field at the moment, so he'll be seeing whether he can move forward in these next 17 minutes.
Yes, Alan Cooper, the younger of the Coopers in this race. He started on the 7th row. He's flown through. There's Jack Sales, number 35. We haven't mentioned him yet, the championship leader. He's mired in the midfield at the moment. Now watch for them all spreading out here as they go into Stowe corner. First to break the toe is Hugo Busch around the outside. To the inside comes Harry Landy. That's a brave move, but it's going to be Mansberger in the black and green car that still just about holds the lead. Trying to get around the outside is Hoffmann, side by side with Landy. One car running a bit wide in there as well. The pink machine there. There's a replay of I think this might be the first lap. Yes, that was, it was the other Cooper. It was Kevin Cooper who went across the grass, cannoned into the side of the 53 of Tim Steele.
Strange reaction. I don't know if he caught the inside curve there and it bounced him outside. And Tim Steele was a bit of an innocent bystander there. He's gesticulating out the car, and there was the Mountsy spin as he just recovered it all back together as he locked up the rears. Interesting that time through as they went down through Stowe. The toe came on later for these cars, a little bit more power. They were much more line astern as they headed down the hangar straight that time than we've seen with the other championships. Whether the winds also died off in the evening sunshine we've got here at Silverstone, it's just interesting to me as a driver to see that the toe was not as strong.
And Hugo Busch has run wide there at the loop. That's going to drop him back down the order alongside David Yates. A mistake there from Hugo, the pole sitter in this race. That's going to frustrate his efforts. He's got some clawing back of places to do now. Here comes the fight for the lead. It's Hoffmann against Mansberger into Brooklands, and look, the third place man Harry Landy, his nose cone's been knocked askew. I think he may have clipped the back of Mansberger at some point because Dominic is missing a rear wing there. That's going to affect the cooling on that 21 car, especially on a hot day like today. Harry Cook, number 9 in the British Fossils car, is up there in 4th position. In 5th behind him we have got Simon Lopez Appleton.
Only Ben Lopez Appleton there, only 5 minutes down, and I'm already seeing the rear of these cars absolutely hanging out there, and I think that's really is a signal that their temperature is high. As you said, the nose cone of that Harry Landy car is hanging off, it's just clinging on, but that's going to be affecting the aerodynamics, deflecting the airflow through. He'll want to see that depart his car ASAP and hopefully into a position of safety so it doesn't cause our race any issue. We can see how askew it is, and like you say, it's likely that that's just a quick tap at the rear of another car. You can see Mansberger ahead of Hoffmann. There's that Landy with the wonky green nose, and the rest of the field still absolutely together as we're through Beckett's this time.
Next in the order was Alan Cooper. There's that number 10 car we mentioned with the Dutch Barn Vodka sponsorship, Chris Fraser, side by side for the lead down the straight. Look at the nose on Harry Landy's car. He's going to want that to come off. The radiator is exposed, so it won't affect the cooling too much. He won't be doing the handling any favours. I wonder if he's going to try and knock it off against the back of another car. We don't really want to see that, though. Any deliberate rubbing in there as Ben Lopez Appleton tries to move up to a challenge for a podium place. Down the Vale into Clovis. It's Hoffmann who's got the lead ahead of Mansberger. Harry Landy still there in 3rd position. If that nose starts flapping around, he may risk getting the black and orange flag being flagged into the pits to remove it, which would ruin his hope of any major points in this race. Down the Hamilton straight they come in, and Jack Sales is starting to move into the equation now as well. He's got Taylor O'Flanagan on his tail there. Sales up the inside on Alan Cooper, the number 71. O'Flanagan's yellow car in behind them, one of the former Academy champions, and there's a bit of smoke there, a lock-up from, I think that was Harry Landy. He's got the number 9 of Cook on his tail, the two Harrys battling it out, certainly harrying each other for the lead, the two Germans, Hoffmann ahead of Mansberger.
I think that nose cone may have just rubbed on the tyre. That's what we were seeing that time through, and it just gave a little bit of smoke as an indication. Harry Landy may not even be aware that his nose cone's still hanging on down there, because he won't be in his direct eyesight, so he'll just be hearing some strange noises, no doubt. But again, you can see it's actually affecting his straight line speed a bit, isn't it, as he's getting mugged by the two cars. That's Ben Lopez-Appleton and Alan Cooper. Just in fact, he's lost a little bit of braking facility there as the tyre is rubbing on that and causing him to have to slow down.
I'm wondering if a bit of that nose cone's got caught in his steering. Whoops, and he's nearly collected by somebody there. That's the number 50 of Wes Payne in the pearlescent car. Went for a spin there, just avoiding Harry Landy. Harry's surely going to have to come into the pits here to get that nose cone removed.
Yeah, it's clearly releasing some pressure of that tyre onto the tarmac, therefore not able to brake as efficiently as he was before. But the two Germans out front, Mansberger and Hoffmann, are swapping places out front, but looks like they're working together. Cook just then behind with Lopez-Appleton, Cooper and O'Flanagan as they went across. Jack Sales now up into 7th.
Let's have a look at that again. Into Brooklands, it was 3 wide. Harry Landy, I wonder if a bit of that nose cone got caught in the steering of that car, because he just couldn't turn it in going into Brooklands. As he came back on, he was a bit unsighted, and a couple of cars had to... the 50 car had run wide. That's what had happened. Just as Landy came back on, that wasn't intentional at all.
No, he was already wide, wasn't he? And he just couldn't haul it back in. As he tried to haul it back in, then his car rear wheel said, no, I can't do that for you. Hoffmann, though, leads this squabbling pack. It's like a car park out there, isn't it? All squabbling. There is that Chris Fraser ahead of Harry Ayer, it looks like, in the green Machina there. And there is Alan Curtis. We mentioned him already, but he's having a nice battle there with those 3 cars. And out front of them, they can see this battle out front. If they can just get involved in it, they could move from sort of 15th to what would be the lead. They're absolutely nose to tail still in this front group.
Talking about the car park, it's like the M1 on a bad day out front in this race for the Motul Caterham 310R Championship. We've still got over half of it to go as well, just over 11 minutes to go, as Lars Alexander Hoffmann in the Motul sponsored car leads Dominic Mansberger. It's Ben Lopez-Appleton up into 3rd position now. It's looking down the order. I don't think Harry Landy's pulled into the pits. Yes, he has, in fact. So Landy into the pits to get that nose cone removed. As frantic battling goes on at the inside there, Harry Ayer in the 55. Is that a bit of suspension damage I see on the number 10 of Chris Fraser? Looks like his front wheel's a bit lopsided, possibly.
Sometimes when you catch the wrong angle, you can see that there's a camber on these cars, and it might just be the angle of the camera there. I'll keep an eye out. I doubt he'd be going that quick if he had any fundamental issues with his suspension, but there is Hoffmann, again, swapping places quite gently with Mansberger. They're definitely working together to see whether they can shake Cook, who's just behind them, and then comes the Lopez-Appleton and Cooper, and O'Flanagan's moving through with Jack Sales, and they're heading towards the front of this field.
Here comes O'Flanagan, the yellow car, easy to pick out, having a go at Alan Cooper's, almost Rothman's look-alike Caterham 7 in there. The rest of them go charging through further down the order. The order at the line is Mansberger from Hoffmann, Lopez-Appleton, then it's Harry Cook in 4th, Alan Cooper 5th, then O'Flanagan, Sales. Bush is still there in 8th place after running wide earlier on, then David Yates, and the 84 of Andrew Murgatroyd rounds out the top 10. Incidentally, the fastest lap is with Alan Curtis, who's down in 14th.
Yeah, oftentimes you'll get that toe when you're deeper in the field with no one in front of you, and all these cars are tripping each other up as they swap places repeatedly. But you can see there that the gaps in front is almost irrelevant, because it changes every time we come back to them. But Ben Lopez-Appleton's going to be pleased with that 3rd place. Like I say, in qualifying, he was ahead of everyone for most of it, but just dropped back just on the last lap opportunity as they head down Hanger Straight once more, and you can see them jiving around to see where they can make an opportunity. Whose toe can they take, and then who can they move out from? It looks like Taylor O'Flanagan's going to try for the slingshot round all of them at the moment. He is on the outside. They head through Stowe. He's going to make up at least a couple of places there. Jack Sales having to watch them. Hugo Bush on the outside of a 3 wide there with Cooper and yes, it's absolutely wheel to wheel as they went through Stowe. And that is a sort of 70-mile-an-hour corner as they go through there.
This is absolutely mad out in front at the moment. They are all over each other. Somebody a bit slow at the back of the group there has got it going again. Couldn't quite make out who that was. It might have been Alan Cooper that lost out in there as they head to... No, he's still there. So they head towards Hamilton and Abbey again. It's still Mansberger who's got the lead. Round the outside there goes Hoffman, retakes the lead. Lopez Appleton is going with him, and O'Flanagan has got the move done through club there. He positioned his car exactly right. He's up into 4th position now. There's Cooper in 6th place. Jack Sales is still caught in the middle of all this. Harry Cook as well in that 5th position. The man on the move is O'Flanagan in the yellow machine. Hugo Busch is trying to move back up into the higher reach to the top 10 as well, and he's got the 92 of Phil Bianchi on the outside of him. Where's he come from?
Yeah, he's kind of appeared into this battle now as well, as he's probably been there all along. We just haven't been able to pick him out in the ruckus that's all up there. But it just shows Tyler O'Flanagan one good manoeuvring position around that Stowe corner, and he was able to make an awful lot of places. Hugo Busch around the outside of David Yates, and I think that's Alan Curtis, or in there, maybe it's Tom Willis actually.
Tom Willis, yeah. We haven't seen much of him this race.
No, he's been quietly sat in that group in his aluminium sort of coloured car, but all these drivers still well within striking distance.
They are all absolutely loving this as much as we are. Less than a second covers them as they go through last time around. And again, Alan Curtis gets the fastest lap over the line. The top 15 cars covered by 6 seconds as they cross the line. That's Andre. That's how close this race is. And there's still 7.5 minutes of it to go. Still side by side between the two Germans for the lead up front, Hoffman and Mansberger. It was Mansberger who led at the line. Here comes O'Flanagan up the inside, takes Lopez Appleton to get 3rd place. Cook is in 5th, then Cooper. Sales is in 7th place, the championship leader coming into this race. Then it's Hugo Busch in 8th position. Looks like it's Bianchi in 9th place. There's the 28 going through. That is Ryan Loving trying to keep in touch with the leaders at the back of this group. So we've got 15 cars together for the lead now. Here comes Ben Lopez Appleton up the outside of O'Flanagan. They're going to go 4 wide into Stowe corner. Surely this isn't going to work. Lopez Appleton round the outside. He's never going to take all 3 of them in one move there. Has he got that to stick on the outside? We'll see as they come towards the Vale and down into Club Corner. I don't think he's done it. Who's going to come out with the lead? It's tricky to see in the distance there as they come towards us. Has Lopez Appleton got the lead away? No, it's Mansberger still there. He's still in 3rd.
Hugo Busch, though, has come all the way up into 4th place again, so he had a great run down the Hanger Straight that time. I think we're able to see here 6 places being made up as they come down the Hanger Straight. Jack Sales being a bit caught out there in that pack behind, but Taylor O'Flanagan also, now after moving forward up into that, nearly getting to the lead, he is now back into the 4th place. So it really is a game of chess out there, a high-speed game of chess played at motorway speeds and above as they head around the loop this time through. Jack Sales there just trying to get down the inside of Ben Lopez Appleton, but he can't do it. So Ben Lopez Appleton dropping backwards in this phase of the race, but David Yates looking to see, and like I say, Ryan Lovett coming and has attached himself to this battle at the same time.
Waiting for them to come through under the bridge down the Wellington Straight. Then what's going to happen this time? Dominic Mansberger has the lead. Here comes Hoffman looking at the inside. Lopez Appleton 3rd. They're not fanning out quite as much. Who's this dodging around? That's Ryan Lovett at the back of the group. David Yates is in there. The 43 of Alan Curtis in the silver car towards the back of that group as well. The 84 of Andrew Murgatroyd, the blue car with the yellow stripe. That's the main battle at the moment. The rest of them have gone rather more line astern this time through. Things have calmed down just a little, but it's all going to kick off again. You know it on the last lap.
Absolutely, and it does seem like Mansberger and Hoffman have been that consistent force, you know, averages and all that. They've been out in that 1 and 2 position, and they've been dragging the rest of this field along, but we've seen some appearances from these other ones, and Sat Busch coming back up into 4th place is definitely significant with 5 minutes left to go, and these are the time you really do, if you want to be figuring at the end of this race, you really do want to be making a move now.
Here they come towards Beckett's, then Hoffman tries to get the inside line away from his fellow countryman, but Mansberger still holds the lead. Lopez Appleton tucked in behind them. He'll have a look at the inside. Oh, he's tagged the back of Hoffman. Hoffman's going around. Oh dear. That was a bit over-optimistic there. Good recovery though by Lars Hoffman. He gets the 70 car going again. He's lost about a dozen places, I would say, in there. That's how quickly you get relegated down the order. Ben Lopez Appleton was just a little bit too optimistic there. Just clipped the back wheel of Lars Hoffman, sent him around, and that's left Dominic Mansberger with a clear lead. And Hugo Busch is back up into 2nd place as a result of that. What a recovery after he went wide earlier on.
Yeah, Hoffman's not going to be happy. I can see angry tyres as they head round Stowe that time through as well. The spinner is that bouncy again.
It is.
Spinning in the 12 car. So yeah, unfortunate for Lars Hoffman there. He's going to be very disappointed with that. That's bad for his championship Championship. Mansberger coming off 3 wins at Zandvoort, so can he make this 4 from 4? He's looking good at the moment with 4 minutes left to go, but there's still plenty of time. We've seen how many places can swap. Hugo Busch trying to desperately chase down Mansberger, who's just out in front of him, and then Lopez Appleton. We'll see whether anything comes of that incident. The replay, just like you say, he was just a little half a wheel in front, and that gap was always going to close, and I really feel sorry for Lars there.
Yeah, he made a quick recovery, he lit the tyres up, but we'll see where he comes through on this lap. And there's Ron Mount's spin further back. The man from South Wales, not a happy race for him, sadly, and in fact he's out of the race, couldn't get the car restarted. I think he might be, only our third retirement, sorry. We lost Harry Landy and also Tim Steele after that collision earlier on. Here come the leaders down the Wellington straight, then they're weaving about to try and break the toe. Hugo Busch almost side by side with Lopez Appleton, side by side before between Cooper and O'Flanagan, who just keeps the nose of his yellow machine in front. Jack Sales up to 6th, the result of that spin for Hoffman, and out in front as they come out of Luffield this time it is still Dominic Mansberger. 6 breaking away very slightly. Looks like it could be it's a blue car in 7th place. That could well be that David Yates that's come up there. We'll see as they cross the line. It is. He's getting 5 places on that lap. I was surprised there.
So after all that sort of contact we saw, Hugo Busch takes the lead after we see him drop wide at the loop about 4 laps ago now. But O'Flanagan's still ahead of that battle, and Jack Sales is joined with Alan Cooper there as they head into yellow flags out here at Beckett. So I wonder if that's for the Mountsey spin that we saw earlier. So clearly he's still being tucked away behind the barrier. Mansberger though is, that was looking like a little bit of a comfortable lead, but he's now got Ben Lopez Appleton, I think, out front. Busch is now in 3rd place, so it's all change again out front as they head round. There's still back markers to deal with as well.
Yes, Lopez Appleton took the lead there, I think, just before the yellow flag zone at Beckett's for Ron Mounsey's car being recovered, but he'll lose it again, I think, here, coming into the right at Stowe. Mansberger back at the inside, retakes it. Hugo Busch into 2nd place. Lopez Appleton goes down to 3rd, trying to go with them now. I think that's Alan Cooper in 4th place, then O'Flanagan, Sales and David Yates, who's come through very nicely, gaining 5 places on that last lap. We've got just over 90 seconds of the race to go, so we'll wait and see if this is last lap this time. It's going to be close. We've been so engrossed in the action, we haven't really been watching the time ticking down. Up towards the Hamilton straight they come once again, and still Dominic Mansberger holding off Hugo Busch, who dropped down the order after running wide at the loop a few laps ago. He's going for the outside. They've got clear now of Lopez Appleton, Cooper, O'Flanagan, Sales, Yates and the rest of them up towards Village, still side by side, trying to go around the outside is Hugo Busch. Lopez Appleton closes up again. Great run by Alan Cooper from 13th on the grid up into 4th place, but Taylor O'Flanagan lunges at him into the loop. Sales trying to hold off Yates, Harry Cook, and behind them Phil Bianchi in the 92 car. Out towards Brooklands they go once again. I think they will get one more lap out of this.
It's going to be awfully tight over the line. They've still got to get around all the Beckett's, Brooklands and Luffield complex, but like you say, I think you are just about going to get into one more, but it's Mansberger who heads Hugo Busch as they head into Brooklands this time through in front of the BRDC suite. Taylor O'Flanagan diving down the inside of Cooper there this time through. Cooper's going to hold on around the outside and it's going to turn into the inside, but he's not quite able to hook it in there, but it's Mansberger coming to the line, so he has plenty of seconds left to start this last lap then.
Last lap of the day one here at Silverstone on BARC TV. Last lap board is out as they head to the line. It is Mansberger from Busch, Lopez Appleton. We'll take a quick look at the timing screen to see where Hoffman is. He's down to 14th place on his recovery drive after that spin. Mansberger from Busch through the right-hander at Cops Corner. Lopez Appleton in behind them. This is where he was stronger on the previous lap. Here's a battle further back in the order meanwhile. 85 and the 16, that was Rob Bullen and Steve Metcalf towards the back of the field, but Hugo Busch meanwhile has retaken the lead from Mansberger. 4th place is Taylor O'Flanagan, Alan Cooper 5th, then Sales in 6th place, Harry Cook 7th, David Yates 8th. There's Murgatroyd at the lower reaches of this battle as they start to make their moves down the Hanger straight. They know this is the last lap, they know this is their last chances to attack as Busch goes to the outside into Stowe Corner for the final time. Mansberger holds the inside line, holds the lead side by side in there as well. Jack Sales with Harry Cook for what is now 6th position. They head towards Club Corner for the last time.
I think Hugo Bush might have been manoeuvring to be in second place. He's thinking the Wellington Straight is where he wants to be, but the other cars are trying to mug him. Tyrone Flanagan's got an overlap there. Has he got enough room? They've been used to driving with each other, but Hugo Bush is still ahead. They're going to go side by side through Club. That's going to be awfully tight. Hoffman, like you say, is trying to recover back to this group. Hasn't quite made it. Hugo Bush does maintain that second place ahead of Dom Mansberger, who's just got that little bit of a gap now. Ben Lopez actually looking up the inside, but also having to defend from no Flanagan, and that's Curtis and Sales all involved in this late stage.
Here they come towards Village for the final time. Still Dominic Mansberger's got his nose in front, but only just. Going for the inside line is Lopez Appleton. He's not close enough. Side by side between Sales and Cooper. Yates in behind them as well. Any one of about a dozen drivers could win this. This run into Brooklands for the last time is certainly not going to be for the faint of heart. They come through the loop up towards the left at Aintree. Still Mansberger from Bush. I reckon one of those two is the most likely to win this. They start to jockey for position now. Here comes Bush trying to make his move. Which side's he going to go? He's going to be made to go the long way round. He's going to try and get the line for Luffield. Anybody else could be in third place. It's Lopez Appleton from Mo Flanagan at the moment. Side by side as up the inside comes Alan Cooper. They're leaning on each other through the final corner. The checkered flag is almost in sight for them in this Motul Caterham 310R first race of 3 this weekend. It's going to be, I think, Dominic Mansberger, unless Hugo Bush does something special as they come out and over the line. Bush is moving to the inside as they come up towards the flag. They're going to finish side by side. It's going to be a photo finish, and Mansberger has just held it. 2/100ths of a second. Dominic Mansberger makes it 4 wins in a row in the Motul Caterham 310R Championship, and the top 12 cars covered by less than 3 seconds at the line. The order was Mansberger, Bush, Lopez, Appleton, O'Flanagan, Sales, Yates, Cook, Alan Cooper, Willis, Curtis, Bianchi and Murgatroyd as quickly as that.
Alan Cooper losing out a little bit at the end there. Jack Sales coming up to that 5th place. No Flanagan holding on to that 4th, but what a recovery from Bush. And he was absolutely pulling alongside as they went towards that line. And like you say, only a couple of hundredths between the two of them as they went across that line. That is 4 from 4 though from Mansberger. Bush would be happy to have recovered through the field to get to where he is, but a little bit disappointing, as we said, from Hoffman to move further down through that field. He's definitely, that's his championship affected by that, no doubt. But Mansberger's going to be absolutely delighted to have taken that win. I was speaking to him earlier, and he was ready for this race. And Bush, I think, is going to be happy to have got back into that 2nd place. Appleton hanging in there all the way through. And we've got 2 more races for these guys tomorrow, so make sure we're finished with Caterham action for today, but we've got absolutely plenty of action. Who's that spinning out there late on in the race?
Is it number 50 again? I think it might be Wes Payne. Let's have a look where he came across.
Yes, it is Wes Payne. So he's lost out there in Brooklands that last time through. It was so complicated through there. I was surprised we didn't see more people spinning, to be honest. I know how difficult that corner is to absolutely nail in that pack, but fantastic action from the 310R Championship. And I'm really looking forward to 2 more of those races tomorrow.
That was a proper Caterham race, I have to say. So we'll give you the provisional results as we see a replay of some of the action from early on in the race.
Cooper definitely went onto the grass. You can see behind there was another car on the grass. Creswell diving to the outside. I think it's Chris Welch as well, trying to avoid that car coming across. But it was definitely some grass tracking that caused that incident early on. There's that Mounsey, the first of a couple of spins for Ron Mounsey as he headed down into Stowe that time.
I'll bring you the provisional results in just a moment, and before we head down into Parc Ferme. And there was Harry Landy with his nose cone eventually caught up in the steering, which caused him to run off while we lost him into the pits after that to repair the damage. Wes Payne bouncing off him as he ran wide. So a pretty incident-packed race. Lars Hoffman getting spun aside with a contact with Ben Lopez Appleton, which cost him his chance of victory in spite of quick recovery. He ended up in 13th place in the end. Ron Mounsey eventually spinning into retirement on the exit of Beckett's.
Pretty sure we'll see that going up to the stewards to have a look at that manoeuvre, and then we will see whether Lopez Appleton holds on to his 3rd, but he's certainly going to be there provisionally.
Provisional results of that one then. Dominic Mansberger the winner by 200ths of a second over Hugo Bush. Great recovery by the pole sitter up into 2nd place. Ben Lopez Appleton completes the podium ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan. Jack Sales, the championship leader, coming into this round. Then David Yates, good run through from him. Harry Cook, Alan Cooper, Tom Willis and Alan Curtis, who got the fastest lap, completing the top 10. Then Phil Bianchi, Andrew Murgatroyd, Lars Hoffman recovering to 13th after his spin, and Brian Lovett in 14th place. Harry Eyre was next home in 15th ahead of Jeff Price. Next home we had number 10 Chris Fraser. Kevin Cooper 77 recovering that first lap contact to take 18th ahead of Graham McDonald. It was Darrell Cresswell completing the top 20 ahead of James Hall. Wes Payne, despite that late spin, was 22nd over the line. 23rd went to the 23rd rather, went to the number 27 of Johnny Jarrett. Then number 99 Michael Curley was next to him. Steve Metcalf, Rob Bullen, 68 Chris Welch, and 64 of Paul Herndon, the final finisher. We lost Ron Mounsey, Harry Landy and Tim Steele. Let's head down to the pits then to hear from our podium finishers.
Another exciting race for these guys, and this man's going to be very happy. Carrying on your winning streak from Zandvoort.
Yeah, now it's 4 in a row, so a good basis for the weekend. Hopefully tomorrow another 2 wins, but yeah, it was really, really hard. I don't know how close it was to the line, but I could see Hugo already next to me. I could see his helmet, so must be really thousandths of a second. I don't know.
Yeah. Did you think you'd got the win?
Yeah. I tried my best to keep them away into Brooklands, and I knew that you can't overtake into Brooklands, and once I keep the inside, I have a good chance to make the corner. So, but you never know. Hugo is very clever, so yeah. But in the end, it worked.
It did. Well, congratulations.
Yeah.
I'll go and have a word with Ben. Actually, he's over here in 3rd place. Ben, congratulations. So how was that race for you?
It was tough. It was tough, and there was, there's a bit of contact out there, a lot of contact going on. Yeah, it feels good to be back. Among the top pack, which is absolutely fantastic. But the racing was blooming tough. Absolutely. So I really, really enjoyed it, and yeah, looking forward to the rest of the weekend.
Excellent. Good. Well, congratulations. Good. Yeah, good to see you back here. And right, let's have a word with Hugo. Hugo, can we grab a quick word? Congratulations out on the 2nd place. That looked quite interesting out there. Very a lot going on, wasn't there?
Yeah, first down to 10th, I've been told, but all the way back to 2nd. So yeah, don't make it easy for myself.
No, not at all. But you nearly had him.
Nearly. I mean, I thought I was going to get him into Brooklands, but didn't. And then, yeah, very, very nearly got him on the line, but yeah, not quite.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. But more races tomorrow. So that's it. That's the end of our today's racing. I'll hand back to our guys in the pit lane, in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Sam. Well, yes, that wraps up day 1 here at Silverstone. First of all, a big thank you to my co-commentator, Chris Hutchins. Any last words, Chris?
No, we should call out Alan Curtis. He got the fastest lap, but that's also a lap record because they've strapped on the new ZZRs from Avon this weekend. So that is a new outright lap record for the 310s.
Well, thanks very much indeed for joining us in the box. Our Caterham expert, Chris Hutchinson. He'll be joining us for their races once again tomorrow. Thanks to everybody here at Silverstone, all the marshals and officials. We couldn't go racing without them, all our camera crews as well. We go racing early tomorrow. The first race is at 9:35, the Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship. Then more single-seater action, the Rocket F4 British Championship certified by FIA. That's followed by 2 more Caterham races before the lunch break, when we resume with more of the same, the 270Rs, the Rocket F4 British Championship once again, then the 310Rs, and it's our big 2-hour race tomorrow, the Rowe Motor Oils Brit Car Trophy Championship, a whole variety of saloons and GT cars involved in that one. So join us from 9:30 tomorrow when we go racing once again here on BARC TV on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.